The world stood in shock as Russian troops marched into Ukraine in 2022. War in 21st century Europe seemed unfathomable to many. But Ukrainians fought back. Bravely, they stood in defense of their country, defending not only themselves, but the Western world as we know it. Now it's our duty to help them rebuild. Ukraine's economic potential is limitless. Let's rebuild Ukraine together. Welcome to the conference Investing and Rebuilding Ukraine's Future.
Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tallinn and welcome to the conference where we will be discussing investing and rebuilding Ukraine's future. It's truly an honor to be here with you all today to discuss the important role of cooperation in this process of rebuilding Ukraine. Now, as you all know, Ukraine has immense economic potential, and I believe now is the time to use it. We're here to find investment opportunities and create partnerships that will help Ukraine's economy grow, because a successful Ukraine is truly important for stability and prosperity in Europe.
This conference is actually a collaboration between Minister of Finance of Estonia, Delfi and Miltton. We are privileged to be joined by many important guests, business leaders, thought makers, speakers from Estonia, Finland, and far beyond. Today, Tallinn is the center of foreign policy and international diplomacy. In addition to our great conference today, the President of Finland is also here with a visit.
So basically, today's conference shows the strength and determination of Ukrainian people and the support from the international community. And it's really important that you all are here, because our discussions will cover many topics that are important for Ukraine's recovery and future success. So we will talk about rebuilding infrastructure. We are talking about digital transformation. We are also talking about energy innovations. So we hear top speakers who will share their views on investment opportunities, public-private partnerships, and at the latest developments in renewable energy and digital technologies.
Dear friends, our sessions will also include some very practical insight of what it's like to operate in the Ukrainian market in these difficult times. So you will hear from stakeholders who are actually doing business in Ukraine. Let's focus on how we can work together effectively. Let's share new solutions and create strong partnerships to really help Ukraine recover and prosper in the long term.
Also, we should not avoid the challenges, and we should discuss the challenges actively today. Ukraine is a country of war, and we should bear in mind this. We are facing the great invasion, and in order to make the investment and business safe, we should do a lot of work. And today we will also discuss how much work has been done by Ukraine and what will be done ahead in order to be sure that Ukraine will face the victory on both economic and battlefield side. So thank you very much for your utmost effort to be here today, for your kind engagement and for your activity and support of the country. Let's happen together the prosperity and brightness of Ukrainian future. Thanks.
And so it's not only us. Today's conference is live streamed through Delfi TV in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, as well as in Ukraine. As some of the speakers will speak in Ukrainian, there is also a translation available. So we begin our day with opening remarks from Prime Minister Kaja Kallas of Estonia, and she will share Estonia's effort in supporting Ukraine's reconstruction. So please welcome Mrs. Kaja Kallas.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine, as we gather here today, there is a genocidal war going on in Ukraine for the third year already. Ukrainians are fighting against Russian aggression because it is their existential fight. For them, there is no plan B. There is no plan B also for the entire democratic world. One of my favorite historians, Timothy Snyder, has explained what is at stake, and I quote, "If we stopped supporting Ukraine, then everything gets worse all of a sudden, and no one will be talking about fatigue, because we will be talking about a disaster." End of quote. A week ago here in Tallinn, Professor Snyder repeated again in clear words, and I quote, "The world order depends on what is happening in Ukraine." We in Estonia understood already some time ago. It is obvious that aggressors and dictators cannot be appeased. Russia must be opposed and stopped in Ukraine. If Putin succeeds here, he will not stop. This is why we have been with Ukraine so strongly from the first day of the war, actually even before that. Ukraine has to win the war, and Russia must understand they lost. This is our plan A, B, and C. Words and sanctions are important, but not enough. Ukraine needs weapons, ammunition, training. It also needs financial and economic support, and it needs it now. It is our role and duty not only to continue, but increase our support to Ukraine on all fronts. Russia is deliberately targeting Ukraine's economy and perspectives of the Ukrainian future. Direct damage in Ukraine has now reached nearly 140 billion euros. Housing, transport, commerce, and energy are the most affected sectors. Ukraine has lost over 80% of energy infrastructure and 10% of housing. Every seventh school in Ukraine is damaged. To recover infrastructure and economic losses, Ukraine will need over 450 billion euros over the next decade. This also serves as a reminder why reconstruction is necessary already now. Ukraine is fighting bravely, not only its soldiers on the front line, but also Ukrainians running businesses, going to school, continuing to show the Russian terrorist regime that it will not succeed. Estonia has committed of total 1.2 billion euros of assistance to Ukraine from the start of the war until 2027. 316 million euros of this is for civilian assistance, while 900 million euros is for military assistance. We have already started to carry out concrete reconstruction projects. In our focus is the Žõtomaļu region. Estonia has built kindergarten and contributed to rebuilding a bridge. We have partnered with Olena Zelenska Foundation to build foster family homes for orphans. The first houses will be ready next week. What Estonia has done is not only an investment in brick and mortar, we have also been focused in practical cooperation with our Ukrainian partners. Estonian reconstruction projects are locally visible and much appreciated. They deliver hope. It is a model that we are eager to share with others. It also shows the readiness of the Estonian state to invest into Ukraine. We believe it is money well spent. Ladies and gentlemen, from Estonia's perspective, the best economic policy is strong security and defense policy. In the same way, we should see ensuring a strong economy as the best defense for Ukraine. Building up Ukraine's vibrant, strong and healthy economy sends a clear message to Russia that Russia's model of imperialist expansion, built on kleptocracy and subject to international sanctions and isolation, is failing. There is an alternative out there, as demonstrated by Ukraine. Despite fighting a full-scale war, Ukraine has shown its determination and resilience also in holding up its economy in exceptionally difficult circumstances. Last year, Ukraine's GDP rebounded about 5% after nearly 30% decline in 2022. Ukraine's banking system is profitable and creditworthiness is high despite the war. Obviously, Ukraine is not capable of bearing the burden alone. Our message has been clear. It will ultimately need to be Russia who pays for the damages they caused. This is why we are working to use Russian frozen assets for Ukraine. Estonia's parliament recently adopted the first ever law allowing the use of Russian frozen assets. And the EU recently approved the use of windfall profits from frozen assets for Ukraine. This is the first step. Of course, more needs to be done. While we are continuing to work on these solutions, we also need to continue to contribute to Ukraine's fiscal and macroeconomic sustainability. The international community, including Estonia, has stepped in to provide much more needed support. And the EU has put together the Ukraine Facility, a €50 billion package of support measures. This includes a plan to attract investments for Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery, including guarantees, grants, and loans. It also provides the opportunity to engage Ukraine under the EU's umbrella for the private sector and development banks. As Ukraine needs for recovery and reconstruction are enormous, private sector contributions are crucial. Ukraine's economy needs private investments, but there is also a strong business case for international private actors to look at the Ukrainian market and its 40 million people. Ukraine has the potential to become one of the most dynamic and fastest growing economies in Europe. Ukraine is still strong and resilient. We are already seeing positive examples. In recent years, Ukraine has evolved into global e-governance powerhouse. It showcases digital solutions that not even many European countries have yet, such as digital IDs or driver's licenses. For example, almost 20 million Ukrainians simply use their mobile phones to access key documents and government services. Wartime needs have created conditions for Ukraine to significantly accelerate the digitalization process. This, in turn, creates business opportunities for modern digital economy. Estonia has been fortunate enough to support Ukraine's digital success story already more than a decade, and our cooperation continues. Businesses cannot exist in vacuum. It needs a supporting environment. It needs clear rules, and these rules need to be enforceable and also enforced. It needs trust. Ukraine has made significant progress on all those counts over the last years, despite the terrible costs of Russian aggression. Reforming the judicial system, strengthening the anti-corruption institutions, ensuring the transparency of public tenders, and many other achievements have been remarkable. For the success of their reforms, they have achieved a EU candidate country status. We are working to ensure that accession negotiations will start soon. At the same time, a lot of work needs to be done. European Union accession gives a perfect framework for working on reforms. Estonia knows this well from our own experience. Ukraine is working tirelessly to take over the whole rulebook of European Union. Here, Estonia has been assisting Ukraine and will continue to do that. Being a European Union candidate country means that you are put on scale with existing member states. Being a good performer in your own region is no longer enough. Ukraine should aim to become better than the member states. Estonia definitely had this ambition. For example, we first entered the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index in 1998 at the 26th place, right behind Japan and ahead of some existing member states. We are now sharing the 12th position with Canada. Ukraine has its own successes to share. I already mentioned its impressive progress in e-governance. Ukraine ranks high regarding tax competitiveness. Still, there is a huge potential to do even better. The window of opportunity is now, and we must help Ukraine to use it. And I'm confident that after beating back the aggressor, Ukraine's reform results will keep impressing us all. I've been most impressed by Ukraine's resilience and the courage and resourcefulness of its people. Ukrainians want to be free, to build their own country, to be a prosperous European nation. This determination will take Ukraine wherever they decide to go, to European Union and NATO membership, peace and prosperity. At the same time, for this to happen, we as members of European Union and NATO have to do our own part. We are helping Ukraine to fight back the aggressor. Looking at our own region, Nordic-Baltic cooperation for Ukraine is crucial. We are very like-minded and also stronger together. With the history and knowledge of the three Baltic countries and the strong multi-level support of the Nordic countries, we have positioned ourselves as Ukraine's strongest allies. It is time to show that support also continues to be on the business level. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to invest in Ukraine is now. Yes, investing in Ukraine is risky, but not doing it is even riskier. The European market will benefit significantly from what Ukraine has to offer, from a strong IT landscape to agricultural products, to high-tech defense solutions, to highly educated workforce. This is an attractive prospect for the international investors. A strong economy supports Ukraine's war efforts and paves the way for victory over the aggressor. It also paves the way to security and stability in Europe, something that is also in the interest of the private sector. In the end, investing in Ukraine means helping Ukraine to win the war. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Many thanks, Ms. Prime Minister. Very strong commitment from Estonia's side, and we can see that the same elements are appearing also in other Nordic countries, in Baltic states as well, which is great. So there's a strong feeling about it. It would be interesting to hear a little bit more about, like, what would you pick up from the Estonia's reconstruction strategy in Ukraine? What would be the most important elements that you would wrap up?
I think one of the most important elements is rebuilding and reconstructing the energy network and all the energy infrastructure. I think this is vital also for the economy to flourish, but also the people to live in Ukraine and really survive during this very hard winter. So from our own experience, of course, if we look into the future, at the same time, they have to also perform the big reforms that the European Union needs. But it's not only for the European Union, it's for the Ukraine, because if you do the reforms of for example, rule of law and getting rid of corruption, then it means that the investors also trust to invest into your economy, because if something goes wrong, they know that they can also trust the legal system. I think this is very important.
So there should be a positive spin in that sense.
Yes.
And so, interestingly, it would be nice to hear about what lessons from Estonia's EU integration there would be to share to Ukraine.
First is it's not really negotiation, but you really have to do all the reforms that are required from you. But as I said, it's not only for the European Union, but it's also for Ukraine. I think it's very important. I mean, we are ready to help Ukraine on the way with these reforms, also trying to explain this to their own people, trying to do all the necessary changes in the laws if that is required. Then I think, this process goes quite well. What we can do from our side is to convince others that, it is of European Union's interest that Ukraine is a European country and it is integrated fully to European Union.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thank you. So I have the honor to introduce the next speaker while the podium is taken away here. So we are going to have Mr. David Arakhamiia, and he's a Ukrainian politician and entrepreneur leading the parliamentary fraction called Servant of the People. And he's also the head of the supervisory board of Ukraine Invest, focusing on attracting foreign investment. And I have to say, Ukraine Investment has been a very important entity and element in order to be able to lower the risks for foreign companies in order to go and invest in Ukraine. So we are pleased to have Mr. Arakhamiia on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, can you show your hand who is from Estonia? So, like, I know most of the people are from Estonia. Who is from Ukraine? Okay. Who is from other countries then? All right. So we have like a big audience. I'd like to talk. It's unusual talk for me for the last 2 years because obviously most things I'm doing right now is about the war, about the weapons, about the assistance and so. But right now, like, we're gonna little bit switch because we're gonna talk about the investments. First, about my background. I used to be, before coming to the politics, I used to be like quite a large IT businessman, having a multinational holding company that I sold to private equity. And I was then doing some business in the defense industry, and then like I was working in the investment. So I'm an investor myself, so it's very easy for me to talk to other investors because we're speaking the same language. Obviously, Ukraine suffered a lot, you know about it, and I would like to use the moment to thank all Estonian people for the support. It's a tremendous support. It's very important for us. A lot of people are coming and say that we are a small country, like we cannot do a lot, but this is not the case. The case is, how you do it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. Because Estonia and other Baltic states were always on international arena, people who supporting and backing us on all of our initiatives. This is very important for us, so I would like to use the moment and thank all of you for what you are doing, and especially the political parties in Estonia and on all levels in European Parliament and other places. So we have a war. We suffered a lot. The World Bank estimates that we have $500 billion in losses already. That means, okay, it's a bad thing on one side. It's a good thing for the investors on another side, because once the war is over, it's going to be all rebuilt, and it presents numerous different opportunities that like you can make great returns on your investments. I'm a majority leader in the parliament, so basically we are writing the rules how this is going to be managed. And at the same time, I'm the head of the supervisory board of the Ukraine Invest. Ukraine Invest is a government-owned agency that has a goal to facilitate the investments on the government side. So it's directly reporting to the prime minister of the country as an execution branch of the power. So basically, we have like a really great connection between the legislative part and the executive part. How you can invest and where to invest. So I'll try to give you advice. This is not like a speech, traditional speech on the conference. I'm trying to give you advice that I'm giving to my other friends who are asking. Like I have a lot of friends. I used to live in the US. I have a lot of people from the US calling and say, David, what's going on? Like what could be the opportunities? So I'll try to tell you pretty much the same I'm telling to my friends, so you have a better feeling of what's going on and where I see the opportunities. First, we start with the big ones. Obviously, like if somebody is a natural resources business, it's a really big opportunity. Why? Because Ukraine is big by itself. It's the largest country in Europe, and we have a lot of gas resources. This year, Ukraine has a self-sufficient gas production. We used to import from Russia before, so we did not import anything. So we basically cover all of our needs, and we actually ready to export as well. Ukraine has an underground storage. The gas storage is the biggest and the largest in Europe right now. So basically, if you, for example, buy the license to get the gas, so you can get the gas when the price is a minimum on the export level, you put this in the storage. Our storage is the cheapest in Europe. So you can put the gas in storage, wait when the price goes up, and then sell it out. So basically, this is like a business model. Besides the gas and oil, we do have one of the largest lithium reserves. For example, I just returned from the New York. US wants us to be kind of have a consortium, US and Ukraine, because you know, like the China controls the majority of lithium, and it becomes a strategic material. So we have like a large reserves in lithium. So they want to build the factory. So get it out in the mines and then build the factory inside Ukraine. Why? Because even Australia gets the lithium and sends it to China to make a final product. So we want to have a full production in the Ukraine. Obviously, all these big projects give you an opportunity to have a smaller project as a satellite. You know, like if somebody builds the factory, you can build, I don't know, a great restaurant or a car wash or whatever, like that serves the people who are working for this factory. You know it because when I was traveling here, you know, like driving, I saw many, you know, big facilities and smaller facilities nearby. I'm sure they are owned by different people, right? We do have a lot of production things for the industrial production. Why? Traditionally, from Soviet Union times, Ukraine was really big in terms of producing machineries. Now, you know, like Russians attacking Kharkiv, other eastern regions, we have over 300 factories, big factories. I honestly, like when the owners of the factories told me that they're gonna relocate to other parts, to the western part, I did not believe that it's possible. But I can, you know, like if you come to Ukraine, I'll show you like how the huge factory being on the east is already moved completely to the west. And, you know, like it's safe now, like they moved 2,000 people with families, with homes, so they need homes, for example. So I know that the guy who invests in his money into homes for rent, because he found a big factory that moved to Uzhgorod, to the western part, nearby the Slovakian border, and they have 2,000 families. They have a place to live, right? So he builds the houses and rents it, and the company pays for his employees. Basically, it's a good business. The return is about 5 years. He gets his money back. Good investment opportunity. You know, like you just need to know what's the flow and basically stick to the flow, right? We have a lot of stuff that was before the war were coming from Russia and Belarus. A lot of import. So we have a study, the stats, what was coming from Russia and Belarus. It's all stopped, you know it, for obvious reasons. So, but the economy is still big, so there's a lot of people consuming stuff. So probably, you know, like for you, it's also like a great opportunity to replace something with that was being imported before. So if it's being produced now in the Ukraine, so you can sell it directly to Ukrainians right now. Other stuff that we have is the stuff about the energy. You know, like this year was really bad for us. They hit almost 50% of our generation facilities. So we had to rethink completely about what's going to be our energy sector in the future. Because traditionally before, it was all made in Soviet Union times, the biggest chunk is nuclear. We have nuclear powers, you know, like one of the biggest in Europe. Then we had like heating stations as a balancing and hydro stations to add it up, because you know, like nuclear is not balanced facility, so you have to balance it with something that you can, you know, you can turn off and turn on. The heating stations are almost all destroyed. So now all the coal industry, you know, all the mines and everything is going to be dead. So we had to rethink and rebuild the strategy for our energy grid. Instead of centralized energy grid, now we are coming to decentralized energy grid. What it means for you? It means that instead of building these monstrous, monsters of energy which cost billions of dollars. You can invest, I don't know, like 5 million euros in one heating stations that enough to heat the city. One city, one station. So it gives you opportunity, like smaller investments, same kind of return, so easier to enter the markets, right? The water heating, water cleaning, all this kind of municipality services, the opportunities are really big. Why? Because we also have a pretty decent reform on decentralization. So the municipalities are already self-sufficient and autonomous. They collect taxes by themselves, so they have their own money. The central government cannot influence this, so you can make an agreement with the mayor of small city and run your project without going up to, I don't know, like the presidential part or parliamentary part and all. So I think it's also like gives you a flexibility in this terms. The next one is obviously we have a big pharmaceutical. We have Mikhailo, he's the head of pharmaceutical and medical committee in the parliament, so he knows every player in the medical industry. He can tell you about, we have like quite big sector of local production or pharmaceutical production. We have a lot of R&D centers in the Ukraine which are developing medical stuff for outside of Ukraine as well, and we have like a pretty decent export numbers for the pharmaceutical products. We have rehabilitation. Like we have 1 million people fighting on the front. They will come back as veterans. There will be a lot of opportunities, including the paid ones, government and private ones. So people will have to, rehabilitate. This is also like a great opportunity for the investment. We have prosthetics. Like unfortunately, like this is going to be like the largest numbers in Europe because of the size of the war. But the prosthetics, we have some of the government efforts. It's not enough. So a lot of players in this industry already opening their R&D centers in the Ukraine to see the opportunities. Why I'm pitching you this now? Because, like a lot of people are coming, yeah, but I'll wait when the war will be over. When war will be over, it will be too late for the investment. Why? I'll tell you why. If somebody builds something in his life, he knows that it takes years to actually start from the idea, then to make a project, then planning, then you need to get the permissions, and then you start building. So basically, we expect that the war will be over, within a couple of years. So like if the Ukraine has a really big advantage in terms of bureaucracy. I can give you an example. We bought, as a Ukraine, we bought a land in Slovakia. Why? We wanted to secure the production. It was a military production to build something in Slovakia. When we started, of course, our president called the Slovakian president, the prime minister called the Slovakian prime minister, so everybody was facilitating. But then they say, you have to do environmental study by EU rules. We say, okay, but how long does it take? They say like 1.5 years. We already built the factory in the Ukraine, like in 1 year, while, like in Slovakia, we would have to wait 1.5 years just to get the environmental study. So we cut all the bureaucracy now because of the war. It's also a good opportunity for you to get all the documents really, really fast. Like instead of waiting. I know, like I spoke to a couple of businessmen yesterday here. They all say like it's at least 1.5 years, maybe 2 years. I spoke to the Minister of Defense here. He said like, okay, we chopped and speeded up the bureaucracy, but it's still more than 1 year, like to get all the permissions cleared. So Ukraine is much, much different now in terms of the speed. So if you are looking, if you have something in your mind already, like it's a great timing to make it right now, at least, like to acquire the land where you're going to do it, do the planning, talk to the local partners. I believe that most of the people who are doing the business outside of his country, they are doing it with local partners. So I encourage you to come and, and talk to your local partners. There is another thing that can help you if your project is big enough. We have a special law. that we voted. We call it the law with significant investment. So if your investment is more than 12 million euros, and you create 10 jobs, which is easier, most of the businesses create 10 jobs, we give you back, as a government, 30% of your capital investment. So basically, it's like a cashback mechanism that can work. So you have a direct contract with the cabinet of ministry, and you have like a special concierge service that we call Investment Nanny, that you can, like, whatever things you are stuck in with, all the difficulties we are solving as a Ukraine Invest, as an agency, we are solving on your behalf. We already have, I think, 17 projects right now during the war. So because people are still investing, you know, Ukraine is split now. If you go to the west, Lviv, you know, Chernivtsi, Uzhgorod, the rent price in the west is actually doubled during the war. Why? Because hundreds of thousands of people migrated to the west, because the hundreds of factories migrated to the west. So you need new warehouses, you need new buildings, you need homes. That's why, you know, like the demand goes up, obviously the proposition goes up. So that's why a lot of people are doing, you know, like big business right now in the Ukraine. Obviously, situation in the east is worse, but people are still already knowing that the prices are going down. So a lot of people are just buying and saying, I'll start something after the war is over. Because right now I can buy 2 times cheaper, maybe 3 times cheaper. We also opened 78 industrial parks. It's another law that we voted. You have in Estonia, you have something similar. Also, like there is in Lithuania, it's also like very similar. If you are putting your business in industrial park, you have special tax regime. You basically can import the equipment with no VAT. You can do a free connection to the electrical grid and stuff, which costs a lot of money normally. If you are in industrial park, and we have a lot of industrial park, as you can see it on the map, it's like really, really big, big territories that you can find the local one that you like the most. And obviously, the last question, which is important and people are asking, is about, okay, what if I build during the war, and the missile comes and it destroys the things that I built, so I lose my money? That was a really, really big problem for us. Like, we solved it using international assistance, so we have a war risk insurance. So basically, if you build a factory and it gets destroyed, you get the full money back if you are insured from the war risks. It includes all the risks possible in the country right now. So it also gives you a security feeling, you know, like when you're coming and you're building something during the war. So that's, people are saying that I have to leave 2.5 minutes for the questions, so I did it. Thank you very much.
So, David, thank you very much. It was really, really interesting. You were talking us as we would be your friends.
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
Okay.
You are.
So, what is your gut feeling now about the climate and of the investments? Is there a lot of inbound? Are people approaching you?
Honestly, you know, like I'm in this I'm in Ukraine Invest for 4 years. So 2 years before the war, 2 years during the war. I can tell you, a number of inquiries during the war is at least 3 times bigger than the before the war. Why? Because a lot of people understand that, you know, the crisis equals opportunities. A lot of people are asking, can I buy something cheaper? Can I build something that you need right now? We have a lot of corridors changed. It was all the sea for the export. Now it's all the trains and the cars to the Europe. So you need warehouses, you need gateways, you need logistical centers, dry ports, a lot of stuff that you can, you know, like you can build and make good money on.
Let's give a big hand to David.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So we're going to meet with David later at the panel. So let's hear more about those things. Next person is Mr. Oleksandr Kava. He's the Deputy Minister of Finance of Ukraine, focusing on fiscal policy and economic reforms. And he has extensive experience in finance and government administration. And I have to tell you that, Mr. Kava was actually driving from Kiev to Tallinn during the weekend. So he left Kiev on Friday, and here he is with us now. Welcome, Mr. Kava.
It's a great pleasure to be here and to have this opportunity to talk with you about Ukraine. You know that as of now, Ukraine is fighting with the aggressor, and unfortunately, every day we have some not always positive news from the front line, but often we have positive news that we are proceeding. And Ukraine is fighting, and the government of Ukraine is making a great work, not only to provide our military, our soldiers with all resources, but also we support the economy, because we have many support from our partners, from European Union, from Estonia. Estonia is the leader of support for Ukraine if we look of the share of the support which comes as a part of GDP. Yes, Estonia is a small country, but the share of the GDP which you give to Ukraine is enormous. And we much appreciate everything you do for us. Moreover, we understand, because yesterday we met with some people from Estonia, and we understand how it was important for Estonia to make this choice for supporting Ukraine, because you are losing your share of GDP, unfortunately, because of distractions with traditional partner which secured the transport for and cargo to load the seaports of Estonia. And we much appreciate that despite your economic accessions, you also support Ukraine as a priority. Ukraine is looking for new opportunities to draw investment in the sectors which are developing now, because it's not only the sector for military production, for weapon repairs and manufacturing. We have our civil economy, we have many sectors, as many Ukrainians moved from one part of the country which are now occupied by Russians to the other parts, and people are living there. For example, the population in some cities like Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi increased by 15 to 25%. And the infrastructure of these regions needs additional investment, and demand in these regions significantly increased. Also, we want to promote Ukrainian business to come to European Union. We have already some examples when Ukrainian companies which worked traditionally on Ukrainian market, they entered the European countries to secure their services and to send their products to European clients. And this is the other part of support which definitely can be secured from our European partners. David mentioned about the legislative changes we did to help investors come to Ukraine. I do not want to repeat what he said, but as a Ministry of Finance, as a government, we are open to consider each investor individually to help to establish and develop the business inside Ukraine. Because for us, it's extremely essential point. Recently, I talked with a former Prime Minister of Ukraine, one of the first Prime Ministers, and he told that the war is not only the war itself. One of the key parts of the war is economy, because the stronger economy we have in Ukraine, the easier is to fight us with our enemy and to secure the victory. Because without domestic manufacturing, without domestic investment and foreign investment, we will not be able to establish the ground for victory and to secure proper operation of our country. So thank you very much. We will today have many fruitful discussions, I hope, and I invite the Baltic and Nordic investors to come to Ukraine to establish business. Don't be afraid of the risks. The Prime Minister, Mrs. Kaja Kallas, mentioned that, yes, investment in Ukraine is risky, but do not look at all risks which are related to the war. As the government of Ukraine, and I hope the government of Estonia and other Nordic and Baltic states will help us to eliminate the risks and create good opportunities for you to come to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kava. So interestingly, you are saying that nobody should be afraid, and but is it easy? How do you approach with businesses all around Europe and also in the Nordic countries and Baltic states when coming to that? How to minimize the risks?
Actually, we have special regulations which call the investment nanny, which creates the tailor-made approach to each investor who comes to Ukraine in industrial and other sectors. So we as a government, if some problems arise, we are ready to go along with the investor to overcome all problems that might arise and to accelerate entrance process to Ukrainian market.
So tailoring and customizing.
Yes.
Then how is Ukraine actually managing its public debt and amid the reconstruction?
As of now, we have half of our budget generated by domestic economy, half is funds which come from our foreign partners. And in this situation, we do the cases in order to not to pay much attention to debts, because our partners are very open to support Ukraine in this case. And we are looking for victory on the war.
Okay. So basically, the incentives are there. There's a customized way of thinking. The economic challenges caused by the war, how is the Ministry of Finance addressing it?
Actually, we have programs to support mid-size and small-sized businesses. We have special programs to create new workplaces in Ukraine. It's like smaller interest rate for the loans from the commercial banks. This program is called 579 in order to make the loan resources accessible for millions of small and mid-sized businesses. We have grants for initiation of businesses, and for large investors, we have this special law of tailor-made and customized approach called Investment Nanny.
Minister Kava, we're going to hear you later at the stage and the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Let's give an applause for. Thank you. And next we are going to have Kadri Simson, and she is the European Commissioner for Energy, responsible for European energy policy. And she has a background in economics and has held various positions in Estonian politics. She has been very active in getting rid of the Russian gas reliance, and have to say that in the 16th of March, she made an announcement that Ukraine and Moldova should be integrated electrically and in the EU electricity markets in the continental energy grid, which was a very bold statement, very, very early stage of the war. So, Mrs. Simson, welcome to the stage. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. And as I have been active on energy politics past 4.5 years as a member of EU Commission, I will dedicate most of my address to EU and Ukraine's energy policy, especially because it is very timely right now when Russia has again started to destroy Ukraine's civil energy infrastructure. But first of all, let me thank the organizers of today's event, because rebuilding Ukraine is a priority, both for European Commission but also for member states. And this is a critical time for Ukraine's war effort. As I have seen with my own eyes, Russia has renewed its attacks, opening new fronts and putting Ukraine's energy system under extreme pressure. And over past 2 months, attacks have become more intense. They are inflicting greater damage to Ukrainian energy facilities than before. But let me assure you that EU support to Ukraine remains steadfast. And more importantly, Ukrainian people stand strong. Our support to Ukraine continues for as long as it takes to win the war and until Russian troops have withdrawn from Ukrainian territory. And this was also the message I passed to Ukrainian Energy Minister, my colleague German Galushenko, when I met him exactly 3 weeks ago in Kiev. This was also the message from member states during our informal energy council, which Minister Galushenko also attended in April. And together with the international community, the Commission and EU member states, we are doing what we can to deliver urgent equipment to keep Ukraine's energy infrastructure running and to prepare for next winter. And this is not only European effort. We coordinate our actions with G7 format. The EU has provided assistance to the tune of nearly 800 million euros through the civil protection mechanism. And this includes over 6,500 generators and 2,700 transformers, as well as equipment needed to ensure nuclear safety. But given current circumstances, where Russian attacks have destroyed at least 8 gigawatts of power capacity, much more is needed. And let me therefore renew our strong plea to all for the Ukrainian Energy Support Fund. This fund, set up at my request shortly after the start of the war, has established itself as a key support tool for urgent energy equipment. But the scale of the needs is daunting. The fund's resources are depleting fast, and we are in desperate need for more donations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the support we are giving to Ukraine's energy system in the short term. But beyond this, we are also working hard to ensure the European future. The decision to open EU accession negotiations with Ukraine was historic, and this sends a clear, indisputable message. Ukraine belongs to the EU and will be in our energy market as an equal member in the future. We have been working on integrating Ukraine into the EU's energy system and market as part of a joint effort with the energy community. And now, under the accession process, we will further intensify the approximation and integration. And despite the huge hardship of the ongoing war, Ukraine has continued to pursue reforms. It has shown an impressive capacity to make progress in aligning with EU energy acquis. Ukraine has made excellent progress in setting up electricity and gas markets, which will allow its system to become more integrated into our energy markets. Ukraine is also rebuilding its economy and its infrastructure in line with the Green Deal goals. committing to a number of market reforms, and among them is the adoption of Ukraine's national energy and climate plan. And this plan is key to writing the country's next energy chapter. Ukraine is planning also to use this national energy and climate plan as an instrument for rebuilding a green post-war economy, and it will lay the groundwork for stable and transparent policies necessary for investment. Ukraine has already presented its draft, developed under the very same template as all the EU member states use. And fundamentally, when it comes to the green transition, Ukraine is set to become an even bigger strategic player in the EU's energy landscape. We have started cooperating on goals such as homegrown renewable production, and we have already set targets for renewable energy and identified how Ukraine can get there through the energy community. But we took this a step further with the Memorandum of Understanding on Renewable Gases, signed between Ukraine and the EU at the beginning of last year. And there are clear opportunities for both sides. Right now, as a natural gas transit country with ambition plan to decarbonize, Ukraine can exploit its infrastructure to send homegrown renewables gases to the EU. And this positions Ukraine as a green energy hub at the regional level in the medium term. It also helps strengthen Europe's energy resilience in the long term. From an energy security perspective, the focus on renewable gases is smart because in times of war, dispersed energy sources like renewable electricity and renewable gases are more resilient to shelling. And since the signature of MOU, we have taken many steps towards to implement the memorandum. Both sides are implementing and improving the regulatory framework and cutting red tape. And this is key. This is key for driving investment. We are also supporting industry cooperation and technologies. For example, last September we had a business forum on renewable gases. And here we already got a sense of how ready EU industry is to nurture existing commercial partnerships and build new ones with renewable energy sector players in Ukraine. We see great examples of cooperation between Ukraine and EU private sector also elsewhere. For instance, the Memorandum of Understanding signed between Vestas and TDEC at the margins of COP28, which I had also honor to witness. This MOU was signed with the intention of collaborating on the build-out of the second phase of the Ligulska wind project in the southern part of Ukraine, making it the largest wind energy project in the country. And this project is right now not far from the current front lines of war, and therefore it sends a very clear message showing the belief of renewable sector that they do have belief in Ukraine. There is another important development in the EU-Ukraine energy relations which I want to mention. It's the synchronization of the Ukraine and Moldova grid with the continental European network. And as you might remember, this happened 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, only a couple of weeks after the Russian invasion began. And it was a remarkable achievement because originally it was supposed to happen in a few years' time. But we did it within a couple of weeks. And this action helped to keep Ukraine's energy system stable following Russia's relentless attacks targeting civilian energy infrastructure. And initially, it was only just an emergency synchronization, but is now permanent. Since the Ukrainian transmission system operator Ukrenergo was able to complete all technical requirements. And it means that Ukraine is now interconnected with over 400 million consumers in 24 countries, most of them in EU. And since then, we have gradually increased electricity imports, but also exports to and from Ukraine, and we are constantly working to ramp up these capacities further. Ladies and gentlemen, everything I have mentioned until now underlines how big a political priority Ukraine is for the EU. This is matched by strong financial assistance for the foreseeable future, And from now until 2027, the EU-Ukraine facility will provide stable and sustainable financing to the tune of 50 billion euros. This is the biggest package by the EU for the third country to date. And it will help Ukraine to keep its administration running, pay salaries and pensions, provide basic public services, and support recovery and reconstruction, while it continues to defend itself against Russian aggression. The EU has also set up the Ukrainian investment framework, the financial arm and a key component of this facility. Its aim is to incentivize public and private investment for the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, and it totals up to 9.3 billion euros, but it is expected to mobilize up to 4 times that, so altogether 40 billion euros in public and private investments over the next few years. And before I conclude, let me say one last word about nuclear safety, where there remain some serious concerns due to Russian actions, due to the fact that Russia is occupying Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. And the principles of the International Atomic Energy Agency must be respected to ensure nuclear safety and security and avoid a possible nuclear accident at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. And I echo President Zelensky's appeal. This dramatic situation must be resolved as a prominent point of his peace formula, and the only way to assure the long-term safety and security of the nuclear power plant is to return to full and exclusive Ukrainian control, including the regulatory control by the Ukrainian nuclear safety regulator. Because in these unprecedented times, the international community must unite to support the International Atomic Energy Agency, but also Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Otherwise, Russian relentless action in this occupied nuclear power plant might cause severe consequences. And finally, we need to develop recovery plans for the day after, when Ukraine once again regains full control of the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. And let me assure you once again that the EU stands ready to provide Ukraine any kind of material and technical support and expertise, because this nuclear power plant has not been maintained correctly for more than 2 years now. Ladies and gentlemen, I will never forget waking up to the news of the invasion on the morning of 24th of February. As you know, Estonia shares our Independence Day with that day, and this different connotation for that day will continue until Ukraine comes out victorious and the Russian will leave Ukraine. But from the very beginning, EU support to Ukraine has remained constant and resolute. And the work to strengthen our strategic energy partnership is just one example of the ever closer political and economic ties between the EU and Ukraine. Let me end by saluting the courage and heroism of the Ukrainian people. In the face of huge loss and adversity, they continue to resist and fight while also working hard to create their European future. And I am proud of the support the EU and Estonia has given to Ukraine, and I think the Ukrainian people do feel this support. But as Russians are continuing their targeting energy infrastructure and have done already so 2 years, the hard-working Ukrainian engineers have managed to keep the infrastructure intact. But we can't stop supporting. We have to increase our support. We can't feel exhaustion. And I was very pleased to see with my own eyes 3 weeks ago that Ukrainians feel the strength to fight back. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for reminding us the very challenging situations, especially concerning Europe's largest nuclear reactor, but also looking ahead optimistically in rebuilding Ukraine's energy infrastructure. If I may ask, just what kind of further opportunities do you actually foresee for the EU to help Ukraine reconstruct its energy infrastructure? A lot has been already done, but perhaps challenges for the next commissioner who will take your place. Where do you see the key challenges that still need to be addressed?
First of all, the damage has been enormous. Russians have destroyed all the thermal power plants. They have attacked also renewables. For example, hydro dams without causing as severe consequences as was when Kakhovka dam was destroyed. And in the very short term, we have to provide Ukraine any kind of in-kind support that allows them to rebuild what is damaged in such a way that it is not beyond repair. We also provide additional flows from EU power generations that is possible due to the fact that we are synchronized. And on top of that, well, small gas turbines will need to reach Ukraine before the heating season starts. But of course, it would make sense that air defense is in place so that everything that we will rebuild will not immediately be under another attack.
As you walk the hallways of the European Commission, and the Commission is in charge of looking at the accession of Ukraine into the EU, what can still be done to speed up the process, and how would you evaluate the progress Ukraine has achieved so far in accession to the EU?
In my field of responsibility, we have set up a dedicated organization. This is called Energy Community, and there are professionals who are guiding not only Ukrainian politicians and civil servants, but also colleagues from Western Balkans, Moldova, also Georgia, to be more informed about the negotiation process. And I think this organization helps a lot. I do have expectations that the energy chapter will be one among the first ones that we can conclude. As you know, member states will only decide the framework for negotiations hopefully in June. But already last week, my services presented to Ukrainian colleagues the working plan in our field. So there are some very difficult reforms still to take by Ukraine. But I think that the European ambition will be the driving force, and overall public will understand that these reforms are not nothing else than we will ask our own member states, and they will bring European future closer.
Commissioner Simson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now pleased to welcome our next speaker, who is the Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, focusing on economic policy and reform. Mr. Rostyslav Shurma joins us online. Welcome. Pleasure to have you virtually on the screen, Mr. Shurma. To start off, what are the key economic priorities of the presidency of Ukraine, and what are you doing to achieve them?
Good afternoon to everybody. First of all, obviously we do understand that the true recovery of the country is possible only with the bringing of big investments and predominantly private investments. Because if you look at the whole ticket that you need to rebuild the country and to make the economy sustainable, it's not comparable with the possibilities of the budget finance. Obviously, the European facility, the budget support that we get from the United States, from Japan and other countries, it's a good backbone to assure the microfinancial stability. But for the true development and recovery, we need dozens or hundreds of billions of private capital. And if you look at the main constraints why the private capital doesn't come to Ukraine at the moment, obviously number one is the security situation. So if you talk to any investor, strategic portfolio, 80%, 90% will mention that the main problem is the military risk. The second one is about the permanent access to the European market, because the Ukrainian market itself is not enough to build the facilities. And obviously, number three is partially of regulatory framework. But number one, as I mentioned, is about the military risk. So at the moment, we are focusing on the deployment of the instruments and the tools which will mitigate those risks for any possible investor in Ukraine. Because Ukraine has fundamental, strong competitive advantage in many areas, starting from agriculture, renewable energy, many segments of manufacturing. But when the specific business takes the decision, they are always weighing the potential benefit and the risk. And for the corporate solution, the risk at the moment dominates. So the key tool, the key task for the government and for us as a team at the moment is to find and deploy the tools which will really mitigate and balance those risks, and to make the companies to do those investment decisions for Ukraine.
So how do these tools work? I guess there are investors in this room who are also wondering now that you have put in place tools to manage those risks, guarantees by international contributors. So I understand you can get 100% money back guarantee should a military attack occur towards your investments. So how does that work exactly?
Yes, in fact, the Ukrainian guarantee will not work for the moment because the Ukrainian sovereign guarantee, unfortunately, will not cover this risk because of the default on our Eurobonds. So the only coverage that will work is the coverage of the proper developed country, AAA, AA, or A country. There were a lot of announcements about that, but unfortunately, the real deployment is lagging behind. But in the meantime, there are a lot of successful cases that we managed to jointly introduce and deploy. I'll mention a couple of them, and we are working with the other countries to follow and to replicate, because they are very good example to follow. So the tool number one, which is the most needed and the most pragmatic for the country and for our potential partners to do the win-win projects, is export credit agencies. Because this is really the instrument to make the flow of the equipment and investments into the Ukraine. At the moment, there is unfortunately only one program that really works smoothly and really is adapted to all the type of the risks and problems that are in Ukraine. This is the Denmark program AE4 from their export credit agencies. There are allocations already and decisions for more than 500 million euro. The variety of tools is really very different. And the Commissioner Simpson just mentioned the big project at the southern of Ukraine in the wind power. This will be deployed as well due to this instrument. What is really important that this type of the instrument, this is not about the donations and about the grants. This is about doing the business. Because on one side, Ukraine gets a huge benefit building the big renewable base and building the industries. On the other side, the Denmark supplier of the equipment gets a good market and a good margin on the supplies of the equipment to that. This is the first and the really truly working program. At the moment, we are working with the other countries trying to design and deploy something similar. Because, for example, there are cases like the Finland. I know there is a lot of representatives from Finland here in the room. So the scope of the opportunities is enormous, starting from the energy equipment, the companies like Wärtsilä, the wood processing companies like Stora Enso, UPM, that could find the business projects in Ukraine, the machinery like Kone cranes, but there is no instrument to facilitate those business projects. This is one part. The second part is about the sovereign guarantees for not the supplies like the export credit agencies provide, but for the investment guarantees. I think the German government is number one here and is a very good example of deploying the sovereign guarantees for introducing the national German investments into Ukraine. As far as you know, more than a dozen of projects got that insurance, and they provide the coverage of 100% of the risk of the investments of their companies into the countries. I think these are two of the best examples that can be studied by every country and can be replicated and deployed for the interests of their national business to cooperate in Ukraine.
Well, we discussed energy, but I guess can be seen as another key focus for Ukraine. How can from Estonia, but also neighboring countries, Ukraine's digital transformation projects?
I do apologize. There was some problem with the sound. Could you please repeat your question because I didn't hear it?
Naturally, yes. So digital transformation is another key priority for Ukraine. And being in Estonia, one naturally thinks how can Estonian companies contribute, but also benefit from Ukraine's digital transformation projects?
You're absolutely right. Our skills of the people and technical skills and the IT industry in Ukraine is one of the biggest competitive advantage. I would split this into two big segments. The first big segment is pure business opportunities in the market conditions. Ukraine was really strong in, I would say, outsourcing in providing the services, which is the very, I would say, very big in scale, but very low value added segment in IT services. So if you look at the numbers, the export services from Ukraine are close to $7 billion, which is number 3 in the total ranking of the exports from Ukraine. But what really Ukraine has as an opportunity, which is not yet unleashed, is about the, I would say, product and development companies. Because in terms of the competence, we have everything. We have the people with the proper skills, technical skills, engineering skills. We have people with the good entrepreneurial skills, which is really important to build the product and development companies with a different value added. But what we really miss, we miss the full ecosystem of venture capital funding that exists specifically in Silicon Valley and in other areas in the world. So I think this is a very good segment where you can really take a high risk, invest, but get a very good value and return for your investments. This is the first big segment. The second big segment corresponds to the Ukrainian government. We have an absolutely clear strategy to do the 100% digitization of the services that the government provides. I think Ukraine, in line with Estonia, are today perhaps the leaders in the European continent in terms of digitizing the government services. But it is still not enough. Our main target is to get to close to 100% digitization of every service that is being provided by the government. So we still have a very good path and the way ahead of us that we need to go through. I believe we'll do it in a year or two to get closer to this target of 100%. And obviously here the Estonian companies can be the service providers for deploying those mechanisms. And obviously, maybe Estonian government could provide the financial support to implement those type of the products and the services for the Ukrainian government.
Well, great to be in this race for a completely digital country together with you. But given your extensive experience in the industrial sector, what are the most promising areas for investment in Ukraine's industrial landscape? And how foreign investors tap into these opportunities?
So again, we need, when we speak about those opportunities, we need to factor the military risk. So at the moment, I will speak about the areas which have the strong fundamental advantage, assuming that the military risk is being covered. So number one, in my opinion, is renewable energy. This is about our natural, I would say, background for wind, because the area and the opportunity for onshore wind installation with a wind speed above 7 meters in Ukraine is close to 300 gigawatts. And another 100 gigawatt is about the good offshore wind. The second one is solar, obviously, because of the huge land and good insulation. And number 3 is existing infrastructure in terms of the grids, electric grids, and the pipelines which can be used or land near which can be used to transport the hydrogen. And if you look at the demand for the green energy from Europe in the nearest decade or two, so we do understand that there might be a perfect match between the opportunities and supply from Ukraine and the market demand from the Europe. This is number one. Number two is a whole list of the sub-segments around the agri, because fundamentally Ukraine is a very strong agriculture country, but where the business can be done. So we are cropping at the moment more than 70 million tons of crops. We were doing more than 100, and the potential is close to 200 million tons of crops. It means that everything that supplies the production, starting from the seeds, crop protection, fertilizers, equipment, these are the huge business segments to develop in Ukraine. At the same time, the agri-processing in Ukraine provides the opportunity to deliver the cheapest possible food. For example, the cheapest possible chicken or cheapest possible egg or cheapest possible any type of meat for the European continent or any other big market can be produced in Ukraine. Number three is about the manufacturing. And if we speak about the manufacturing, there is a whole list of sub-segments. We can start from the very basic one, the green steel. The biggest deposits and the biggest production of iron ore in the European continent is specifically in Ukraine. One of the cheapest possible renewable energy for the European continent is specifically in Ukraine. It means that the cheapest possible green steel, and for the commodity like a green steel, the cost and the price, this is absolutely critical thing, is potentially in Ukraine. Potentially, this is the segment along with the investments from 50 to 100 billion US dollars to be deployed. This is number one. Number two can be about the wood processing. The Scandinavian and Nordic-Baltic countries have a very good experience in wood industries. Ukraine has almost 10 million hectares of forests. Half of them are ready to be harvested. And obviously, assuming the cost of conversion, the wood products produced in Ukraine will be very competitive at the European markets. The chemical industry, and a lot of subtypes of chemical industry, machinery, the cycles around the critical minerals, because the biggest deposits of lithium, graphite, manganese on the European continent are in Ukraine. So everything about electric vehicles, about the batteries, I think Ukraine has a very strong competitive advantage. So if we summarize all of that, so we believe Ukraine has an opportunity to become a main reshoring location for manufacturing from China back to the European continent to supply the European markets, assuming all the natural resources, assuming the logistical advantage, assuming the cost and the quality of labor in Ukraine. This is number three, and number four is about IT segment that I've mentioned in the previous question and covered.
Well, a long list of opportunities indeed, but we have to also address the concerns of foreign investors, and I think the number two might possibly be corruption and transparency. So what are the concrete steps that the Ukrainian government is now taking to address these issues and really build this confidence that the investors need?
Obviously, we have approved extensive list of reforms that we are now deploying, which consist of tactical things like rebuilding the anti-corruption infrastructure, court reforms, and other. But absolutely fundamental thing is to digitize the government services as much as possible, because digitization removes the chance for the corruption at its root. And the second one is to move to completely digital and cashless economy, which as well will remove the instrument for the corruption. But at the same time, I would like perhaps to bring the attention to one very important point. It seems that obviously every country has an issue with the corruption, with a bigger or smaller extent. But in Ukraine, the issue of the corruption is unfortunately overplayed and artificially brought to the top of the agenda. Because personally, I'm a person who spent 20 years in the business, and I spent 3 years in the government. And for all my experience, for the last at least 10 years, I don't know any case, not all experience, but for the last 5 to 10 years, I don't know any case when international investor had an issue with the corruption in Ukraine. I've spoken to hundreds of them. I'm closely monitoring. Obviously, there are some issues with the local companies, with the local businesses, especially when it goes to the unfair business practices. But for the real international investors, I don't know any specific case where they were subject to the corruption or bribe demand.
Mr. Shurma, what is your message to investors who are reluctant of doing business in Ukraine because of the ongoing war and because of this insecurity of rule of law? What do you want to say to those investors?
Every war has an end. There is no eternal war through the whole human history. This is the first one. The second one, Ukraine as a country has huge natural advantages. Number three, the market and the opportunities are limited. So normally in those types of the conditions, wins the one who takes the decision first, who comes the first. So my recommendation to every investor who has at least some appetite, at least small appetite for the risk, and looks for some returns, to have a closer look to Ukraine at the moment. It does not require the commitment to the investments at the moment now, but every business project has an early stage. When you analyze the market, when you analyze the opportunities, when you set up the team, when you build up the infrastructure, normally it's 1 to 3% of cost of any business projects. But it provides a very good standing, very good platform for you then to be the first one in the run when the market opportunities and the business opportunities will improve. So my suggestion and my recommendation will be just do the first step, try. It does not require any big commitment and any big investments from you at the moment, but it will provide you the chance to get a good opportunity when the run will start.
Mr. Shurma, thank you so much for this interview, and well, good luck and all the best to you in really rebuilding Ukraine and getting those investments that you need to keep the economy going and growing. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause.
Thank you.
Dear friends, I'm now pleased to hand over the floor to my fellow moderators, Kaius and Ruslan, who will host the next panel dedicated to rebuilding Ukraine.
All right, so folks, we are going to have an extremely interesting panel. We're talking about rebuilding Ukraine's future, and we're very in the essence of our journey. Please have a seat, and let's begin. We have people online, and we do have people here in present. Let's start from the people online. I'm very happy to introduce Mrs. Svitlana Grynchuk. You're the Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine. Very welcome.
Good morning.
And then we have also Tanel Tang, team leader for coordination for relief and reconstruction of Ukraine, and Director General of Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations at the European Commission. Welcome, Tanel.
Good morning. Many thanks.
Yes. And on my left-hand side, there is Marcel Baron. You're a sales director for Polygon Group, and Polygon is a major worldwide player in property and damage control, providing solutions to prevent, control, and mitigate all kinds of property damage. And so you're an expert on that.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes.
And we have already heard Deputy Minister of Finance, Oleksandr Kava. Welcome. And also David Arakhamiia, leader of Servant of the People Ukrainian Parliament fraction, and also a key player at the Ukraine Invest. So welcome. So, over to you.
Yes, hi dear colleagues, and welcome on this panel. So, panel about rebuilding, I suppose this is the core panel today with core questions to be discussed. And first of all, I propose to have a short blitz, at least 1 minute for the answer. Just your opinion, what are the top 3 challenges of the rebuilding process for Ukraine, on your view?
Well, obviously, number one challenge is war risks, like whatever you build could be destroyed next day. So like this is number one. And number two is a human capital issue, because right now is such a strong mobilization. People who are men, like you could have a great engineer tomorrow who could be part of the army. So like it's another challenge. And then number three is how the banking systems are working with those risks, because like most of the big projects are anyway, like having some kind of institutional financing. So this is a problem during the war.
Yes, thanks. Alexander?
Actually, David made very good explanation about key risks, which I see also. And as a Ministry of Finance, as a representative of this ministry, the risk is financing as well. Of course, all other processes can be done. We can find people, we can find ideas, we can find the companies who will do it, but the key issue is the financing. If we have enough financing to do it, we can do everything.
Yeah. Marcel?
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting us to this conference, to this panel. It's an honor for me and for us to be here. Thank you very much. Yes, what do I mean? I think that the removal of the mines will be one of the big topics for Ukraine. I think also that we have to bring the people back to Ukraine. Many of them left Ukraine after the beginning of the war. And I think one of the most important things is to ensure the reconstruction of Ukraine, of the buildings.
Our online colleagues, do you have any additions?
Yes.
Can you hear?
Ladies first.
Of course.
Sorry. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. As the Ministry of Energy, for us, the main challenges, I think it is the continuance of Russian attacks, because as you know, during these 2 years, the energy infrastructure was the main target for the Russians, for the Russian attacks. And Russians tried to destroy completely the energy system. And we need to ensure that we could repair very fast, and we could ensure the supply of electricity to our consumers, to our industry, to our military sector, because it's very, very important for us. And the next challenge is the possibility to have very fast reconstruction, fast recovery of energy sector. And also, the same as my colleague said, it's human resources.
Thanks. Tanel, your addition?
Yes, co-panelists have already mentioned many very important elements, but I would like to bring in this idea that Ukraine has to balance a bit the short-term and long-term objectives of reconstructions. And of course, in terms of short-term objectives, it is very important that Ukrainian economy will be able to generate income. And I think in that sense, looking also from the Commission's perspective, how to help Ukraine and support Ukraine to integrate with the EU internal market is something we definitely have to work on. Thanks.
Thanks. So let's start the ordinary hour discussion, and I would propose to start from Oleksandr Kava with, as we touched already, finance. And actually, as for me, you jointly with the Minister of Economy and National Bank have done the tremendous job. So we have the great resiliency, we have good relationship and support from financial sector, good inflation, relatively low, yes, etc., etc. A lot of things you will mention them. But what is your plan for future? Yeah, how you will sustain this quality and resilience of financial sector, and how financial sector will improve and get the ground for the FDI come to Ukraine?
Thanks for the question. Actually, the situation in Ukraine is as it is now, and it's very hard to make any plans. frankly speaking, because the situation is changing from one day to another, and we have some mid-sized strategy, we have long-term strategy, but we regularly revise it because of the changing situation. Like the year 2022-23, we entered the financial year with fully stable financing from our partners. Like after the war started, it took us a couple of days to revise the state budget and to get additional finances to secure the capability of Ukraine and resilience of Ukraine. For the year 2023, in late the year 2022, we had also budget adopted, and we had very clear vision how will operate our financial system during the year. But the year 2024 was a bit different, because when we adopted the state budget for the year 2024, we had significant gap in our state budget, and only after the year started, we had accelerated negotiations with European Union when Ukraine facility plan was adopted for 4 years, and then we received support from our American partners, which made us able to have clear planning for the full year. But this year we have additional demand from military, because we need more weapons, we need more people, and we are planning to revise our state budget to increase expenditures for safety and security sector of our economy. And we are considering some instruments which will be able to secure this additional expenditures from our budget. What about the foreign direct investment? As I mentioned, we have instruments to support small and mid-sized business. It's like program 579. It's a government-supported program which secures the small and mid-sized business with loans under the conditions of 5, 7 to 9%. And from the government, we compensate to the commercial banks the difference between market interest rate and the interest rate which is given to the borrowers. Also, we have grants to support some small-sized businesses, and especially for people who moved from eastern regions to more safe western and central part of Ukraine. It's also a good instrument because when people move with families, they cannot rely only on the governmental support. They want to be employed, they want to create new workplaces, and this instrument is operating pretty good. And for large-scale business, we have investment nanny instrument, which secures tailor-made customized approach to each investor who is willing to come to Ukraine and to invest their money. And actually, we have many opportunities in Ukraine despite the war risks, because we have safe regions, and demand in those regions are increasing.
Thanks, Oleksandr.
Yes, I was just thinking, well, it was great to actually visit Kiev in January. We met with Svitlana Grynchuk at your office. At that time, as Miltton, we have been bringing Nordic companies to Ukraine. And when sitting in your office and talking about the energy infrastructure with private companies and that are dedicated to basically do designing and so forth, it was pretty much the story of what David Arakhamiia told beforehand, saying that there's no bureaucracy, it's a very fast-paced thing. So at your office, we were like within 1.5 hours, we already had quite nice letter of intention already done with certain companies and so forth. What do you think, Svitlana, what role do you envision for public-private partnerships in accelerating Ukraine's energy transition? Because it must be very concrete.
Yeah, thank you very much, and nice to see you again. In energy sector, it's a very difficult situation because of the restarting of Russia's massive attacks against energy infrastructure. And as you know, since 22nd March, Russians, during the five massive attacks, they almost destroyed our thermal generation, and they attacked the biggest thermal stations in Ukraine and destroyed completely. Also, they attacked the hydropower stations. And now we don't have any way. We need to understand that we need to build decentralized generation in very fast period of time. We have no time for the thinking a lot, for the trying to identify the best solutions, how to rebuild our energy system. And for this moment, during this last month, we identified very fast, we identified together with all the energy stakeholders, we identified the point when we could install the additional generation capacity, decentralized generation capacity, like gas turbines, gas pistons, big generators, renewables, and we did also during last 2 months for the simplify all the bureaucratic issues. We together with the Cabinet of Ministers and regulator, we adopted a lot of decisions during this last month for simplifying this process. And now we understand that before the heating season, because we know that the heating season will be for us a big challenges, and we need to install what we can. We need to repair what we can, and we need to install what we can. And we see that for investors, for the private public-private partnership, now we have a lot of like good conditions and opportunity, and to attract the finance and to work here in Ukraine in energy sector. And for investors, we have a lot of opportunities. We understand that the war risk and guarantee mechanism and for investment return is very important, and we are working now together with Ministry of Economy, together with Ministry of Finance, and we already developed and we try to implement the mechanism how to cover all this risk for the private investments. What is
Yeah, please continue.
What is also very important, now we tried also with Ministry of Finance together with National Bank to develop and to implement the state support programs for the renewables energy, for the distributed decentralized energy. And we see a lot of opportunities now for private investors to work in energy sector, to rebuild Ukrainian energy sector, and together we could do it.
Thanks, Svitlana. I suppose it was several times mentioned very important word, rebuild. And I have a question to David for you. Actually, first of all, thank you for the sparkling intro today in the conference, because you mentioned a lot of very important topics. But one thing I would ask, build back better. This is excellent wording, but what is behind of this concept?
Yeah, you can take a look at the Tallinn. When you go and you see old Soviet Union building, and nearby you see a brand new building, which is cost-effective, energy-effective, you know, like much better looking in terms of aesthetics and so on. So like pretty much same concept. A lot of people are coming to Ukraine and see a lot of stuff which was built later, like for example, IT systems. They are more progressive than, you know, like even more developed countries have, because they were built 10 years or 15 years before. It was built like 2 or 3 years before. So pretty much the same. the technologies are growing every day, everything is changing, so the idea is not to just build back what was destroyed, because like it has no sense. It has to be built using modern standards, you know, like, and people will enjoy it much better and will be more convenient for the people.
So we build up the more sustainable future, and actually based on the, I would use the word modernize, yes, not only rebuild, yes, but also modernize the current infrastructure. But let's shift to the Marcel. You represent the Polygon Group, who is actually has a vast experience all over the world in the damaged properties, yes, in the, you worked in numerous jurisdictions with the floods, with the damages, etc., etc. What experience you can bring to Ukraine in the course of rebuilding?
It's a good question. I agree with you to make new things better. It's a good thing, but we have also so many old buildings, maybe not fully destroyed. We can fix them, we can make the buildings greener, more efficient from the energy side. What Polygon is doing, we are now in 18 countries. We are the largest renovation restoration company after damages, and it not belongs to fire or to water damages, after natural catastrophes. And what we can bring in, our international experience on renovation things, to bring maybe things from France, from Germany, from the Benelux, how the things will be there make better. And we can collect the things and bring it to Ukraine. We do these things worldwide, but not only buildings. We are also very strong in the industrial sector. So, for example, if one of our clients has a huge production line, for example, and if I'm looking into Ukraine, the half of the building and the machine is damaged, and it was a unique machine, for example, the part which is destroyed, for sure, we have to order a new one. But the second, or the things which are not destroyed but damaged, we can fix and bring into good order. And this with our worldwide experience and with our experts.
This is the great thing you mentioned, because actually in nowadays war, when it's a lot of drones and not just the big missiles, these part damages are very frequent, and this hurts business and business continue to heavily. So this experience will be very valuable for us. One thing I would like to ask Tanel. First of all, thank you for the Ukrainian facility. You've been a big part of this process also. Can you tell a few things, like key elements of success and sustainability of this program? And the second one, what homework you expect from Ukraine? As today also on the panel we have the key orchestrator of the parliament, David, who can also comment such things. So we are looking to your comments.
Yes, I think people in the room know that Ukraine facility aims to provide up to 50 billion euros over next 4 years. And the instrument is divided into 3 pillars. First pillar, budget support. Second pillar, Ukraine investment framework. And third pillar, the technical assistance and some other support. I think what is important to stress in the case of the first pillar, or the budget support, is that Ukraine will indeed implement the Ukraine plan. There was already a reference made to Ukraine plan. This is a strategy that Ukraine has prepared for its recovery and reconstruction, but also more broader vision for the economic growth. And the plan includes various objectives, benchmarks, or conditionalities, however you want to call them, And of course, it is vital that Ukraine will deliver on those benchmarks. And I think in this case, it is very important also to say to David, I think he already knows it very well, that in many cases this means adopting legislation. On the government side, it means implementing plans, strategies. So this is super important for us to help Ukraine and then deliver on the budget support. Now, when it comes to the investment framework, in this area, it is vital that Ukraine, together with international financial institutions, is able to come forward with projects that are bankable and feasible for the support. The EU will provide either guarantees or blending grants to support those operations. And of course, it is important that Ukraine will prioritize the key areas, key projects, and then on the basis of this, indeed, we will address the most urgent needs that there are in Ukraine. And then technical assistance pillar, this is something that we will use for supporting Ukraine's EU accession-related reforms. Some of the things we have done for a rather long time in the past, for example, supporting public administration reform, decentralization reform, also the anti-corruption efforts. So this is something that will continue and of course will assume government's ownership, but also engagement with all the stakeholders, both at the local and central level, including civil society. My final point, I'm sorry, I just want to say that out of the 50 billion euros, we have already made a payment of 6 billion euros this year, and this was already on the basis of some of the conditionalities that Ukraine had to fulfill, and they delivered. So this gives us assurance that Ukraine is on the good track.
There's a question which is regarding the issue we're talking about, mainly like asking this to David and Tanel as well. How do we make sure that the tendering processes related to the big chunk of money that Tanel is talking about are not getting too complicated? Is that because that's there's a lot of requirements that the businesses need to take care of, and the tendering processes are not easy either to the Ukrainian side. So what can we do in order to make that very straightforward and easygoing?
Well, it's a combination of the efforts on both sides. On the donor side, we've created a donor platform where they synchronize all the requirements and the timing, which helps us a lot because we can get lost easily. We have IMF, we have World Bank, we have Ukraine facility, and we have US assistance, and all of them. Sometimes there are conflicts. So this donor platform and G7 ambassadors basically solving potential conflict on the donor side. On our side, there is another synchronization process based on the Office of the President. So we put the Prime Minister's office, we put the parliamentary side, and we put the all the ministry side, and we try to prioritize it properly. And it was rightly said that there is a lot of legislation going on, but legislation is not enough. Sometimes we vote the law, and then we wait for 1 year when it gets implemented on the execution branch, right? Executive branch. So we have to speed it up because it's our primary interest that people who are foreigners have to have a very, very straightforward way, as you said. For example, we digitalize most of the processes so they can remotely check the status of every initiative they have. They see what's going on, what is the next step. I think digitalization is a two-way, knife. It works against the corruption because the procedure is super transparent, and also it speeds up and it's very convenient for for anyone. Also, it gets translated to other languages very easily, so we become international, internationally friendly.
Tanel, briefly, what's your take on this?
I think the digital tools are very important that David mentioned, and Ukraine has very interesting experience with the ProZorro platform. I think now also there are some other initiatives. There is this dream idea that would basically use digital tools to follow the reconstruction process as a whole from the early phase to the end phase. So I think looking into such tools, of course, is very useful. From our side, of course, we want to know that our money is spent well, and in that sense, it's important also the audit board that we will create for the following the implementation of Ukraine facility.
One thing which I suppose it's important to discuss, we have quite a vast pack of money which is supposed to be received and start to be received. I have a question to Oleksandr. How to balance rightly emergency needs and more long-term view in the reconstruction? Because actually what Svitlana just told, and having 90% destroyed or damaged electricity part, how you can balance this from your side?
Of course, balancing is not easy task for the government, but we need to understand that on one side we need to make urgent needs, to cover urgent needs of our economy and our citizens. On the other hand, we also need to finance the projects which will be the ground for future development of the country. And we have internal discussion between ministries about prioritization of these funds and moving forward with structuring each project. Because if you want to construct something, before you have funds, you need to make proper feasibility study, you need to make design documentation, you need to make documents for the land, and it all takes the time. So we are working to make such a timeline for all projects in order to have efficient usage of the funds. And also, if we need to reconstruct something, we also need to go through the stages I mentioned. So we are discussing and we put in the priorities between these pillars.
Svitlana, I have one question to you. Actually, what is, on your opinion, current demand, money-wise, to at least cover some basic emergency needs of electricity, and heating power, how to restore them, at least before the next winter, which is in a few months. And actually, I understand that technologically wise, you understand how to do this, but do the partners are ready to provide us with enough of equipment to manage these deals?
Thank you very much. It's true that before the heating season, we need to restore what we can, and we use the approach that our partners supported us. We try to identify the existing equipment in the European Union, because it could be very fast delivered to Ukraine, and we could install before, we could try to install before the heating season. And now we are working together with, we have very good experience with Lithuania. Also, we are continue discussion also with Estonia, with Germany. They have a lot of decommissioned and thermal stations with equipment in good conditions, and now we are trying to deinstall this equipment to deliver to Ukraine and to use this equipment for the repair campaign, because we understand that we could repair something around 3 gigawatts. It's a lot, because we understand that during the heating season we could have the deficit in the energy system around 6 gigawatts. It's a huge amount, and even now we have restrictions, and during the heating season it would be very painful for the consumers, for the whole Ukraine. Also, as you know, we established together with the European Commissioner of Energy, Kadri Simson, and with the Energy Community Secretariat, we established the Ukraine Energy Support Fund. It's very important and useful mechanism. Now we have more than 400 million euro in this fund, and we could procure and purchase the very urgent equipment for our energy companies. Also, we try to identify the existing equipment like gas turbines and gas pistons, and we already have budget for this equipment. Even the Ukrainian state companies like gas TSO operator, we found for them more than 3 billion hryvnias. It's something around 75 million euro for this type of equipment, and they will install this equipment before the heating season. Also, we are working with international financial organizations like EBRD, AFC, World Bank, and we have from them also commitments to support us with this. And also for the renewables, we have the special fund in energy support fund, like special track for renewables, and we will use it for the solar panels together with batteries for households. We will support the installation of this of such equipment. And also we are working now very closely with IRENA, and we try to attract the special fund with IRENA from different partners, and we want to use this fund for the development of renewables, but it will be the big projects, renewables. We will try to implement it this year, next few years.
Svitlana, very briefly, we have so many people here from the private sector. What would be your recommendations or suggestions, how the private sector, should do regarding of the list you actually just mentioned?
As Rostyslav mentioned before our panel, you just need to try, and we will do together with our parliament, together with government representatives. We will do everything from our side to support your investment in Ukraine, to develop the circumstances for your investments. And we have very big potential now, because it's a very interesting moment. Despite the war, we try to build very fast new energy system, and it creates a lot of opportunities for all investments, for all investors, for domestic investors, for the international investors, and we will do everything for ensure the effective implementation of all the projects.
I have one question to both, actually, to Tanel and Oleksandr. And it was also mentioned by Svitlana, for the last months, I suppose I was reached by all IFIs and DFIs with the question how we can support the local Ukrainian business with energy resilience, what type of projects, yes? Tanel, maybe you can a bit give us some hint about some potential programs which can support not only the state level, but to step one back lower to the micro level on the business side, yes? And also, Oleksandr, a few comments on this side, because I suppose we definitely need some tools.
Yes, I mentioned earlier the second pillar of Ukraine investment framework, and actually we are working together with some international financial institutions to enable credit lines for the small and medium-sized enterprises. We already have this project in the pipeline. I would not like to go to the detail right now because this is something that we will publish during the Berlin Ukraine Recovery Conference. But basically, for sure, this work that we do with the facility includes possibilities to provide loans to small and medium-sized enterprises. And also from our earlier support, we have had different programs to support Ukrainian small and medium-sized businesses. We have this EU for Business initiative that has provided quite substantial funds over the years. Of course, we are fully aware that Ukraine is a big country, and in order to reach all the distant parts from Kiev, we have to enhance our work.
Yeah, thanks. Oleksandr?
Actually, there are variants to work with governmental level, opportunities to work with municipal level, because many problems with power supply will be in villages, towns, cities of Ukraine, and also possible to work directly with Ukrainian business, as we informed them about the potential problems which will be in the energy sector, and in order to secure the stable work, stable operation of businesses, they are open for different variants how to obtain access to the power generating capacity is movable.
Marcel, what would be your suggestion when looking at your polygon group and you are mitigating all kinds of property damages? And now, if I want to establish my business in Ukraine, what would be your suggestion for me in order to be successful and also mitigating these risks that more, for instance, Mr. Shurma was referring?
I will show it maybe as a picture to you. For example, 5 points: put a hand on a road.
Okay.
First, I think it's important for companies to find companies with they can make relationships.
Right.
To go not alone to the market. I think it's the second point could be that together with the partnership company, there's a good possibility to creating jobs for the people. If we have the people, we have to train them to do what they have to do. The next step would be to bring the technical, not devices, but the technology to the people, to the companies, to the country. And if we have this 4 points done, then we can try to do things together, also to be greener for the future.
Right. And David, we were discussing about Marcel was saying about the workforce and labor force. Now, when you have the mobilization issue in Ukraine, is there a potential lack of workforce when foreign companies are coming and investing in?
Yeah, it is. It's actually not only for foreign companies, but also for local companies as well. So that's why we think that it will be a new trend of optimizing the workforce, implementing new tools that traditionally people in Ukraine, because of the relatively cheap labor force, it was not all those technologies that exist in the Western countries were not implemented properly, because people are saying, I better hire a guy for this, now people will say, okay, I probably will, buy the tool to make it automated. So instead of having 3 people working, doing the same job, I will, prefer to have 1 person doing same job using the special tools. So we believe that, it will also streamline an old problem that was existing before the war, meaning the, relatively low labor efficiency in the country. So now, because of this challenge, I think that Ukrainian economy will adopt and will increase dramatically the labor efficiency. We have a pretty liberal labor laws. So comparing to France, we are living in in another galaxy. So you can quickly hire and fire. You can adopt very quickly. So this is a good for employer, right? So that's why there are some advantages as well as the disadvantages, obviously.
But that should be taken care when doing business and establishing business, or also to discuss with the authorities about the labor force.
Yeah. And actually, you can register your, as in Estonia as well, you can register the business entity online, get all the tax ID and everything, all the documents, so don't have to visit physically Ukraine. You can use your electronic signature, so it works remotely as well.
Okay.
I suppose simply Ukraine will pioneer the AI adoption in a lot of spheres. We already have the Minister of Digital, which will be, by the way, on the next panel, who will declare much more about this. But this is a very important topic in course of demography situation we have now, we are facing. And maybe one of the last questions, maybe to you, David, and maybe to Oleksandr also. We have the two-side road, and you play the pivotal role in the negotiation with the EU and changing of legislation. How to make the balanced approach to have good rights, because this is some fears from Ukrainian business that foreigners, foreign big investments will come and they will have no chance. How to make this, I talked today more about balance, yes, between local powers and foreign, to make it on cooperation level and to have the synergy effect and not only like a one-side road.
Yeah, this is a good question, because I also fear this feedback with the fears. I encourage these businesses to first go to countries who are relatively new to EU and talk to them, like Poland, Romania, and so on. There is a plenty of, it's a fear, it's actual fear, because most of the foreigners who want to come and do the business in Ukraine, they usually require a local partner. So I said, you better focus on yourself, how you seem bankable, if you have audits, if you have bank history and so on. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bankable. Nobody will treat you as a good local partner. So I think this is good preparation. Also, another thing is to start with little. Start some joint ventures already based on small investments. For example, we have State Agency of Energy Efficiency. We have a head here. So they have a smaller projects, I don't know, 100,000 euro, 50,000 euro projects, which you can connect with international businesses and make a first, pilot. You make a first pilot, then somebody comes with 10 million, he already will trust you more than, starting from complete scratch. So this is the way, to build trust in between.
Starting from very small and then enlarge it, bit by bit.
Yes.
That's your advice. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks. Colleagues, so in my opinion, we had an absolutely outrageous panel with very professional and deep dive answers. And actually, I will end with just one word. Let's make it happen together, because we have a long road ahead, and just holding all our hands to each other will allow us to give the challenge an answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we are going to have the next panel discussion about digital transformation initiatives, and that's going to be very interesting. My colleague Johannes is coming on the stage, and we're going to have the panelists as well.
Indeed, we will, and they are very much anticipating to come on the stage. This session will explore how Estonia's digital experience can actually guide Ukraine's journey, addressing challenges, but also unlocking new opportunities for growth and efficiency. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's discover how digital transformation can build a resilient and modern Ukraine. And I'm pleased to invite onto the stage our panelists, Oleg Pastushin, who's the managing partner at Mees Shopping, Olena Samborska, managing director at Luxsoft, who joins us online, and also Lukas Ilves, the former chief information officer of Estonia, now running for the European Parliament. Please put your hands together for our panelists. Welcome, guys. And good to see you also, Olena, on our screen. So, Oleg, perhaps we can start with you. How has the e-commerce sector in Ukraine adapted to the challenges posed by the conflict? And what kind of growth opportunities do you also see for foreign investors?
So, first of all, hi to everybody. So I'm glad to be here and to present my thoughts and my experience in this panel, because the digital transformation is I think, the most important for me and what I did the last years in the company. And this is what in Ukraine did a lot to improve the situation that was really worsened with the war, because people has to be adopted as a lot of things are not functioning as they functioned before. That's why the e-com business, because it is more digitally oriented, so it is a scope of businesses that are inside, and the adaptation period is much easier and much faster. For example, when we take just the user experience, we have in Ukraine a lot of things that are already presented on a highest level, even in comparison with Europe or some all over the world. So it is financial services, it is also what we have on a delivery and supply chain activities. And this adaptation is done on a daily basis, because new companies are there, and new players are there, and new transformation are done. That's why we said that this adaptation is on running process. It's not about so we have something to change and then we go further with this change process. No, the process is changing every time, and because every time we have missiles attacks, every time children in schools are processing their studies in different way, every time we have to deliver in different way, as we have our border was blocked, our other things were done. So this is done on adaptation. And about investment on this, yes, you can always think that you have to be also very fast, and you have to consider all these sectors, what I said, that are in this ecosystem of e-commerce. It is the financial services, it is the supply chain, last mile delivery, it is also the trainings, and also for sure this internet broad connection network grows, because normally almost every person will need an internet at their home, their smartphone, and it should be faster. And this also can be the way where to invest and what to develop. And for sure, in this case, we are speaking about security of the people, security of the data, and the cybersecurity is one of the most important field of investment, as it has two parts. One of them is on a legal regulation, is personal data protection, and the other is as it is connected with the finance and with funding. So the customers and the players should be very on the safe mode in order to be able to secure the money of the consumers and the money of the e-shops. So those all fields are ready for investment now.
It's actually interesting. Some of you must have been to Kiev and see the unit city, which is ultra modern. It's kind of a Telliskivi of Ukraine, I would say, and it's a great place because most of the place has been built during the war. So it's a kind of it stands for the Ukraine being the next Estonia. So basically, it's I would like to hear, Lucas, from your perspective, that could Ukraine be Estonia version 2.0 in the future, and what it would require?
So let's tell the story of digital Ukraine in 3 acts, because Act 1 is until the war started. And Act 1 is really a success story of Estonian-Ukrainian collaboration. President Zelensky came in 2019 and said, we are going to do what Estonia did in terms of transforming the country more broadly, joining Europe, and part of that is digital transformation. And an incredible team led by Digital Minister Mikhailo Fedorov, created DIA, which is sort of the state in an app, has really launched a digital transformation of public services. I think also spurred on a lot of change in the private sector, and made a faster leap in digital government than we've seen pretty much any other country in the world do. And a lot of that, I certainly won't say that that was only because of Estonian expertise, but certainly we played our role in that. European funding played a role in that. And then we get to Act 2, which is the start of the war. And the pace of innovation and inventiveness that we've seen in Ukraine is incredible, because necessity is the mother of invention. And so when your data centers are bombed, you're very quick about transitioning into cloud. And when your infrastructure is bombed, you're very quick about figuring out how you use satellite internet to ensure connectivity in a degraded environment. And when a lot of your workforce is in the military, you're very good at figuring out how to use AI for automation and to fill in gaps where you used to have people. And so what we see right now is that in the context of the war, where there are also some real difficulties. I mean, it's not like it's easy right now to run anything online in Ukraine because power interruptions, physical attacks, and so on. Incredible innovation. And I think now the question is, and that's, I should add, of course, where we really see the innovation is in the military side. And it's not just about the connectivity and the tech, it's the use of data. It's the way that, that we've all heard about how Ukraine is 10 times better at how they direct their shelling because they have network data, they've got data platforms, and that makes up for some of the shortfall in the physical ammunition. Act 3 is going to be how, as the war ends, does that turn into a commercial and economic success? Because there are going to be a lot of challenges. There are going to be challenges around the workforce. There are going to be challenges around infrastructure investment. But there's also the upside, which is I think that Ukraine is working at a pace that Estonia used to work at and that we don't anymore. When we were working in the last couple of years with some teams very closely in the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the joke I would make frequently was in the 90s, we looked north to Scandinavia and west to Western Europe, and we kind of said, you guys are so slow. Now we felt like the Scandinavians working with the really fast, Estonians, Ukrainians, we'd have a meeting and we would still be discussing what to put in the meeting notes, and the Ukrainians would write back saying, okay, we've done our stuff, what's next? And so I think there's going to need to be a synergy here of capital and some of the sort of patient know-how and some of that we have outside of Ukraine and some of the hunger and innovation in Ukraine. So the short answer is there's massive opportunity. We have 20 minutes to talk about how to make that a practical reality. And I'd say also my message in particular to Estonian companies is that there's a huge space for win-win here because we have the connections, the inroads, and also I think some of the experience around marketing and going global from this region that we should put together in a collective way.
Thank you very much. I'd be curious to know, of course, if Ukraine has actually surpassed Estonia in digital governance in some field. If you have a short answer for that, please let us know.
In some places, definitely. I mean, the picture's uneven, and our 20-year head start is going to take more than 2 years to overcome, especially if you kind of look across all services. But there certainly are specific services and areas where I'd say Ukraine has surpassed Estonia, and that's a positive challenge to Estonia to keep us going. I view us, there's a friendly competition, which is good, but if we think in the global perspective, there aren't that many countries doing really cool, innovative things in digital government. And from my perspective, if that N goes from 1 to 2 among the world's democracies, that's a very good thing, because we need to have friends and allies who think the same way we do and are as ambitious as we are in both public sector digital government, but I think also the intersection between public and private. And this is maybe something I've seen less of in Ukraine so far, but I think has to happen in the future, is using data platforms of public sector held and organized data in sectors where there's a public sector role, but a lot of private investment and capital. Healthcare, education, environment, things like construction in the built environment. So these are the things where the innovation in Estonia right now, I think primarily is public platforms, publicly held data, private sector innovation on top, getting that kind of same platform dynamic going in a country that is much larger, that also is going to be moving very quickly in its scale. I mean, I think one of the things that data will let you do in the reconstruction is to is to manage in a way what is going to be a very decentralized process. You're not going to top-down be able to rebuild hundreds of cities, thousands of schools, control everything. You're going to have a lot of different investors, a lot of different projects, but you're still going to have an overall picture of what's going on for coordination, to deal with corruption, to manage efficiencies. And this is where data and data platforms will help bridge that link.
Thank you, Lucas.
Yeah.
There's also like a very strong and vocal and explicit ethos on the Ukrainian government side to be very transparent, and so to avoid corruption, and that's also a nice way to put it. There is a focus on that in the future. But
Olena,
Olena,
how has actually Luxoft been collaborating with the government on those digital initiatives? And what role do you actually see for private companies in these efforts? What opportunities do you see for also Estonian companies, Nordic companies coming to Ukraine and help to put this digital society in place?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. And first of all, I would like to start by thanking you for your incredible support of our country during this challenging time. And additionally, I want to say that I'm in two roles today as managing director of Luxoft, and the second my role is the president of IT Association. So I'm ready to make several links to the annual research of association and tell about all industry, not only about Luxoft as a private company. And continue with the topic of digital transformation initiatives. I want to say that the Ukrainian global innovation vision for 2030 aims for Ukraine to become the most digital-friendly country in the world. And we have a lot of different projects together with the country in digitalization of public services. And we have made a significant progress in this area. By the way, according to the annual report of Ukrainian IT Association, 75% of Ukrainians used state e-services in 2023. And in fact, 20 million Ukrainians use the DIA application with almost 80% rating the experience as a positive. Our government's goal is to digitalize 100 of public services. It's ambitious aim for us, and our public and our private companies is helping our government to achieve this aim, but not only public services and defense technology. Unfortunately, the war has led to the emergence of many countries testing their developments of the battlefield, and Ukraine has great potential in defense technology, leveraging our scientific and technical resources and experience in military equipment production. Key areas here include artificial intelligence for data analysis, for autonomous combat systems, and for intelligence as well. And as you know, it's agriculture. Agriculture, it's another sector for private companies. It's sensors for crop monitoring, analytics for process optimization and development, agriculture application. This sector is crucial for our economy and food security generally. And the hot topic, some words about artificial intelligence. As my colleagues mentioned, there is a significant interest in artificial intelligence in Ukraine, with a strong focus on ethics, privacy, and regulations, like in the rest of Europe. The government has approved a concept of for artificial intelligence development, covering 9 different fields: education and science, economy, cybersecurity, defense, etc. And private sector is involved in this 9 fields as well, and our company too.
Thank you. Now, Oleg,
Yeah.
if we talk about the challenges, you mentioned you need to adapt extremely quickly. Now, what innovation in logistics and supply chain management has actually Mees Shopping implemented to maintain operations? Because, I mean, the situation is very different from before the war. You have obviously problems with planes. They cannot land in Kiev. So how do you manage your logistics?
By the end, we have operations, and we do deliver the parcel to our customer, to end consumer. But the most challenges and innovations were done in the digital transformation, meaning that we already started this process even before the war, because we had the all over the world when they started this problem with virus, and we already knew that we should be more closer to our customer, but not physically, digitally. So all these our points of connections we analyzed, and we put in our supply chain all possible integrations. What we have, we put all possible integrations within the systems that are circulation in our ecosystem, meaning from the backend, from the user experience. So meaning that the most important for us was to make it very fast. Yes, the fast cooperation when we get the information or request or demand, and we deliver what we need to do. Meaning, in our case, it can be as well as operational things as a parcel, or information back to the customer in order to satisfy him. So normally those things were just put it, and as mentioned our colleagues before, we always use also the experience what is in our market in Ukraine, because it is very, very fast growing and developing. For example, when we take our internet banking, what we have in Ukraine, it is almost, from my side, from the user experience point, a leader, not only in Europe, but mostly all over the world. And we already have our users used to this experience, so we should take this point, and we should not come under this level, because in other case we will not succeed. So we cannot come with something that it is not already under expectation of the consumers. So that's why I say innovations is not just a whole of something incredible, but this is a small thing that you do every day by analyzing your user experience of your customers and by giving them something more than they are expecting.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, the conflict is not only fought in the physical domain, but also in cyberspace. So, Lucas, if you think about the measures that Ukraine has implemented, but can still implement to protect its digital transformation efforts against cyber threats, then what kind of cooperation between Estonia and Ukraine is possible here?
Well, I mean, so defending Ukraine in cyberspace has really been a collective effort of Ukraine first and foremost, of all of Ukraine's allies, and also a good section of global tech. So before the full-scale invasion, really in the previous 6 months, there was a massive effort led by the US, but also with involvement by UK, Estonia, and others to pen test much of Ukrainian infrastructure. And the result of that was that the types of attacks that we know Moscow had planned that would have plunged Kiev into darkness and created chaos did not succeed. And so a part, certainly not the full story, but a part of why that 3-day march to Kiev did not succeed was because, of course, the Ukrainian state was functioning, the infrastructure was functioning. And since then, that collaboration has been really strong. So there's an IT coalition similar to the coalition to provide Ukraine with weaponry, where Estonia is in a lead role, but where many of the NATO allies are doing a lot. And part of that's resourcing, part of that's staffing, a lot of that's just making data available. Because in cyber, the adage that we follow is that 1 + 1 = 3, because you can put together a picture of what's going on, a better sense of what the threats are when you have intelligence from multiple sources. So I think the most important thing that Estonia has done, first of all, in cyber, has been to really convene that so that Ukraine is not standing on its own, that it has the full skills and know-how of the collective West in cyberspace supporting it, especially on the defensive side. The second bit, just to touch on, is the private sector. Modern IT works through specialization, works by outsourcing a lot of functionality to the people who do it best. And so you look at large-scale IT providers, they're pretty good at security. They're not perfect, and they screw up too, but companies like Microsoft and Google take their own security very seriously, and then they're dedicated security providers, and they have been super active in Ukraine, which I think has also benefited them because, and it certainly has benefited the Estonian government, we've had exposure to attacks that are occurring in Ukraine that are part of the combined conventional and cyber war that maybe we're not experiencing every day. So I think on cyber, the first imperative is to really make Ukraine a full and integrated member of the collective defense of the West, and to maybe do that faster than we even do in the physical domain, because today the competence level in Ukraine is very high and there's a lot of win-win. And the second, I think, is that there are going to be all sorts of interesting cyber tech companies coming out of Ukraine. And again, as in the rest of the defense space, I think we need to break down the barrier that we have between Ukraine's defense industrial base and Europe's defense industrial base. And that's a two-way street, because there is also some sense that Ukraine is doing a very good job at protecting its own market and giving advantage to its own producers, which is understandable in war. But I think that having that open market where Ukrainian companies can very actively compete with the rest of Europe for the defense investments, including the cyber defense investments that Europe's going to be making in the next 5 years, and at the same time that European companies have the full opportunity to sort of participate in the threat environment that's in Ukraine, that's where we need to go. So it's not just a question of building up Ukraine, it's building all of Europe up in defense and security, with Ukraine being a major part of that.
Olena, how's the focus on cybersecurity evolved in Ukraine's IT industry through your eyes? I mean, how do you see companies refocusing their priorities on cyber?
I can say that a lot of companies start putting a lot of money in this part of their budgets, and we understand that a lot of companies create a special positions, and moreover, we can see that we have a special courses in our universities that help us to prepare such type of specialists for IT industry in Ukraine. And as for me, it's a really good way to be stronger and to be more reliable as a companies, and to create a more reliable products for IT market or even for world market as well.
Very briefly, if I would ask Oleg and Olena, if I have a growth company or a startup, and I have an innovation now, where do I find the networks, and where do I find the plug-ins from the Ukrainian side in order to be successful and be able to come into the market?
So I think you will find it for sure in Ukraine, in these communities where the IT is developing much, meaning that there is a clusters, there is a lot of partners, but I would say I would go a little bit different way, or rephrase or answer it in different way to your question, because we think about not only investor coming in Ukraine, but also supporting here the Ukrainian companies which are really looking for the new markets, looking for new opportunities, right. Especially tech companies, especially companies which are startups, which proceeded in the local markets. They started to do in the regional things, meaning that it is the countries which are near them, but still they have they are ambitious to go global, yes? This would be, I think, the most important, most efficient way to cooperate, and for the investors to find those local startups, local companies which already have some experience, and give them opportunity to spread and scale all this minimum all over Europe or all over the world.
So scaling up Ukrainian companies, that's a very good point. How about Olena?
would like to add that we have a really well-developed ecosystem, IT ecosystem. For example, IT Association is a national association promoting the interest of IT industry in Ukraine and globally, and a startup can join IT Association and have a really cool, really good networking. And we have a lot of regional IT clusters and business associations that development of all areas of the IT industries. So it's and additionally, I can say that we have incredible government support for startups, especially in defense tech field. So you have a lot of opportunities to have a support inside Ukraine if you are a startup.
Lucas, how would you describe the Ukrainian market? How open is it for actually companies also from Estonia to enter?
Yeah. So, I mean, it has been very open, and we'll be hearing from some companies, I think, later today who are very active there. War is complicated, so I think the question will be how we keep it open. And I'd like to maybe propose a model here. You know, if we go back to the 90s, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania benefited incredibly from the capital and the know-how that came from Scandinavia. And initially, and from Finland, initially it was an unbalanced relationship. It really was, you know, flow of capital into a place where there was a lot of skill and talent, a less developed ecosystem. You know, the classical example is Skype. Swedish and Danish capital and, you know, management with Estonian engineers made a massive, you know, started the innovation in how telecommunications works. Today it's a much more balanced partnership, and it's really a question of closer integration. You know, we have companies that are not explicitly Estonian or Finnish or Swedish anymore. Capital flows back and forth, talent flows back and forth. And I think what is in the interests of Ukraine and the interests of the Nordics and the Baltics is that if we look at the potential linkages that might happen between Ukraine and other parts of the world, that this should be the strongest linkage. And I think the argument for Ukraine is this. Look, if you want to go to the place in the world that still is the most innovative, that does a very good job at mobilizing capital, and at the same time is very clearly rooted in democratic values, this is the best part of Europe to work with and also the best part of the world. Silicon Valley, for all of its potential, and you have to have those links, is too far away to create deeply integrated ecosystems. Continental Europe, for the most part, is too slow. And from our perspective, from the perspective of the Baltics and Scandinavia, the talent pool, the speed and the dynamism is incredible, and we need that shaking up. So I really view the future as a partnership which is not exclusive in either direction, but where the deep linkages. It's not just companies. It's also universities, it's political formats between civil servants and governments really are between Ukraine and collectively Northern Europe. Because I think that's a way that we end up all being more dynamic and faster.
So if we traditionally see the Ukrainian economy as a country with one of the biggest agricultural sectors in Europe, but with a very strong industrial base, now we see challenges in rebuilding the energy infrastructure. How big of a portion in the economy would you put digital sectors serving? I mean, in Estonia, we were thinking that, well, we might reach to about 30% of GDP at a certain time, but where could you place Ukraine?
I think that's a bit of the issue is it's not a separate IT sector, and I think this is a development you have to go through, right? It's the thing that Estonia is doing today is not building a really big IT sector. There was a period where what our product was exporting programming hours. Today it's about companies in logistics, in manufacturing, in agriculture, and so on and so forth, doing interesting things with data, using technology to win in the marketplace, doing innovation there. So the answer is 100%, right? But the 100% comes from the Ukrainian agricultural sector, the industrial base, things like the choke points that Ukraine has in terms of materials and the defense industrial supply chain on a global level, those all being incredibly innovative and digital.
So we have about a minute to wrap up this panel. What do you see the major digital challenges that Ukraine needs to address first, Olena, to really make this transition a success?
It's very hard to choose only one.
You can choose three.
Okay, but anyway, I think that that the main topic for Ukrainian IT industry will be defense tech, and the next it's artificial intelligence. I understand that it's a hot topic for all of the world, but anyway, we have some ambitions to be artificial intelligence hub for the world, because we have a really amazing specialist, domain knowledge specialist as well. So I will choose these two directions. Yeah.
Oleg, do you have another priority?
I would add only one thing here. So it's very important what Olena said. Yes, will be the locomotive of our train that will go after we will win the war. But I would suggest everybody to do his own business project digital. So even a small thing, what you do, try to think how can you do it digital. First of all, as it was mentioned, so where your data is. Just analyze your data, and based on the data, just change your behavior, business behavior, or your business decisions. So, and these small digital things, when they will put together, afterwards with the artificial intellect, afterwards with the tech expertise. So it will be growing very, very fast, and it will be no other alternative.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. Unfortunately, this is the time we have for you today. Ladies and gentlemen, applause. Yeah. Dear friends, we will now hand over the floor again to Ruslan, who will steer a broader debate on the investment opportunities and challenges in Ukraine. Ruslan, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So, another big panel have passed, and actually the digitalization topic is extremely important, and Ukraine is one of the leaders now and one of the pioneers in a lot of things. The next one panel, so we were with you on the rebuild, which is heavily connected to the topic, which mean the how to do this rebuilding, and actually this is the investment. Because the financial support of the donors, it's one thing, but my deep belief is that we don't need charity, we need FDIs. And today we will have we have on the panel extremely respected leaders of different spheres. And I would like to present Andres Kušik, who is the CEO and president of the Nordic Investment Bank. We also have Mikhail Radulsky, member of Parliament of Ukraine, chairman of Committee of Public Health. We have Eugene Baranov, managing director, Private Capital, Dragon Capital, and Vasile Tofan, senior partner, Horizon Capital. So, just to start from the brief, we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, but within these 30 minutes, let's cover as much as possible. So let's start from the blitz, which will be just very fast and forward question. How we can make FDI happen to Ukraine? Please.
Are we all answering the same question?
Yes.
Okay. I think I will make first a more generic comment that you need different types of money. Different types in terms of investors, in terms of the risk appetite, in terms of the length, in terms of the product offering. So I think you need to have more than one, very obviously. I represent an international financial institution, and I think with my prior experience, including living in Kiev and managing the EBRD 5 billion portfolio in Ukraine, I would say that the international financial institutions are a very important part of mobilizing both private money, but also donor money for grants. So you need anything between grants and the very venture capital.
Yeah, thanks. Before Evgen will start, one thing I would just to mention to the auditory, we will have Mikhailov who will be speaking Ukraine. So if you need a simultaneous translation, please take the necessary devices. Evgen, your next view.
Yeah, I guess that kind of it's a very important question, and I guess it's a multi-layer question where you have to, as Andre rightfully mentioned, at every level of interaction you have to do certain things. And you rightfully, Ruslan, mentions that we need to prove that it's not a question of social responsibility or kind of just help. It's about doing business and making money in Ukraine and prove that it's possible. And it's, as every investment decision is a balance of fear and greed, as we know. In terms of kind of growth prospects, profitabilities, I think we have done a very nice job, and people can see this. But fear is what stops new players coming to the market. So I guess that we need to work more on fear on every level, on FI level, on government level, to provide additional guarantees, indemnities in case of sale of a state-owned asset. On our level, on the private investor level, I think we simply have to lead by example, and we have to tell consistently and everywhere that today, in the today environment, we are spending our own capital, making investments into Ukrainian company, and we believe it's the right thing to do, not only from a patriotic standpoint, but from a standpoint of a pure private equity and delivering above average returns in a risk-adjusted environment.
Thanks. Mikhailo?
I think, first of all, in the first of Minister of Estonia speech, she said really good speech about invest. It's needed to do today. We don't need to wait it tomorrow. We need to do it right now. She said it in a correct way. What does Ukraine do? Like my friend says, government, then Institute of Investments is responsible, takes the investors and leads him to the all Institute of needed places. Second of all, insurance of investments. It's really important. Ukraine is really open. In Uzhhorod and Lviv, it's really important thing to do. Other companies. The question is, who can insure these fly ships? The closet of air ships. Localization of the Ukraine. Ukraine get the law of localization. What it means? Much of percentage of occupied hosts, we think is investor is really interested to take the investments in the Ukraine, and it buys products. And fourth, creation of agency of governmental investments. Industrial pacts, Bohodyanka, industrial pact of Lviv area. It gives our opportunity to make it easy to entrance into the Ukrainian economy. This is my recipe.
Yes, I think I echo the view that the investments in Ukraine should not be primarily driven by some say idealistic consideration, but indeed by maximizing returns, risk-adjusted return. And if you ask me, I think the power of conferences like this is that they have the chance to address some misconceptions about investing in Ukraine. So there's this perception that the country is a complete ruin, and there's rockets flying everywhere. And without diminishing the dramatism of the situation, I think if you would, as an analytical person, you would calculate, for example, the chance of say, having an accident while stepping into a Bolt car and we all love Bolt, of course, fantastic Estonian company, and being hit by a rocket in Kiev, I think that the chance of an accident in a Bolt car is like 100 times higher or 1,000 times higher. So I think it's about addressing some of the misconceptions and realizing that even in today's Ukraine, there are sectors that grow, and there are opportunities that allow you to earn very high risk-adjusted returns today. And in today's panel, I hope we'll elaborate on some of those. And in the presentation I'll have later today, I'll bring to life some of those examples.
Thanks. So let's start. And actually, I will have both questions to Evgeny and Vasile, because you represent the two biggest actually investment companies in Ukraine operating. So you have the 800,000 of different funds under management, and you created the biggest fund during the war. So actually, this is the remarkable things you have done as of today. There are different consensus approaches. What is the real need of money to ensure the rebuild and to invest? Yes, World Bank says about 500 million, some others about 1 trillion, etc., etc. Different assessment. But what sectors can you elaborate as a top priority, both of you? Yes, and actually, what is the money-wise need, like a demand for these sectors?
Yeah, if I may start on this one, just to continue, I think clearly now it's a buyer's market, meaning that the demand for capital is higher than the supply of capital. And this is a good thing for an investor, because I think you can enter into attractive opportunities with good return potential if you have the risk appetite for it. You know, there's this famous phrase by Warren Buffett that you have to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when the others are greedy. So I think it's actually an open debate what is riskier, you know, to invest in a very hot startup that is trading at 100 times revenue, AI startup, for example, or invest, you know, at 3 times EBITDA into a cash-generating company in Ukraine. And I think that's an open debate, and it's up to everybody to make the assessment. In our case, the strategy we adopted as Horizon Capital, it's a strategy that worked well for us, is to invest at this stage primarily in asset light, primarily exporting technology companies, and we're actually putting the money where our mouth is. So since September 2023, we've invested in 4 companies already, deploying close to $100 million. And we do it from a new fund we raised, a $350 million fund. And just again, to maybe put a little bit of optimism to maybe some of the doom covering Ukraine is, we set ourselves a target to raise $250 million for the country, but we ended up raising 350, and actually we had to turn down investors. And the reason we've been so successful is including because our current portfolio did so well. So I'll give you a figure that I think will surprise many of you here in the room. In 2022, which was the most difficult year because it was the year, you know, of a huge shift, you know, of people from east to west, when people had to flee, people had to reorganize completely. The median portfolio revenue growth rate for us, so the revenue growth rate for our portfolio, the median figure, just to exclude outliers, was 40% in dollar terms, 40. This is an extraordinary result if you think about this. Very few companies in the West grow at this rate. So in that sense, I think exporting tech sector is clearly one to look at. But maybe I'll mention a couple, two more, and then I'll pass it to Evgen very quickly. So one is agri. Again, the people still are stuck in the view that, you know, Ukrainian agri is blocked, you know, the Russia is controlling the Black Sea, but this is not true, actually. Ukraine already in April exported more via the Black Sea corridor than the country used to export before the full-scale invasion. Just think about this. So actually the volume of exports are higher simply because Ukraine fully controls the Black Sea corridor at the moment. And maybe another sector I'll put, again, just to remind you, I don't have to convince anybody Ukraine is an agri-powerhouse, you know, but the country prior to full-scale invasion was accounting to 10% of global grain trade. So clearly it's a very large addressable market there. Last one maybe I'll say, which is not very much on the radar, is rare earth minerals. So there's a fight globally for these rare earth minerals, lithium, zirconium, cobalt, and so on. And Ukraine owns about like a third of the lithium in Europe. You know, it has 20 of the rare earth mineral in the world. So for those, you know, for the mining cowboys maybe in the room, the ones that have the appetite, I think there's a lot of money to be made in this rare earth mineral space.
Yes, by the way, I will just small thing, lithium was the leader actually in the commodity-wise rating 5 or 6 times out of last 10 years. So actually this is one of the very promising things. Evgeny, your input.
Yeah, I'll echo here Vasile that the traditional agri IT have been always on the map, and kind of they are still. but I guess that the changing environment has created also an opportunities in new sectors, which haven't been traditionally so attractive. To name a few, I would say that, first of all, changing transportation routes create a very big opportunity in logistics, either kind of from a real estate perspective or from operational perspective or from building some hub perspectives or kind of servicing the newly created routes. We also see kind of a large opportunity coming in construction materials, which the market will be obviously fueled by ongoing reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine post the end of the war. And basically, we also believe that there is opportunities in renewables and distributed generation, which the previous speakers have already mentioned, but obviously those are the needs which are created by existing environment. And we do believe it's the right time to start investing now in these sectors, despite the fact that they have physical presence in Ukraine on the ground and do have a risk of a physical destruction, which, as Vasile rightfully mentioned, you have to just rightfully calculate and adjust your investment decision based on that.
Yeah, thanks, Evgeny. All of you mentioned very rightly all those sectors which are crucially important for the economy, and actually potential demand of all this sector, this is dozens of $billions of potential investments that should come in order we would like to modernize Ukraine and not simply rebuild something. But one important sector, and I will switch to the healthcare, and now I will switch to Ukraine to answer the question Mikhailo. Mikhailo, взагалі-то healthcare як сектор, так, як сфера, вона була під шаленим тиском з часів ще пандемії. Війна додала просто неймовірних ризиків до цієї сфери. Як ви бачите трансформацію цієї системи, щоб абсорбувати ці шоки, які є зараз, і підготуватися до поствоєнного періоду, тому що там будуть нові виклики?
Thanks. It's a really important question. From the 2017, in Ukraine, there will be the insurance protection system. And because of this form, by the data of universal healthcare insurance, we were really successful in dealing with the pandemic. We surpassed Italy and other European countries, and there were few little terrorists. First of all, hit there were civilians. So today, we have destroyed over 700 hospitals, some of them partly. We lose doctors, nurses, all the people run. They will come back eventually, the people who left the country, but everything is destroyed. Today, we have a question about dealing with the question if investor gets money into the building hospital. There will be some requirements. Hospital supposed to be modern. It's supposed to have new technological developments which are required to heal people who needs the help with the modern healthcare systems. And this conception, the one who invests into the hospital, Restorage, will manage this hospital around 10 years. For what? In order to maintain the control over it, the hospitals. If investor is ruling this hospital, I understand that I know how to deal with those money to get my money back in the future in order to control the doctoral hospital. Today, it's first. So, second question, system of healthcare insurance. And in this conception, we have three phases. First phase, short term. the places which are freed from terrorists, we need to restore hospitals there, to make mobile hospitals there with the doctors and give the help to people who need it urgently. But the investors, it's really important to invest into the model hospitals. We have the similar things in Germany, USA. Today, hospitals are built so it's really hard to determine, is it the model hospital? It's really important to determine it. And once in 10, 15 years, it needs to make a renovation. And what we see here, first of all, we will be loyal to the investor who is not only take the model hospital and take it to the Ukraine, but what we mean is we will give everything needed to create all needed environments. People, materials, working places, we all have this. But we basically have all the options to give you in order to maintain the good, fast creation of model hospitals. And second phase, like long-term investments. What reforms showed by the Radian standards, all in USSR, there will be like different views on such things. We will make it in a new and needed way. And all hospitals will be modern and with all modern facilities and systems which are needed to be provided in the hospitals nowadays. Another part, we have the factories GBT standards. Those are the factories. Unfortunately, those factories, they are the biggest top 10 taxpayers nowadays. It's really important to healthcare and insurance. In the bank accounts, in 2022, there was only around $4 billion on the cures. We had the problem, the government, which had been for a long time from a runner ex-president, they didn't allow the Balar plan. Okay, I'm sorry. We need to finish pharma, and we need to make everything to make an investments into the pharmacy. In pharmacy production.
Funds here have the very good experience in the all supplementing parts of the potential investment process to the healthcare with the real estate, with some healthcare companies, etc., etc. So we already have very good ground. But now I would like to address Andre, the question for you, because you are well-known international banker. But first of all, you are very deep inside the Ukrainian process. So you've been the head of EBRD in Ukraine. So my question to you will be the following. What challenges do you anticipate for the foreign investors, yes, on the post-war period? And actually, how your advice, how to address them better?
Okay, my own experience, of course, dates back about 10 years or so, when there were different challenges, which I hope some of these will no longer be around, because the shock to the system has been big. And you know, I remember in my own times, the C word, corruption, was something which kind of almost fed the bureaucracy. Now I hear that Ukraine has made, you know, significant steps in cutting the bureaucracy, and I think that's really, really important, because you need to know that you will be, you know, welcomed and treated without unnecessary layers of bureaucracy, which then open up for other things. Now, On the big amount, I also wanted to reflect the 500 billion. I admire how casually you went around the millions and billions, but the reality is that it's an important political message. But in the real life, it doesn't really matter that much. In the real life, you want to know, okay, what will be the demand in the domestic market? What is that Ukraine has and can offer to the rest of the world? And where are the know-how and the workforce that you have it for it? And I would say here, Ukraine clearly has a very strong position, that there is a strong political support from the Western countries, and there is a very well-educated local workforce. Myself, we were doing, I remember, in the pharmaceutical industry that was mentioned, we financed Pharmac through numerous loans, and I think, there is clearly a expertise in place from Ukrainian side to produce something that is not only good for the local market, but is good for Europe, and I think these standards will gradually be unified.
Thanks, and I will have a question actually for three of you. One, because you have touched this very, very important thing. How to build up the efficient triangle between state, local private investor and foreign investor, in order all these mechanisms start working properly, because there is a lot of fears, there is a lot of lack of private capital mobilization in Ukraine. So maybe your views on this. We can start for you, or Evgeny, as you wish.
Yeah, I would maybe start from that. Private capital cannot be directed. It either sees the opportunity and will be invested, or it doesn't see it and it will be waiting. I think it's really important to make sure that anything that relates to the state procurement and state purchasing side is well organized, straightforward, which then also provides the opportunity for these private investors to see as an ongoing demand. And I think it is important, especially now, but also hopefully in the post-war years, to beef up that market demand also by both public and private sector. The second argument is you need money for it. There are local funds that would be providing, there are local banks. The local banking sector is actually operating surprisingly well, given the circumstances. But you would also need IFIs and the multinational development banks, such as EBRD, the Nordic Investment Bank, European Investment Bank. And I think for the investors and financiers that come externally, you would need to create something where you have an opportunity to mitigate some of your risk through blended finance, where parts of the grant funding. I think Kadri Simson already mentioned the EU Commissioner here, the European framework over 9 billion. It's really important to be able to mitigate on a portfolio basis a certain percentage of the risk that is being taken.
Yeah, thanks, Evgeny.
I'll agree to what has been already said, and I'll probably kind of add a few points, so as we are short of time. So my firm belief is that this approach should be very segmented and very targeted. What I tend to see is that very often kind of our government officials, they get excited by huge projects like hundreds and hundreds of millions. On the IFI side, there is also a size problem in terms of what can actually be done through IFIs, right? Also larger numbers, like 15 million plus probably would be the right number. So kind of, and that's probably the right discussion between the government promoting like $100 million projects and the investors who are willing to spend this type of money in Ukraine, predominantly now being IFIs. But it should not be overlooked that kind of in the audiences like this, or in other conferences, you are most obviously targeting investors who have a much smaller ticket. And you have to accommodate their needs and target them with an offer which would be interesting for them, not from a theoretical perspective, but from a very practical perspective. And on this side, I think the government, through state-owned enterprises, and more so through nationalized Russian assets, is a great source of deal flow. But what has to be done is that this deal flow has to be packaged and presented properly. So the government in this case has to be a very responsible seller, ready to provide warranties, indemnities, and cover the period before new investor come in fully. And that's, in my opinion, the very important thing to bring new investors to the market. Because what we see on the private capital side, we are investing, our colleagues are investing, but probably 90 to 95% of what's happening on the market is happening from the investors who have been in Ukraine prior to 2022. What we need is we need more fresh blood, we want more competition, and we'll be happy to face this competition for the good of Ukraine.
Exactly. Vasile, do you have any additions?
No, very shortly, we traditionally invested in sectors that had little state influence, like IT, consumer, retail, and so on. And we stick to that approach. But our perception in general of the state is that I think the quality of the state apparatus has improved quite significantly. I don't think we're completely out of the woods yet, but it has improved quite significantly. And just to contrast it, I think 10 years ago, for example, your normal counterparty as a Ukrainian bureaucrat would be some apparatchik, who grew up in Soviet Union, very like who and worked for Gosplan, and today you saw kind of Mr. Shurma, who's worked for Boston Consulting Group. So it's just a different quality of the state, and that's why I also want to encourage the people here to go and engage with the state.
Thanks. Дуже коротко, Михайло.
In short, the question to you, Mihailo. So it starts with people and ends with people. We have a problem with the demography. It's all related to investments. What the moves should be done to get it better, the situation? It's really a hard question, but I cannot get a 100% answer. But the government, what does is it's increase people born. Our national, we pay to families who produce more people, like new families, new kids, because to increase demography. We are all for Ukraine, and we encourage people to occupy hospitals and give more pharmacy cures for the people in terms of giving abilities to have newborns more. We are really helpful for the countries which supports us with these problems, because the hospitals are crucially destroyed. What is cause budget? Those who cannot get a newborn really easy, government does this problem.
Just very short and last question actually to you. Like advice from you to Ukraine, because Ukraine is not familiar to receive so much money which can be expected for the reconstruction. How country can absorb actually managerial-wise, architecture-wise, all these potential inflows of money?
Yeah, well, it's a 100 million question here, but probably I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry about that side. I would more worry, how are the different pockets of money becoming available, both from the private and public sector, and then, the people and the managerial capacity is part of the market reality. It will adjust. Ukraine is the world champion of adjusting. I think Ukraine has given the word resilience a completely new meaning. What we were thinking in terms of where we need to be resilient, Ukraine has doubled that multiple times, and I don't think that people will be the issue.
Thanks. We will be ending our panel. I would like to thank our panelists, and I had one question to ask our dear panelists, but I decided I will answer it by myself. And the question was in the following way: what is Ukraine is heavily missing now in order to absorb investment, to attract investment, etc.? And I will answer just one word: peace. So thank you very much, and see you on the next panel.
Victorious peace.
Yeah. And after this panel, I also have the honor to present our speaker, the next our speaker. This is Viktor Pavlushchyk, Head of National Agency of Corruption Prevention. So it will be his speech now. Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having such opportunity to address you today. I represent the National Agency of Corruption Prevention, and it's the main central executive body forming anti-corruption policy. Now it's great to have such a discussion here on not just talking about preventing corruption, for example, now in present, but also in looking in future, in ongoing rebuilding of Ukraine and recovery. It's great to remember that Ukraine have achieved a great results for last decade in corruption perceptions index, and since the evolution of dignity. Talking about all anti-corruption infrastructure, I want to mention that in Ukraine for the last 10 years we have the main anti-corruption agencies established. For example, it's NACP. I represent the Central Executive Body, also NABU, National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, investigation body, also SAPOS, Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor Office, and High Anti-Corruption Court of Ukraine. We all know great results of these agencies on, for example, financial inspections, on also investigations they made and also the court decisions. But talking about recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine, we need to talk also about, first of all, its prevention corruption. And talking on this topic, first of all, I want to mention and talk about state anti-corruption program and anti-corruption strategy. Anti-corruption strategy 2021 until 2025 and state anti-corruption program dated 2023 and 2025. Its main documents that were the great result of Ukraine's high results on corruption perception index last year. And state anti-corruption program, it's a complicated document which has more than 1,000 measures to be done by 109 agencies all over Ukraine. It's an important step in context of building of Ukraine's public integrity and transparent and accountable future.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. Hopefully we will get the connection back in a second. Internet connection can also be corrupt, and even the chief of National Agency of Corruption Prevention is not protected by corruption of connection. Let's give a minute to the technicians to get back the connection, and hopefully we can continue. Ladies and gentlemen, it does seem that we don't have a connection with Viktor. Hopefully he's okay, and we can listen to his ideas perhaps later, or we can go on early lunch. I believe this is the scenario that we are opting for now, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served at the hallway. I do apologize for the connection. Digital difficulties and challenges have obviously caught up with us. So, dear friends, let's head for early lunch and continue the discussion in about an hour. Thank you very much.
Avarda oma maailma. Uus täiselektriline Kia EV9. Kia. Movement that inspires.
We're glad to support the conference dedicated to investing in and rebuilding of Ukraine's future. For the better future of Ukraine. Swedbank. To support the conference dedicated to investing in and rebuilding of Ukraine's future. For the better future of Ukraine. Swedbank.
Avarda oma maailma. Uus täiselektriline Kia EV9. Kia. Movement that inspires.
We're glad to support the conference dedicated to investing in and rebuilding of Ukraine's future. For the better future of Ukraine. Swedbank.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will continue in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will continue in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight change in our agenda. As you perhaps noticed, the head of National Agency on Corruption Prevention was prevented to speak because of a corrupt internet connection. Now, the very good news is that he is back with us, and we can actually continue listening to what he has to say about fighting corruption in Ukraine. Unfortunately, that means that you need to bring dessert with you here, should you be enjoying your cake at the moment. I skipped dessert because of that, because I do believe that this is a very topical and a very important discussion that we have to have during this conference. What is Ukraine doing to fight corruption? So if you can hear me in the hall with your coffees and desserts, perhaps you can redirect your attention here and finish those last bites and sips while listening to a very important presentation by Viktor Pavlushchyk, head of the National Agency on Corruption Prevention. Viktor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such a great presentation of my second part of presentation. I want to apologize. It was difficulty with the internet due to the scheduled power outage. It's a great problem for us, but it's a real life for all Ukrainians here in Kyiv and all Ukraine. I mentioned also you mentioned about fighting corruption. I mentioned about main state agencies fighting corruption, but I want to focus on to continue talking about not just fighting corruption, but also preventing corruption. And I already mentioned about two main acts in Ukraine. It's anti-corruption strategy and state anti-corruption program. These two documents was the adoption of these two documents was crucial for Ukraine and for building Ukraine's public integrity and transparent and accountable future reconstruction after the war finishes. And first of all, I need to mention that it's crucial documents that have a great amount of problems to be solved and a great amount of measures. It's more than 1,000, it's 1,187 measures to be done according to the state anti-corruption program, and they need to be done by 109 state agencies all over the Ukraine, and it needs to be done in different spheres of life in Ukraine. And it helped us to build more transparent and more accountable society, more accountable public service to prevent corruption in Ukraine. And one of main topics I want to mention according to this state anti-corruption program, it's that it has to be done in this program. It's mentioned that it has to be done 63 IT tools to be developed or modernized. Why I want to talk about it, because the less the involvement of people in processes and the less discretion of people in deciding how to do, the less corruption risks are. And we all know the great results of VIA, and when you can go outside your house just with your phone and get all needed documents, most all needed documents for life just on your phone. And one of these great results of IT tools, it was information system for monitoring the implementation of the state anti-corruption program. And I want to focus your attention, and you, all people of Ukraine and abroad, can take information from ISM DAP, ISM state anti-corruption policy, and you can see the results that now it's about 25% of measures are already implemented. Also, I want to talk more about, first of all, transparent recovery. Talking about recovery, we need to say that the main task of Ukrainian state agencies and Ukrainian legislative body is to make more transparent legislation. When we have transparent legislation, we can have great results and people can be involved, and it's this transparent legislation capability to for all investments from all over the world to came to Ukraine. NSP, National Agency for Prevention of Corruption, has already provided proposals to introduce anti-corruption safeguards during the verification of information entered in registries on damage compensation. And I believe that implementing of these recommendations will eliminate and minimize possible corruption risk in this sphere. Since the beginning of the war, NSP was involved in identifying corruption risks in more than 90 acts of law in Ukraine, and in 23 of them, it was found corruption-prone risks, and we gave the Cabinet of Ministers our recommendations, and it was a great result that those agencies that were involved in drafting this text, they used our recommendations and implemented them mostly or partially. And also we examined the communication program platform of the electronic ecosystem, DREAM, and it's also the great IT tool where all the programs on recovery can be more transparent, and you can see this program. Also, I want to mention that not just identifying corruption risk in laws and acts of cabinet ministers, we also working on our study surveys, on our studies in different spheres. And for example, we already conducted a comprehensive study, corruption risk in public procurement under martial law, and provided recommendations to minimize the identified risks. It was one of them, it was also biased formation of technical specifications. And if all of our identified risks will be eliminated, it will be easier to work all the business in Ukraine and from abroad. Also, NSP experts continue to monitor legislation to prevent corruption risks and gaps. NSP now is analyzing legislation and investigating potential corruption risks associated with allocation of funds for procuring infrastructure restoration and development services in the regions. And we have made great results, and we achieved a great amount of information, and we want to identify all corruption risks, to share it with state agencies and regional administrations they can use in future. And I want to thank you for being here. As I already thought, it's a great discussion for us that we discuss not just problems we need to fight now, present, but also in future in our recovery, rebuilding Ukraine after our victory. Thank you so much for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlushchyk. I'm now pleased to hand over the floor to Olavi Lepp, who is the head of the largest bank in Estonia, Swedbank Estonia. Olavi Lepp.
So, good morning. Good afternoon, actually, by now. I wrote this in the morning. My name is Olavi Lepp. I'm the CEO of Swedbank in Estonia, and I will be speaking more from economic perspective. But perhaps before I start, I will need to go a little bit to the past. A few years only, I promise. In September 21, Lennart Meri conference was held in Estonia with a headline or a title for this time, which was called my neighbor's problem today is mine tomorrow. And with a subtitle which was even more saying or telling, you too are in danger when your neighbor's house is on fire. That was 21. A few months later, a full-blown military conflict or war started in Ukraine, which was already going on for a while. So our neighbor's house is on fire and under fire. Is it time to talk about rebuilding it? Yes and no. I think we can't talk really about the reconstruction before the fire has been stopped. But what we can do, we can start planning. And that's something that us bankers do. To do long-term things, we need a plan. And I think the same is going for the Ukraine. When do you start to make the plan? As early as possible. So I think my first good words go to the organizers of this event today, that we actually are starting to look at the plan as well. The plan will need to be built by Ukraine, and it will need to be built by all of us. I think a lot to do here is with diplomats, policymakers, but there is a room for entrepreneurs and companies and financiers like myself. What we will need to do is to bring a practical side to these plans. I mean, we often make plans in a good intent, but they need to be also weighed against the economic reality. So I think this is something that we can do as entrepreneurs for this bank, for this plan. Of course, much depends on how connected Ukraine will be with Europe. I really hope it will be very much tightly connected, even more. Why is it important? Because the reconstruction of Ukraine will have economic impact on everyone. This will be new demand for European companies. It will be a new demand for many companies across the globe, but for EU it means that construction materials, raw materials, machinery, inventory, knowledge, everything should be shared with Ukraine on top of the regular demand we have for our products. This means that there is a need for an alignment in this. A country being closer to Europe, a country being part of EU potentially, will make a lot of these discussions much easier, because we will be treating Ukraine as one of us, not a third country with other interests. So I think that the first precondition for this plan to work is to treat Ukraine as part of EU. This will make it much easier for EU companies to work together with Ukrainian companies. I think this demand cannot probably be met with the current supply. It's a new thing, somewhat. For that to work, there needs to be much more investments in EU to provide for the increased demand in Ukraine. How can we do that? Let me come back to that. What about Estonian companies? And as well, I might say Latvian and Lithuanian companies. We are small economies, so we probably can't pitch in something that you will see significantly in the construction, but we will pitch in a lot, as much as we can. What I'm trying to say is that Europe plays a vital role, not the Baltic alone, but we might be the beacons of showing the road for everyone else. I already mentioned that from Baltics, the sectors that can pitch in are probably coming from the building materials, wooden houses from Estonia, wooden products, furniture, electrical equipment, etc. What will they need to be part of this reconstruction? I think they will need something very simple. Foreign trade is always about relations. So first of all, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian companies need to find each other. I think this is a first step to build a mutual trust. Trust is a valuable tool when you make a foreign trade. But what else is needed to create this trust? It's not only about meeting and greeting, it's about starting common businesses. So I think this is something we can do. But there is one thing that surely will be needed on top of that, and that's something we will need from policymakers. Foreign trade is related with risks. Entrepreneurs know how to take risks. Banks know how to take risks, and we take them every day. But certain risks need to be mitigated. And one of the risks, I think the previous speaker also mentioned about that these kind of situations may trigger corruption or bad deals, as we call it in the banking. So what we will need is better guarantee mechanisms, export guarantees namely, or export insurances if you want, to make these trades hold under any circumstances. This is fully in the hands of policymakers to build this trust. These guarantees are nothing more than trust builders. And we can do that. We have a lot of good guarantee programs already in EU. The only trouble with these is that they are a bit too small. We need larger scale guarantee programs, insurance programs, etc. The second trouble with these are usually meant for smaller and medium-sized enterprises in EU. When we talk about rebuilding Ukraine to a prosperity, we will also need guarantee mechanisms for larger companies. This is not usual practice in EU, but we will need it this time, because the challenge and the volumes ahead are so massive that small and medium-sized enterprises alone will not pull it off. We will need guarantees and insurance programs also for larger companies. Why to talk about it now? We all know that EU is a machinery. If it goes in the right direction, it goes well, but it goes usually slowly. So I think my call for action today is not so much to entrepreneurs and the companies around us. I mean, we are all ready. We have investment capacities, we have a capital. My call for action is rather for EU and probably wider to the global players. But in EU, we need to start building these and designing this new guarantee mechanism already today in order to be ready on that date when we are actually full-blown starting the reconstruction in all parts of Ukraine. So that is my primary call for action. The second call for action, of course, still is for entrepreneurs and companies like my own. We will need to build relations in order to not only facilitate trade, but also exchange ideas and practices. I am not from the construction industry, but I am from the transformation industry. Banking has been transforming a lot. So we have seen that making plans, following them through, having good governance, etc. really works. So we can share that with the great colleagues from Ukraine. And I think the same can be done from our companies and our countries. So I think this is something beside the trade European companies have to do. What else I wanted to highlight? Yes. I haven't talked too much about defense industry because there is almost none of it in Estonia. But I have never seen the volume of applications and connections towards our bank regarding defense industry startups and defense industry investments. It's a big challenge, honestly. Us bankers, and also I can say the same for investment funds we are running, have been quite hesitant on the defense industry investments. Why? Well, I think Europe and the world in general has been in a peaceful times. So we have taken some of the moral standpoints that our society has asked for. Do not talk about the death, do not talk about the weapons which can create death, do not talk about the defense. But the time has very fast changed. I think we all can feel that, we can see that. So our industry is also transforming itself right now regarding our stance towards defense industry. I cannot promise you where this discussion will lead us, but I'm quite convinced that I can see a lot of nodding faces in the boardrooms when we talk about changing our policies. It will take some time. We have shareholders, and they have their own agenda. But I can see that we are transforming. So defense industry will surely be something that the Baltics can pitch in as well. It will take some time. It's not existing yet. Why I'm talking about defense in the context of reconstructing the Ukraine? Well, whatever we will build needs to be defended going forward also. So I think this will be also something, a lesson learned taken from last already 10 years, I can say. So that's not really something very tangible, but we have at least several large-scale investments planned. Will they work? We will see. If that day arrives and these investments are actually here, then surely the networking and sharing these products will be a vital part of this discussion. I mentioned about guarantees, so I will not stop here much more. So somehow we need to conclude here. The time is up. I think I started with Lennart Meri conference in 21, and then the story about neighbor's house being on fire seemed a little distant. 2014, 21, 7 years, but still distant. 2022, it all became too real. And now, being here, 2024, I have a headline that the future is built today. My main point probably comes with words of Albert Lincoln this time. The best way to create your own future, the best way to predict your future is to design one yourself, right? So I think that's in the hand of everyone here in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, but also globally, that we need to design this plan and then start executing it. So I think this will be the most important task going forward for us here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Olavi. You mentioned mitigating risks, and I was wondering behind stage, is there a model from the past that we should pay attention to or focus on that could help us design the future of Ukraine together with its Western partners, be it in the European Union or the West in a more broader sense? What kind of models should we opt for to really make investing in Ukraine attractive for bankers like yourself?
Yeah, I think that investments will be made by the companies, but we can finance them. So I think the large-scale plan everybody knows is 1947, Marshall's plan to reconstruct Europe. So I think something can be stolen from there with a good intent, that we can really learn how to make the environment more investment-friendly after a huge shocks. So I think this is the first one. But secondly, as I mentioned, guarantee programs are already here. EU knows how to do that, countries know how to execute, and companies know how to use it. So I think we just need to broaden the scale, direct it at Ukraine, and start going.
Thank you, Olavi.
Thank you.
As we've already heard today, investing in Ukraine offers a tremendous opportunity to earn robust returns for investors willing to accept current risks. I'm now pleased to hand over the floor to Eugene Baranov from Dragon Capital, who will discuss opportunities and challenges investing in Ukraine.
So, good afternoon. I'm glad to see so many of you made it here after lunch. Basically, when I was asked to make a presentation, I asked my team to prepare a few slides which would help me sell the idea of investing in Ukraine today as opposed to waiting until the war ends. I have to say, first of all, that we are true believers in this statement, and we are proving it by our own actions. We are today investing in a number of Ukrainian companies, our own capital, and we do believe that is the right thing to do. And waiting until the war ends is a strategy which will provide more safety, but definitely less returns. And that's why kind of this presentation has been done to try to promote this, and you can even see a strictly private and confidential part, and even a disclaimer. which I don't think is needed here, but whatever it is. So, but I would like to still start with this picture and say my big thanks to the organizers of the conference and all the people of Estonia and other countries for supporting Ukraine throughout these difficult times. And as a Ukrainian, I can say that we will never forget, and we will always be grateful for all the support we have got from our partners who stand side by side with us in these challenging times. So I would probably kind of give the next two slides a name resilience, right? Ukraine is showing extreme resilience and standing firm fighting the aggression. As you can see on the map, about 18% of our territory is currently occupied. But we have been able to get back 50% of what was occupied in 2022. And it's not only the resilience on the battlefield, and a big thanks to our armed forces for achieving this, but also an economic resilience, right? Overall, I have seen a very good snapshot of on CNN of Christiana Manpur show, where she asked our Minister Kuleba, is Ukraine failing? And he said, no, we're moving forward. And I think that's the very important notion, that we're moving forward both military and economically. War has created tremendous destruction and dislocations, but we're resilient and we're on a path to recovery, and we do have hard data to prove this. As you can see on the left column, those are the challenges and of course the losses we suffered, and the key loss is the loss of people, loss of civilians, and loss of our military people, which cannot be restored. But we all believe that all these losses those people made those sacrifice in order for us to achieve something bigger and better in the long run. 2022 was a very difficult year for the Ukrainian economy. The GDP contracted by third, inflation was above 25%, hryvnia devaluated 34%. Since the war, there are different numbers. All of you heard different numbers today, from 150 billion to 300 to 500 billion. It's a huge number, kind of, in terms of overall damages, which have already occurred. We have lost approximately 50% of the energy infrastructure, and as of today, we have power outages by schedule. So, kind of, back in home at Kyiv, would have 4 hours of electricity and then 4 hours without electricity. But for these 2 years, what has happened? We have been able to adjust. We have been able to adjust as citizens, we have been able to adjust as a country, and more importantly, our economy has been able to adjust and has proven this on the 2023 results, where GDP rebounded for 5.2% already last year, and is expected to rebound by another 4% this year. Inflation is fully under control, down to 5.1% last year. Hryvnia exchange rate has been stable, and there are more and more foreign currency restrictions being abolished by the National Bank as we speak, which is a very important notion for a foreign investor, because there is always a risk that even your investment performs, you won't be able to get your money back from Ukraine. I think we're on a very good path in terms of what has been done recently by the government and by the National Bank to address those risks, and new money coming to Ukraine are pretty much not falling under any capital controls or restrictions. I've said that Ukrainian businesses have shown extraordinary resilience. As Andrea said previously, yeah, we literally gave resilience a new meaning. The companies are facing various challenges, like supply chain disruptions due to destruction of railway lines, due to protests of foreign farmers in the neighboring countries, due to military actions. But we have been able to deal with all of those. Black Sea, we have been able to regain access to Black Sea and give stable flow of goods through this extremely important part of our logistics chain. We have been faced with a workflow migration and shrinkage, but we have been able to adjust to this. We are kind of, in our projects, we're constantly providing new learning schemes to attract new employees. We're trying to work more with online-offline balance. We're trying to find solutions. And as of last year, all of the companies in our portfolio, operational companies in our portfolio, have shown growth both in hryvnia and dollar terms, which means that even if kind of we have less people, we're able to be more productive with less people. Financing shortage. Debt financing is expensive and largely unavailable. As I said on the panel, we do see a big prospects for larger companies getting larger amounts of money, but kind of if I'm to address this audience, I would believe that kind of we should look at companies looking for $3, $5, $10 million in capital, and for them it's an extremely difficult environment because they fall under the radar of DFIs, and they're sometimes not really bankable, so they cannot kind of get a loan. They don't want to be over-leveraged, of course. So there is a dire need of private equity capital coming to the country. And we do firmly believe that this capital should come and should be able to make above average returns in a risk-adjusted environment. When I'm saying this, I'll give you an example. We entered the war as a very large real estate investor with about 800 million under management in real estate split over various JVs. We most often not operate as a fund, we operate as a JV partner for foreign investor, whereby in every partnership we commit 30 to 50% of our own capital alongside our foreign investor partner. And this shows our commitment and aligns our interest with the interest of our partners to make sure that every investment decision we make is the best for our and their interest. So what has happened during the early stage of the war is we have lost properties of 120,000 square meters, conservatively valued around $100 million. We lost through physical damage in war in Kyiv Oblast. And it's a huge kind of impact. You can see it's 1/8 of the total portfolio. It was spread across 3 portfolios, those assets which were lost. And saying that we are able to deliver above average returns in a risk-adjusted environment, I can say that none of these portfolios defaulted on any debt. And we do expect our partners along ourselves in all of the 3 portfolios to make money as a result of this investment, despite the fact of the physical destruction of those assets, which is a challenge and which is a big risk, as we all understand. So private businesses are in dire need of equity to unroll operations, relocate production, restore damaged assets, recapitalize balance sheet, and replenish working capital. And I think it's a fact which should be heard and said out loud, that there are tens and maybe hundreds of Ukrainian companies who are investing their own capital, their own profits today in building new production facilities, expanding to new regions in Ukraine, or expanding abroad. And this proves that kind of despite the war and despite the obvious risks, we do believe as Ukrainians that putting money to work in Ukraine makes sense. It's not because we cannot invest in other geographies. I guess kind of there are also quite a number of Ukrainian businesses who have successfully expanded outside of Ukraine and prove to be competitive on the European market. But it's because we firmly believe that Ukraine will generate us a better return on our investment. A more macro picture. Ukraine is on the path to EU accession. Accession talks have been opened in December 2023. If you look at other Eastern European countries on their way to accession, on their way to accession to EU membership, you would see a dramatic increase in foreign direct investment prior to getting an actual EU membership status. Ukraine is expected to get EU membership status by 2030, as experts say. So we do think that this road is ahead of us, and we do firmly believe that FDI boom is anticipated when the hot phase of war ends. But we also do believe, as I will keep repeating until the end of this presentation, is that the right time to invest is now, because returns would be better for those who come early. We have also seen this on our own example in 2015, 2016. After the war started in Crimea in 2014, we have made most of our investments into real estate, for instance, in 2015, 2016. And as I said, despite further physical destruction of assets, we're expecting to make returns on all of these projects, which would be above the average on the market. So, and the good thing is that whatever your interest in Ukraine, investing in Ukraine is, the deal flow which is coming is just good for you. Because there are so many angles from which the opportunities are coming. From disruptions which are caused by war, from the fact that smaller tickets are underserved by existing investment infrastructure, to the fact that the consequences of war will create an increased demand in certain sectors of economy, such as construction materials, such as housing, such as renewable energy, and several others. And as I also said during my previous presence here on the panel, Ukrainian state will become an immense source of a deal flow coming to the market through privatization of the state-owned enterprises and through privatization of previously nationalized Russian and Belarusian assets. That's a huge pool of assets in very different sectors, which may be of interest for many of the investors coming at a very interesting valuations, in my opinion. I will not focus here because you've heard about investment nannies maybe 10 times already today. These are all good things which government programs which support larger investments and investments into industrial parks, and they are working. We are also building one industrial park as we speak, and more so, I can also firmly say that the war insurance risk programs are also working. They're not there to cover everything, but they're working. We were the first company to receive MEGA insurance for our industrial park in Lviv project. There are various other programs, and they're being expanded as we speak. So there is a way to address a war risk insurance and get it into your kind of risk-adjusted model. You have to dedicate resources and time to this, but it's definitely possible. So where should you go if you decide to invest in Ukraine? Kind of not trying to advertise ourselves, but my belief is that going to any market you haven't been previously, you're rightfully to try to get a local partner, which will be your hands and eyes on the ground and will help you navigate the landscape. There are various ways to do it without a partner, and the digitalization of our government institutions has been such that you can find like 5 at minimum other ways to get to know almost anything about kind of assets which are coming from the government or projects which are run by the government by simply clicking on a link and getting online without the need to actually come to Ukraine. So there is a vast number of opportunities, and I really hope that through this conference and through other efforts will bring your attention to investing actually in Ukraine. So thank you for your attention, and I'm sure that you can win with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan, for delivering such a positive presentation despite the challenges, and the last ending statement I must only agree with. We will all win with Ukraine, and Ukraine will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to now introduce Vasile Tofan, a prominent figure in the private equity landscape and a driving force behind Horizon Capital. Mr. Tofan will share his insights on the resilience of the Ukrainian market, but also discuss the opportunities it presents for savvy investors. The floor is yours.
It's a privilege to be here, and This is going to be an optimistic presentation. I want to put the disclaimer up front. I think the pessimistic case for Ukraine is well developed. It's well communicated by the media. You can watch the TV every day. So this is going to show you a different part of Ukraine. That's why I called this presentation a contrarian's take, because contrarians, they tend to see opportunity where others see primarily risks. I'll kindly and very briefly introduce our fund first, so that you know the institution I speak on behalf of. So I work for Horizon Capital. I'm a senior partner. And we have been investing in Ukraine primarily for the last 30 years, managing 6 funds at the moment. And if you know how the private equity model works, the fact that we've raised so many funds means that we did well in the past, despite all the macroeconomic and geopolitical and security challenges. We manage about $1.6 billion at the moment, which is a large amount for Ukraine. And I'm very proud that we managed, even after the start of the full-scale invasion, raise a new fund, a $350 million fund, more than the 250 we set ourselves as target. Actually, we had to turn out investors in the end, and we're putting that money to work as we speak now. Since September 2023, we've made 4 investments. We're working on the 5th, putting to work more than $100 million. So we're an active investors in Ukraine, and today I'm going to share what makes us also optimistic about Ukraine. So many people tend to exaggerate the amount of territory controlled by the aggressor and maybe underestimate the resistance and the resilience the country has had. And again, without diminishing the dramatism of the situation, maybe I'll share a few stats. So at the moment, at peak, about 27% of the country was occupied by the aggressor country. At the moment, it's 18%. So about 54% of the area occupied at peak was liberated. Actually, the area liberated, about 80,000 kilometers, is twice the size of Switzerland, just to give you a sense of the heroism of the Ukrainian armed forces and the support of all the allies in liberating that territory. Another aspect few people realize is that still the vast majority of Ukrainian communities have not had war incidents. Actually, one of the global insurer companies who developed an insurance product for Ukraine quantified about 76% of the communities in Ukraine have not had war incidents. And the last figure, maybe I'll say, is that since August 2023, nearly 1,300 ships, sea ships, have left the 3 Ukrainian ports on Black Sea. And in fact, as I mentioned in the previous panel, in April, the volume of exports, agricultural exports leaving Ukraine, has already surpassed the pre-war level. So a long way of saying, by sharing these few stats, is actually as dramatic as the situation is. There is a part of the country, and there's aspects in the country that are largely business as usual. And again, I understand the word business as usual sounds almost like delusionally crazy in the context of a war. But the truth is, the Ukrainian business continues, and the country proves its resilience in the business sphere. I'm going to share a few more stats that will be a little bit surprising to many of you, but that's again my goal. That's my goal, to share with you why we, as an investor on the ground, somebody who's on the ground in Ukraine, Kyiv, in Poltava, in Odessa, in Lviv, we'll share with you what makes us optimistic about the country. Here's a stat. So the number of small and medium businesses that are operating at the moment at a level of output less than 25% below, the pre-invasion peak is 98%. So you understand, the number of companies that have been affected by less than 25% is at 98%. And it has been climbing steadily since the full-scale invasion. This is an impressive number. That means that nearly all of the SMEs have found a way to get back in business, at least at a level of output that is less than 25% of the pre-full-scale invasion peak. On vacancies, of course, the labor market has contracted sharply after the full-scale invasion, also as nearly 6 million Ukrainians have left their homes. At the same time, if you look at this somewhat complicated graph, the dark blue line is the number of vacancies in Ukraine by month, in 2022, the gray one in 2023, and the orange one is the number of vacancies in 2024. You can see that it's over 80% of the pre-invasion peak. In fact, at the moment, I think it's becoming an employees market. Such is the shortage of employees that is becoming an employees market, and the companies are very eager to recruit. Another one, on consumption. Here I took a completely unexpected one. So this is actually the number of checks expressed in hryvnias in Ukrainian restaurants. And again, it's not that the country is having a party, but still there's some normalcy to the country, especially in cities far from the front line, like Lviv or Ivano-Frankivsk, or in Zakarpattia or Kyiv for that matter. Indeed, of course, there was some devaluation in the hryvnia, about 30%. So maybe expressed in dollars, this number will look worse. But in hryvnia terms, the restaurant receipts in Ukrainian the consumption receipts in Ukrainian restaurants is above full-scale invasion peak. And that sends you a message that, look, in some sense, the people are still willing to live a normal life as much as this is possible. And if those of you who have maybe the courage or the determination to go and visit a Ukrainian city, I think you'll be surprised actually how normal it feels. The sector that makes us most excited as investors, and we've been doing this actively for nearly 15 years, is the technology sector. We are in Estonia here, so of course Estonia is a tech powerhouse, and Estonia punches much above its weight in terms of tech business. So of course Ukraine has a very strong tech legacy. And if you're looking at, for example, at the number of engineering graduates in Ukraine, I have to admit this is the numbers before the full-scale invasion. They are, despite the country being smaller, they are several times larger than, for example, the number of engineering graduates in a country like Italy, which also has, say, very strong tech traditions. And this has fueled actually a very strong growth in the IT services sector. So you can see in 2003, the volume of exports of IT from Ukraine was $13 million, 1-3. And in 2022, it was over $7 billion. And by the way, note here that in 2022, the year of the full-scale invasion, Ukrainian IT sector still grew versus 2021. In 2023, indeed, there was a small drop, but this is largely driven by the global meltdown in the tech markets, so perhaps even more so than the challenges on the ground. And importantly, the country has traditionally attracted, the who is who of the tech world. So you can see here some logos of the companies that either acquired tech companies in Ukraine or set up R&D there, but also many of the financial investors. Again, the who is who of the tech investment world, like Andreessen Horowitz or BlackRock or General Catalyst or G Squared and so on. So again, Ukraine has been on the radar of such investors, and we are confident that the moment the war ends, and all wars end at some point, these guys are going to be back again shopping for the attractive opportunities. And Ukraine has produced some of the, say, global leaders in their tech verticals. We're very proud to be investors in many of these companies, and maybe I'll bring a few to life. Ajax is actually the #1 wireless security company in Europe. Airslate is a global leader in workflow automation. Creatio, a global leader in business process automation. GitLab, founded by Ukrainian, is a direct competitor to GitHub, and EPAM is the largest digital native IT service company, and Jubal is a #2 job search aggregator in the world after Indeed and so on. So lots of technical success story, and these companies actually are thriving even today in the current challenging environment. And I want to bring to life 4 specific real companies, showing you actually the numbers, including for 2023. I anonymized them, so I made them all look like a scale, where the 2019 revenues is 100, and then you can see the evolution. And it's from 4 different industries, just to show you that how you can find pockets of growth, like pockets of tremendous success, even in today's challenged Ukraine. So this is an example of a SaaS company, software as a service, large one of the global leaders in their niche. You can see that in 5 years, their revenues grew nearly 6 times in US dollar terms. And including in 2022 and 2023, the years post full-scale invasion, they kept growing very strong. Another one is an IT services company. You see their revenues nearly tripled over the last 5 years, again, and they kept growing after the full-scale invasion in 22, 23. Another one is a hardware company, so basically an IT hardware company. Their revenues grew again nearly 6 times. They kept growing in 2022 in dollar terms, in 2023 in dollar terms. And you may say that, look, all these companies are tech companies, exporting companies, so okay, so maybe they have this unfair benefit, but I'm happy to share also the example of a domestic company. So this is actually a domestic company, a retailer that has grown revenues nearly 5 times over the last 5 years. And again, this is all in dollar terms despite devaluation. This is a dramatic picture, and many of you see Ukraine as in this picture. Actually, it's a picture from 1945, March 10. This is the Apologies. Yes, this is the bombardment of Tokyo. This is actually the heaviest bombardment of any city in the world in the history. And in one day, about 300 American bombers, dropped and a record amount of bombs on a city. About 200,000 people were either killed and wounded, and 1 million lost their homes. So you can imagine the tragedy in that country and how much it was ruined. At the same time, Japan, it took them about 25 years to overtake the Allied forces in GDP per capita. And I'm sharing these examples, and I'm sharing these examples also with our portfolio companies in saying that, look, even when things feel at their toughest, like you imagine how they felt in Tokyo in March 1945, still some countries found the resources, found the grit, found the courage and found hard work, to overcome those challenges and to rebuild their country. And I'm sure this is going to be the case of Ukraine. I'm showing pictures like this, So this is the Tokyo in 1950. Just think about this. This city was completely destroyed. There was not a single building standing in that country. 5 years down the road, it looked like a completely normal city. This is Tokyo and Hiroshima. Hiroshima, I don't have to tell you what happened to Hiroshima, right? 15 years after the war. So I'm sharing this picture also maybe to get some enthusiasm among you, some optimism that Ukraine will make it. Ukraine is going to be a thriving country. This war will end at one point, and the best maybe illustration of that is that Ukrainians keep having babies. In 2022 alone, more than 200,000 babies were born in Ukraine. Since the full-scale invasion, about 500,000 babies were born in Ukraine. And I'm confident that that these babies will live in a peaceful, prosperous European Ukraine, and those investors who have the courage to go to the country today, explore your investment opportunities, have the unfair advantage by being there early, are going to win disproportionately in terms of the investments they made. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you in Kyiv or any other Ukrainian city. And I was very, very responsible time-wise, almost like Estonian punctuality.
So we are proceeding to the next panel discussion. Okay. We are looking at the energy innovation sector, which you are very familiar with as well. So let's welcome our next guest. We have Hanna Zamazeva, Head of State Agency on Energy Efficiency. And then we have Oleksandr Repkin, Member of the Board of the Energy Association, Ukraine Hydrogen Council, Special Envoy of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine on Economic Diplomacy. And also online, we do have Ihor Kovalyov, Director of the Directorate of Resource Efficient Transformation of the Ministry of Energy. So very welcome all.
And as usual, two of us today.
Very much so.
Yeah.
So we are expecting our guest, Ihor Kovalyov. Can you hear us? You are there. Good. So let me first start, Mr. Kovalyov. You're an expert on the energy sector innovation. It would be very, very interesting to hear what is the Ukrainian stance, the government stance about the sources of energy? If we're thinking about nuclear energy, if we are talking about hydrogen possibilities and so forth. But the ongoing infrastructure damages, they have been very wide. So how to balance between different energy sources, and how do you see it in a strategic way?
Igor, do you hear us? We can't hear you.
We might have us.
Hey everyone, my colleagues, greetings everyone. Thank you so much. Some technical issues. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Так.
Thank you so much for your attention to share the future plans about Ukraine in terms of energy future. And energetical green transformations requires transformation from to regained energy levels. But now technological processes are not everywhere can perform translation from one way of fuels to another. Technical issues. I would like to share with you two new pathways, green energy levels. They are starting in Ukraine, the usage of hydrogen and biomethane. So let's talk about it more. Biomethane. Ukraine has only started the pathway of constructing it, and the progression of biomethane is just only started, but it's really necessary to regain all the needed sectors of energy levels. The production of biomethane is really important for amplifications, for gaining the natural gases, since it's really useful thing and needed to be used everywhere, and all transportations and other facilities. Ukraine has the biggest large of farm structures. Biomethane is like outputs of natural facilities. Till 2023, there was no biomethane in Ukraine, but now already 4 facilities are constructing this material, around 10 million houses per year. Plans about 25-26 years. There will be added also 10 facilities performing the same biomethane factories. Overall, in Ukraine, there are around 30 agro-holding factories which are waiting to enter the biomethane construction. We are always planning to start exporting in Europe, even during the war. For the partners, we creating the informational, financial basis for the future investors. So, biomethane facilities are being been stabilized and manufactured in order to maintain the same level and using it in the right way. So the prices are relatively in plus gas prices, plus everything, is giving us the opportunity to open this export biomethane. Also, we will provide a premium of regaining the energy. It will give us opportunity to provide more working places in those facilities and overall increase the amount of the energy being provided by those facilities.
Can we stop now here, because we will a bit later touch the topic of hydrogen? Yes, and we will come back to this important issue.
That's right.
I would like to pass now the word to Anna. Anna, we met in different occasions, and you are staging all over the world with promoting the potential alternative sources of energy. And actually, everybody who were in Kiev in 2022 and even partially 23 or even now have seen the black streets. And that's what the cause of invasion and cause of bombarding can destroy of actually up to 90% of the traditional sources of energy inside the country. That is why the activity of your agency is extremely important. Can you describe a bit more regarding what is the directions now you are working on? And what are the key pillars of strategy you are trying to elaborate? Thanks.
Thank you, Ruslan. You see, my colleague from the Ministry of Energy talked about very pressing topic too for Ukraine, because Ukraine is the biggest agriculture country, and we should use our potential. But now the most important that we have blackouts sometimes per day, and we should reduce energy pressure on our energy systems through energy efficiency and energy saving measure. When we start to talk about our aims and about our measures, I tell you about agency. State Agency of Energy.
1 second, I will ask, can I ask organizers to deploy the deck on the screens? Because we have the excellent few slides of the deck of Anya.
Thank you. Yeah.
Please, guys, do this now.
I see this presentation first time. Joke. Okay. State Agency of Energy Efficiency and Energy Saving is a central body of executive power, and which is responsible for implementation energy efficiency and decarbonization policies and state programs in any spheres of Ukraine. We are responsible for effective usage fuels and energy of Ukraine. And the main you could see our mission, vision, values. You should understand we want to rebuild, recovery Ukraine according to the main European principle: energy efficiency first, build back better and greener, and the last one, the cheapest energy, is one that we did not use. Okay. But you see, we have our national aims in energy efficiency accepted by European Commission and Energy Committee, European Energy Committee. About what? First, our aim is reduce energy consumption by final energy consumption by 17% till 2030. Next one, the main topic mentioned by my colleague, research. Increase research renewable energy sources by 27% till 2030. And last one, reduce CO2 emission by 65% till 2030. But, you know, as Svitlana Grynchuk mentioned today, we lost 90% of our energy generation. And you should understand, we have this aim before the war. What is the huge, enormous challenge for Ukraine today to achieve these goals? But you know, Ukrainian people, Ukraine know how to fight, and we never pick up, and we fight, and we achieve these goals. Okay, we now some words about potential. What we should do and how we could reduce pressure to our energy system. The most energy-intensive sector in Ukraine are industry, the household sector, and transport. You could see energy consumption in industry per year is estimated at 9.5 billion euro. Energy saving potential more than 30%. The needs for investment for the period up to 2030, 11 billion euro. And the most important topic for private sector and for European investors, payback period can be from 4 years on average. It is very important. In transport, energy consumption per year is estimated 9 billion. The needs for investment for the period up 2030, 15 billion. But it is more long investment because investment payback period can be from 15 years. In household and the residential sector is more bankable product because the investment payback period can be from the 3 years to 6 years, and energy consumption per year is estimated at 3.6 billion. Energy saving potential 50 to 60%. It is most energy intensive sectors of Ukraine. We have some mechanism how we could achieve our aims. And on example of the government bodies, government buildings, we could explain. For example, Ukraine spent enormous resources to ensure the functioning of the system of state authorities and local self-government bodies. For example, state agencies and ministries, we pay for utilities per year, and municipalities together 5.3 billion euro. And we could implement as a service mechanism in European countries. We named the energy performance contract. Through this tool, we could achieve our aims and reduce energy consumption to our energy system. You could see these figures for municipalities and for government sector, and it is a huge, big amount of our budget. Next one, it is example of premises of state agency on energy efficiency. You could see our energy consumption per year and what we achieve if we implement as a service contract in our premises. This measure and this mechanism is covered by government, and I invite investors from European countries to use this mechanism and come to Ukraine for investment financing to this sector, because and you could see how many energy efficiency measures we could implement through this mechanism: thermal modernization, automatic boiler regulation system, energy efficiency lamps, installation solar panels, heat pump installation, and we achieve in the next heat season reduce consumption, gas consumption to 75%. It is good and big potential and very good mechanism for the investors for Ukraine. And maybe next one, last one. In the last year, we created a state fund for decarbonization. This law was voted by Parliament and signed by the President. It is a financial mechanism which provide financing for energy efficiency measures and decarbonization measures for industry, for municipalities, for any legal entities for Ukraine who implement energy efficiency measures in their manufacturers or production. And I hope it helps us to achieve the national aims too. Maybe it is the most important, our product preferential lending from the Joint Stock Company Fund of Decarbonization. Next one, it is for whom individual entrepreneurs, legal entities and local self-government, which projects the solar heat and water supply system for critical infrastructure, thermal modernization of building, transition of infrastructure facilities to boilers with alternative fuel. And we support to development of project of financing of ESCO contracts. And we want to expansion of the park and replacement of public transport. You could see what we want to achieve in the result. And I hope we try to cooperate with any private investor from European countries who and other friendly countries use this financial mechanism, fund of decarbonization for next cooperation. And we have last one very important tool. It is a regional decarbonization and energy efficiency offices. Because in the other panels before this, a lot of colleagues mentioned they want to see a lot of good package of documents preparing with your according with your conditions. And we understand that a lot communities and municipalities don't have enough competence for this. And we want to build bridge through our municipalities and communities with the European producers of energy efficiency equipment with other international financial institutions through these regional decarbonization offices.
Thank you. This is very important thing as a financial literacy, but also sustainability literacy is still quite low, and this is not only the problem in Ukraine; it's a problem all over the world. So these very important actions, local one, and also I know that there is a lot of interaction with the local business. But let's back to alternatives, yes, because yes, we have big potential of reduction of spending. But I have question to Oleksandr, and also I would like Igor to contribute to the topic of hydrogen, because it is so interesting. As always, Ukraine need to find some solutions, and this potentially can be one of the best solutions actually and most promising, because as please maybe I'm mistaken, but about 45 million ton per year, this is the capacity potential of hydrogen. Can you describe a bit more about this, because this is super topic, I suppose?
Okay, who will be the first time? Or...
You please, yes.
Okay, this figure is absolutely reasonable, and it's based on our potential for renewable. So we can trace to 2020 when the hydrogen strategy of European Union was adopted. And in this strategy, first time was mentioned Ukraine as a strategic partner with the possibility of supplying around 2.5 million tons of hydrogen per year till 2030. We have a definite plan of realization this strategy. Unfortunately, of course, it affected with the military invasion of Russia. But all governmental bodies and private companies are not postponed their plan for developing hydrogen. So figure 45 million, I think it's extremely huge. it's more than all demand of all European Union countries. But this is most optimistic scenario, maybe for our future. But as we speak now, we can say that Ukraine real potential based on renewable sources, I mean installation of new capacity of solar and wind farm. And for wind, I can comment that there is an absolutely empty sector. It's offshore wind, and Black Sea is not used for offshore wind at all, but the potential is extremely huge. Give us, I think, the opportunity to be, how loud it's saying, but energy guarantee of European Union for security.
It's a nice topic about to be the energy guarantee. So it's a great. Igor, do you have something to add on the hydrogen potential?
Alexander said really correct things about the potential of in the Ukraine is really high. The potential is. Furthermore, I would like to add that European Commission is looking for Ukraine as a prospective partner in terms of hydrogen Furthermore, European Commission confirmed the help about getting the interests of European energetic system. Those projects are about hydrogen European hallway. Our strategy is about profile associations and hydrogen, and they found the proper ways, what are the best terms and facilities where we can use the hydrogen the best way possible to maintain the best output possible. All the facilities are turned on in order to get the hydrogen pathway to the Europe as soon as possible. This is our main goal right now. And in a couple of the months, we will have this strategy, and it will be activated with all the strategic documents provided.
I know that there is a lot of work in progress, but always strategy like to be executed, and we also like tangible result. As far as I know, Alexander, please, if I'm not mistaken, you have some tangible result, and you can even spoiler some new one for this respected auditory.
Yeah, it's always very hot and sometimes funny to speak about plans, but it's very easy to speak about result. So as a result, recently we can announce that with the assistance or with the help of British government and especially Foreign Office was launched a program for Ukraine for energy recovery. This program is a follow-up of Ukraine Recovery Conference, which was in London last June. And the aim of the program is to join together on a level of businesses. And the amount of money which British government put into this program is £62 million. And 15 million pounds already been granted for 13 Ukraine-UK consortium on energy sector. Opening of the program was on 4th of May in Kiev, and personally David Cameron was present, and for my big pleasure, project for hydrogen was chosen as the flagship of the whole program. So it's a hydrogen valley, and why it's not simple hydrogen project as a production, and why there is the term hydrogen valley? Because development of a hydrogen, it's to develop a region and build the whole production and supply chain. It means that affect territory for production and consumption. It means additional working places and extra efficient transportation between companies which are on the same area, because transportation is one of the biggest issue or bottleneck of the process of transforming to hydrogen. So the first program is launched, and follow-up great event which was in Tokyo this year already, when our Prime Minister has an official visit to Japan. It was signed about 100 different memorandums, but as a follow-up, this governmental visit, Japan announced another program for recovery of energy sector of Ukraine. They aim, I think, almost the same as the British one, so maybe it was copy-paste somehow. Idea is to make Japan-Ukraine consortium to develop a new project on territory of Ukraine. So the program is 3 times bigger than the British one, and it's around 188 million. And the call will finish in 3 months, so we still have a time for working under this program. Why we are presenting here and why I'm speaking here for these 2 programs? I just want to show the positive result and the interest from the business of J7 countries. But it doesn't mean that any other countries cannot follow this route. And examine this program, it really can be copy-paste, if I can say so, with a successful story. And from Ukrainian side, for sure, you will find a lot of different companies who are eager to develop new project, but suffering from lack of technology, lack of finance, because this feasibility study or pre-design is the most risky part of any project. When you need to invest, but you don't know the result. And in this case, a huge support from our partners is to secure this stage and to make happen the project in Ukraine.
You have mentioned now UK and Japan. Do you have enough activities in the Nordic region, in the Baltic states, in order to be also part of the energy innovation?
Absolutely. If we speak about the Baltic states, for sure, Baltic states, this is the gate for new energy entrance to whole Europe. So all ports can be used for shipping a new energy source. Maybe it can be a derivative, ammonia or methanol. So hydrogen is so unique that it can be transported in a lot of different things or chemical materials.
Very small atom, yes.
So this is why experience of port or seaport infrastructure, even bunkering of ship, making them work on green ammonia but not on a fossil fuel, it's extremely biggest field for cooperation for Ukrainian sea infrastructure as well. We know that we have a lot of facilities for ammonia shipping, a lot of facilities for which can be used for repurposing, for refilling ships with a new energy source. So I think this experience is an absolutely brilliant field for cooperation.
Okay. Anya, I see you want to add something on this topic, and also I will have one small question.
In Mykolaiv.
To you.
You see, my colleague now talk about for a lot of communities about another galaxy, something about cosmos. You see, it's not they don't have enough competence in energy efficiency in decarbonization topics issues, and hydrogen for them it is something. What is it? What is it? And for what we created these regional offices and decarbonization, we should inform our colleagues in the region how to build their energy energy system plans and how they should build their scheme of recovery, their region for their population. And I think we could together to build this bridge between your very important and challenge in the work, this topic about the hydrogen, and inform our region how they could develop this issue in their region too, because Mykolaiv region has big potential in this topic because we have an ammonia.
Ammonia, yes. But I will add even one more additional element of what you just rightly mentioned, that currently we have authorities who provide and who boost this initiative. We have local offices who produce the technical assistance and literacy, but also please use the, as I'm from financial sector, because National Bank also have initiatives regarding the energy financing, all these new ESG-related projects, sustainability, etc. And believe me, I know that a lot of financial institutions and local financial groups have the direct appetite for the energy efficiency project. So they can be the good side in your war, let's call it. Igor, last question maybe to you. What is, because we are talking a lot about the alternative energy, but we also have the huge, even the biggest capacity of nuclear stations. And do you have some strategy on adding some additional nuclear blocks or decentralized blocks? And what is the potential right balance between alternative and renewable energy and traditional energy sources for Ukraine as a target model? Maybe you can share with us some figures with this. Да, українською мовою дуже швидко. В нас є значна частина атомної енергетики.
They are right now repeating the same question in Ukrainian.
Цільовий для України буде альтернативної енергії та класичної атомної. І чи плануєте ви додавати ще потужності децентралізовані щодо атомної енергетики? Тому що багато новин з цього приводу є.
Thanks for the question. Now, in the previous panels, there was already talked about how Ukraine gives defense all those attacks about the energy systems. So the question about the decentralization of system. Now, there is a question about the placement of the mobile gases generators, which are work on the gases and on the alternative sources of energy. So now there is a balance between alternative and traditional is really important, and I think there now it's really needed to be give more time to decentralize the whole systems and make us so in order to stabilize the energy sources.
We're close to the end of the panel, and personally, I would like to thank everybody who are involved in the energy sector of Ukraine. This is the huge and very hard work today, and practically mission impossible, understanding how big damage was done. And it's very good that we have the strategy. It's very good that it will not be only silicon value, but also hydrogen value in Ukraine. So thank you very much for this. Thanks for this panel. And we are looking for more deals ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You are continuing.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, if I'm not so boring for you, we will continue for the next panel. And we have additional one, which will be actually devoted to the legal and operational guidance, how to enter Ukraine. Because today we are talking a lot about investment potential to the country. We are discussing some opportunities and even some concrete initiatives that were even presented today. But how to deal with all the challenges, how to understand how to enter the market, what challenges will face foreign investors. Let's don't forget that still countries in the war and after war conditions will be also very challenging. So today I have the excellent speakers in my panel. First of all, Oleksandr Melnichenko, acting executive director at Ukraine Invest. He is with us online. I also have two more speakers, and I kindly invite them to the panel. So first of all, this is Larisa Marchenko, partner of Ernst & Young, and Oleg Drin, Hartwell Invest representative. Oh, hi.
Ruslan.
Yeah.
You're doing
Please
work
take your seat.
Yeah, probably you're there.
Let's be closer to each other.
Okay.
in such a good company.
Oh dear.
And actually, as I mentioned, this panel is like a summarizing what all of you should know when you enter the Ukrainian market. And actually, I would like to start from the Oleksandr Melnichenko and the actual activity of the Ukraine Invest. We should mention that during the war, Ukraine Invest has a pipeline, significant pipeline of more than 2 billion euro of investment and continue to support a lot of projects. So, Oleksandr, can you give us a bit more information regarding the current activity and targets of the Ukraine Invest?
Будь ласка, сформуйте питання українською.
Добре. Олександре,
now the question being repeated about Ukrainian language, question is the same.
Ви продовжуєте розглядати проекти та різні ініціативи. Важливість діяльності Ukraine Invest, вона просто величезна. Тому більше розповідайте, будь ласка, трохи більше про активність саме Ukraine Invest, які цілі перед вами стоять на цей рік та наступний рік, і що зараз у вас в роботі.
First of all, I would like to greet everyone here. Thank you for our invitation. And I would like to say the great role Estonia and Baltic countries, Nordic countries, all of them making the great impact for us in order to have a future of victory, investments and progresses, investigate climates, and regain the economics in Ukraine. Thanks all who involved in that, from my agency, from my governmental position. So the main goal is finding the investments. Also, like for investments. First of all, we are being in a historically important way. We got all the pacts needed that being produced by Ukrainian government in order to get the bigger amounts of investments. I will give more information later, but there is one that is more. I think that the way to rebuild Ukraine and regain the politics with the European road, it's the same road. So talking about the main topic. So why is it beneficial for the Baltic investor? Ukraine, in synergy with the governmental parliament, with the president, created a law about the investments, which are already being active recently. We formed investments, politics and practices. I'll try to explain it more. The law about investments defenses is which was approved recently, is creating a system which is being perfect for being likely for a foreign investment. So now I would like to show you the basements. Here you can see on the paper. So it's practically the whole economy of Ukraine. On the next slide, we inform you, viewers of Congress, as the requirements for this project, and we can see here the $12 million is the main basis. It's necessary 10 working places that needed to be done by the investor, 5 years, and the 5 right top corner forms of support. Which benefits being get to investor, what he can get if he invests? Free from taxes, free from adding extras. Also, really interesting that investor being really interested in is the question about reduce the payments of infrastructure. Also, given the field surface and compensation in generic transporting pathways, and also furthermore information being provided on this slide that you can see right now. More than 10. As you can see on this slide, investor, in order to get these things taught before, he needs to make 8 steps. So you need to pay attention on that. Those 8 paths, all simultaneously, they're being so I would like to show more about that. So first step, investor is going to us and so he is asking the main questions regarding the investments, what we can get to him, what we can give him. We help and create a project itself, while the informational support, analytical support, law support.
Можна я трохи переб'ю вас, щоб ми зробили більше дискусійне питання, Скільки часу займає в середньому усі ці 8 кроків для проходження на тих кейсах, що вже були реалізовані у вас? Приблизно.
So you will see that in upcoming slides, and I'll answer in short. If Ukr Invest is approving the investments really quick, but it depends on the investor itself. He's supposed to be the author of application. So in order to get the fast and easy investment, you need to do it yourself. But at the same time, we get the fast and improvement and support in order to get the all work done as quick as possible and comfortable as quick as possible. And we, Ukraine Invest, we provide
Тобто ви фактично повністю фасилітуєте цей процес. І потім, коли... Якщо ми трохи швидше пройдемо ці...
can we switch those things and talk about other things? On the 8th path, at the end, what we get at the end path, what we get in the output, he will get the government agreement with investor. So both the government will have an agreement with the investor himself. So in order to get all those supplements and supports which been reviewed before. For example, if we can see on this slide, here we are preparing the agreement. Then we give the agreement to the Minister of Economics. Minister of Economics works on this document and gives the output. So if everything is fine, we are going to the next phase. If investors we are supporting the investor himself during the whole processes and the phases during those agreements and documents being provided and overworked. We are giving the best service. So in this phase, we are already help the investor get the positive thoughts on this investment. In the 60 days, if outputs from all the governmental resources, justice, and etc., if everything is all right, we continue to help investor get all the things done smoothly and faster in order to simplify it and get the result which being expected. As a result, after all the phases being done, we got the So we got the special investment agreement. What happens then? Ukraine Invest and investor. So the main idea is that Ukraine Invest supports and provides only the things during the whole phases and steps during the investments.
Наші інвестори точно отримують позитивну відповідь якнайшвидше. I will switch in English now and will move to Larissa. Larissa, you represent the Big Four, so it's always the quality This is always the deep insights and deep understanding of different dimensions. And you're operating not only in Ukraine, so you know both peculiarities and different aspects. Be now as a foreign investor guide. So in case they're coming to Ukraine, what potential challenges they will face and how you can advise them to mitigate all these challenges. Thanks.
First of all, good afternoon to the audience, and thank you very much for your patience. I know that it's an intensive day. With regards to the question, Ruslan, it's quite a comprehensive one. You would like me to cover all challenges and provide you all answers. Of course, I cannot do it in the time allowed, but would be happy to discuss with you further. So first of all, I'll start with that I'm not only from Big Four, but I'm from Ernst & Young, and I'm working with investors into Ukraine for almost 20 years. So I started in EY in 2005 in transactions department, and since then I'm supporting investors on their journey to Ukraine. And actually, when Vasile Tofan was making his presentation and when he was showing all these investments which are in the portfolio of Horizon Capital, for me it was like flashbacks on my career, because I think that I will not overestimate, but probably 80% of those investments we have supported. For Horizon Capital, we performed financial due diligence, tax due diligence, legal support of these transactions, also ESG due diligence, and so on as required. Of course, currently there are certain specific challenges that investors are facing in Ukraine, and you've heard about that. So firstly, David Arakhamiia gave an overview. Then also we've heard experience of Dragon Capital, Horizon Capital, who are really investing into Ukraine during the war. So first of all, let's start with the security. And when we are talking about security, it's not only physical security, but also, of course, energy security, and that risk has aggravated now. So, of course, first what Ukraine needs, and Ruslan, you've already talked about that, we need peace. Since there is no peace at this moment, but we need investment, we need to restore, in particular, our energy facilities. So we need not only financial resources, but also some security in terms of guarantees and probably the insurance of military risks. And this mechanism is being developed. Many donors, in particular EBRD, is actively involved in that, and we hope that it will start working. There are also the bilateral programs where specific countries provide securities and guarantees for the investors from those countries. For example, Denmark, France, UK, and also Germany, they already have such programs, and these programs are working. Then also from this stage, there were already mentioned the challenges with regards to the labor now, and these are really tremendous in Ukraine now. So depending on the industries in which you are going to invest, you might be facing this issue that there is not enough people, there is not enough skilled labor for this industry. And there, Ukraine also has a program to implement, and also our partners and donors are already helping. So there are reskilling programs, there are adaptation of veterans programs. Again, EBRD is supporting that a lot. Also, IFC is involved. Then, of course, after the war, probably, and even now, some industries are already considering about bringing into Ukraine some immigrants, probably from different countries, from Asia, even from South America. I've heard from our agricultural holdings that they are considering that. Also, women are starting mastering some jobs which were traditionally kind of allocated to men. So these are the challenges that we are really facing. I probably stop here because we do not have enough time, I think, to cover again all the issues. But these three are probably the top ones at the moment.
The last one, I suppose, is crucial important. It was interesting statistic a few days ago I saw that last month, actually, the number of demand from the for job demands will actually close or absolutely the same with the number of candidates. This is for the first time, because before it was 3, 4, 5 times more candidates per one vacancy. So this really reflects the harshness of the situation. And this will be the new challenge actually for Ukraine, because building a relatively monocultural country to allow this change of mindset, that it will be a quite big inflow of immigrants in order to fulfill the rebuild process. This will be one of the big questions. But I will come back to you, Oleg. You know, you represent the group, which actually, I like this type of investments. This type of investments, it's about heart and soul, first of all, and the second about the money. So not everybody know, but Hartwell is owning one of the best hotels in Ukraine, which was personally also was very close to my family, because my mom was there during the first months of the war. So it is a really cozy and great thing. But this reflects about the long-term investment view, which is more about trust, and which is more about deep understanding of culture and way of doing business in Ukraine. How can you compare some, or can you name some peculiarities that foreign investors should bear in mind about these potential differences and how to adapt with them, and simply about your strategy of business in the nearest future?
Thank you, Ruslan. Actually, thanks. First and most, thank you everyone and Estonia for helping and supporting Ukraine. I think that without you helping us, we would be hardly sitting here today. Thanks a lot for all your support. About culture, you know, we're in the war and we talk about culture. Wow, that's already surprising. But you know, well, I think that what you just said as well is about this future issues on our human capital market, not labor, but human capital market. I think that you know, you compete on capital markets, you compete on product markets for customer with your competitors, but you as well compete on human capital market and how to keep these people, you know, together, your teams together, and how to be competitive. I think that actually transferring the culture from your home markets to Ukraine is crucially important, and future competition will be between corporate cultures. That's a hugely big thing. I'm representing family office, and you know, yes, you're right about these investments like Leopolis. You know, sometimes we do investments with hearts, and but I would say that still the IRR is there. So no matter how attached to investment, and usually we just had a board meeting and we realized that, and look at our investments since 30 years, and said, well, actually those investments done with hearts, they were not the best investments. It's usually you have to combine. In terms of differences, Ukraine versus this world, put it this way, or developed world. You know, we Ukrainians, I mean, I'm coming I work with Finns and Swedes, and you know how they decide how the decision-making process is done in Sweden. It's first you discuss. Before you find the consensus, you decide, and then you do. So decision-making is quite long, but then once you decide it, you run and execute very fast. In Ukraine, kind of, we first do, and then we debate, did we do it the right way? So you have to be aware of these differences. You know, we do tend to take, Ukrainians do tend to take fast decisions for different reasons. You know, we want to jump over that. You know, we need to keep up with the world. We want to do fast things. You know, and we see opportunities as well. Markets. Vasile showed today the growth. I mean, the market is still there, no matter the war is happening, and there are opportunities. So we tend to take maybe more fast decisions. Second big problem I see, it's communication. We usually communicate not enough inside the teams, in the local teams, you know, and that's a big challenge for, especially when you come as a foreign investor to Ukraine. You need to communicate your vision as well, and the reason why you invest with the local teams, especially when you have both with the teams and with your partners, especially when you have partners. You have to be sure that your interests are aligned, your vision is aligned with your local partner. That's a lot of, maybe more time to communicate than you would do at your home market. third would be, I would say, you have to build trust. Ukraine we as Estonians in Ukraine, I'm strongly consider, I say the same word, we have been occupied for 70 years by Soviet Union. You Estonians say occupation. We have been occupied, and that broke a lot of trust. That kind of led to distrusting institutions, distrusting state, distrusting KGB back then, distrusting all this, and as well distrusting companies in as such. And this kind of now you need to build trust within an organization, so that your people have to trust you as employee, you as well institutions. So and this is very important, how to build this trust. Listen, to be honest, we invest since '96, and one of the best ways how to do this is honestly to spend much more time with your teams, and to show them, bring them here, to show them things around here, to show them this can be done in the right way, and building trust takes time. You just need to be prepared to have this time, especially in this fast-changing world, especially without being able to travel to Ukraine. But you still need to be there. We actually now, unfortunately, I'm here, but our partners and investors are now in Lviv, and yesterday they have been to Kiev for various different interests. But we started traveling again. This is extremely important. I mean, this is maybe very brief.
Thanks, Oleg. I will revert to two things. One about the investment during the war, because not everybody knows. We usually say, okay, this is the huge problem, no investment during the war, and we should work with this. But on the example of the Leopolis, for example, the full renovation was done actually
Thank you
during
very much
war.
for promoting Leopolis.
Yeah, but that is the example. When business trust in the country,
yes.
When business foreign investor trust in the conditions and predictability. But I will revert for the trust, because Larissa, I would like to ask you one a bit tricky but interesting question. Actually, in 19, I was talking in the UN, and I've told one word, that quality manages uncertainty. Then it was like a buzzword in many officials, but I truly believe that the quality of the projects that to be prepared by Ukrainian local business in order to be interesting and really worthy, investment worthy for the potential FDIs, this is the question to be solved, because we are still lacking this. Can you make some stresses, what is important, make some advices in this here, some indicators, some things to pay attention, because this also will help them to Ukraine invest, to do less work by preparation.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much for this question. Actually, yes, I'm currently reside in Germany, and I'm being approached by many investors. And in this conference, I also been approached by investors who are looking for the projects, for the quality project, to invest in Ukraine, as well as the donors, the international financial institutions. They are also asking about the projects where they can consider investments. And it is important also to understand what kind of project you are looking for. If it is just trade, then of course you just need to find a partner in Ukraine, or you need to participate in a tender. So you need to understand the conditions of this tender. If you are going to work with a partner, then of course all these cultural features that Oleg described are very important to build trust with this partner, because you are probably going to work with this partner for some time, for a long time, not on one-off contract, but for considerable investments. So you need to study your counterparty. You need to understand not only the commercial part of this deal, but also a certain reputational issues. So you need to perform some probably ESG or sustainability, or also reputational anti-corruption due diligence, in order to be sure that you may enter this deal. Coming back to the requirements to the projects, to the project quality. Of course, it's important to demonstrate that you are putting credible numbers into your documentation. And not only numbers, but also the resources are calculated properly, the prices are proper, the volume of these resources, the location is chosen correctly, and it is the location of the project is correct for this particular investments. So you have to be able to prove to the money-given entity, whether it is a bank or a private investor, that you will be securing their money and you will be also earning some profits, because investment is about return. It's not about donation. Of course, we as Ukraine here, we are now getting a lot of support in forms of the donations and grants and so on. But here we are talking about investments. And as I was already talking in my first answer, is that in Ukraine we have a lot of uncertainties now. It's sometimes it's very hard to put some firm numbers, into the financial models. We are working, I'm the financial person, I'm working with the numbers. So sometimes we are allocating some probabilities, or we are calculating these scenarios. We are talking, of course, about risks and how they could be mitigated, how they can be assessed, and this all has to be explained to the company or bank who provides you financing for these projects. So again, you need to study the requirements of particular institution where you would like to draw the money from, and then be prepared with your documentation, and also be prepared to justify that this is really an investable case.
Thanks, Larisa. Пане Олександр, коротке питання до вас. Так? Чи можете ви надати 3-4 основних сектори, які, на вашу думку, є зараз найбільш інвестиційно привабливими, і де вже зараз є якийсь у вас пайплайн проєктів, які ви бачите на столі?
First of all, it's building factories. So the rebuilding the economics, the sectors of it's possible only today is only opportunity. There is like several projects that being processed now. I really want to announce them, but we were speaking about with the managers with the Kingspan, and they accepted their name to be announced, and they are planning to 6 big facilities, modern buildings in the Ukraine, and we were working on that project in the forming of a form, and it's coming to an end, and I think it will be interesting. There will be more interesting projects regarding logistics of transportation, and we think that in the near future there will be much more projects regarding the logistics of giving transportations by sea, in order to use all the powers of Estonia, Latvia, Baltic, Nordic countries, so we can produce improvement of logistics and spread the investment zones, so we can cooperate with Baltic countries and Ukraine in order. So healthcare is really important so the war is going on still. So many people suffered, military people, civilians, and I know that many Ukrainian countries are interested to reconstruct Ukraine, such as processes and giving all the needed healthcare insurances for people who struggle from the war. Also worth mentioning biomethane gases for hydrogen production. electric communication systems, sphere of science and technology. So here I found all the needed parts that needed to be involved in order to reconstruct Ukraine, and I would like to thank everyone who involved in this and all the Baltic countries for giving a high impact in making this future better. And we have so many upcoming investments and projects being produced in the future, and I have no doubt in that. So, and I'm really grateful, and I would like to invite all the future foreign investors to cooperate with us more, and all the needed information you can provide, being provided on our website, you can see more, and it's mandatory to do this now. It's really important. Thank you for your all attention.
Sorry, I will switch in English. So the last question for both of you, actually. Today with David Arakhamiia, we mentioned about small steps investment, yes? So not huge, not big, but small steps. On your opinion, because I see the issue in the different level of competitiveness of different regions of Ukraine. So how you can see we can manage to do this happen, yes, all these investments, small investments, and how to increase the competitiveness level of different regions to make it more complex and aligned way?
So maybe I'll start with small investments, but maybe not touch much on the regions, but you know, I fully agree about small investments. That's how we actually do now. We do invest in agri-processing company, and we do it. We start from small, but every next step has to be after successful previous steps. Plus, you have to have, no matter how small steps you do, you have to have a vision and to have a big picture at the end what you want to achieve. So don't start making steps without knowing where you go. That's very important to elaborate on that, because scale matters in the end. Today in the morning, I had a meeting here with one of the investment officers, and we discussed, let's start with a small step, but here we want to be in 10 years.
North Star. You should have the North Star.
You should have the North Star. Yeah. So I strongly recommend to do. It's part of a homework, but have a long-term vision. And it's always good to make small steps with local partners. We invested since 1996 in beer, in wine, in hospitality, in agri-processing. And we always did it with local partners, and it's very easy as well to do. It's easier to do for foreigners the small steps with local partners. In terms of the regions, well, of course, it depends what you do in the country. It depends where your market is. If your market is the country or your export, but of course, the Western Ukraine now we see that is becoming a growing interest to be closer to the border with EU, to utilize Ukrainian competitive advantages and to sell products to EU. From Lviv to Berlin, it is shorter than from Lviv to Kharkiv. No one probably understands that. It's shorter distance to Berlin from Lviv than to Kharkiv.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes. So I would stop on two aspects here. First of all, on the small investments, and this relates, in my opinion, more to small and medium businesses. And you see how much support currently our state and also different donors are providing for development of SMEs in Ukraine. Even in the Pillar 2 of the Ukraine Facility Plan, they allocated about 30% of that amount, of that 7 billion euro, to supporting the small and medium enterprises. Last week, Deputy Minister of Economy Sobolev presented the new strategy for development of SMEs in Ukraine, and it also foresees a lot of different incentives for small businesses. And second aspect, which I wanted to cover, is also private-public partnerships, PPPs, as we abbreviated. Actually, previously, before the war, when we were mentioning PPPs, usually we were talking about like huge projects, like starting with 100 or 200 million of investments. Currently, these PPPs are shrinking, so really they are becoming more practical, more applicable, more ad hoc. Currently, for example, we are discussing with the International Financial Corporation the very fast solutions on how to enhance and how to restore very quickly the generation facilities, the energy generation facilities in different cities and regions of Ukraine. And also with regards to this competitiveness of the regions, because I'm talking quite frequently to different regional administrations and also investment offices, investment agencies in the regions. And I would say that a lot also depends on the proactiveness of the people who work there. Frankly speaking, so on the personalities. So if you have the right people who are really enthusiastic, who are knowledgeable, and who are willing to help their region, then the investments will come. The investors will come because they will see that there is really the environment which is welcoming investors and which is providing support to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this panel, and thank you very much for all who was listening for it. I suppose it was very, very informative and tangible for you. The poetry of small steps and credibility, trust, and long-term view, I suppose, will follow us in the next in-war and post-war period. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. And colleagues, I proclaim the coffee break. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will continue in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will continue in 2 minutes.
It's been a long day and some truly intensive discussions going on. It's been really a privilege and a pleasure, and I was really happy to see that during the coffee breaks and lunch breaks, some genuine debate was also taking place in the lobby. Business cards were exchanged, so I truly hope that this idea of building contacts and collaboration will bear fruit today, and the effort of rebuilding Ukraine will have a small step forward after today. Now, speaking of rebuilding Ukraine, Russia has been systematically targeting Ukraine's maritime infrastructure, resulting in significant damage and loss. Despite the relentless attacks, Ukraine's maritime sector shows remarkable resilience, keeping ports operational. But clearly, the sector needs a lot of investment. Now, the Estonian Ministry of Climate has developed a plan to rebuild Ukraine's maritime economy, a plan developed in close cooperation with the Ukrainian counterparts. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our next panel will begin with a presentation to take a closer look at the plan. And actually, this is the first public discussion going in detail with the Estonian proposition. Please welcome the Deputy Secretary General for Maritime and Water Affairs at the Ministry of Climate of Estonia, Kaupo Läänerand, who will discuss the Estonian ambitious plan to rebuild Ukraine's maritime economy.
Yeah. Hello. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be here to introduce the Ukrainian Maritime Recovery Plan, which we refer to actually joint Estonian-Ukrainian plan to contribute to Ukraine's maritime economy reconstruction. So, Ukraine really depends of maritime. So all Ukrainian economy depends of well-working maritime economy, because 40% of export and 90% of cross-export of agricultural products are passing through the ports. So this is situation what is happening at the moment. Russia is systematically bombing maritime industry, all the maritime infrastructure. More than 200 maritime infrastructure buildings has been bombed. There are casualties, and the aim is to make Ukrainian maritime economy stop working. But we have to do something to do it. I was there in April. It's really like this. It's horrible to see all the damages, and Ukraine really needs the reconstruction plan. And you can see this is data from July 2023 between the April this year. There has been more than 1,000 drone attacks bombing civilian infrastructure, maritime infrastructure, more than 200 ballistic rockets. When we were visiting with international delegation in Pivdeni port near Odessa, during the visit, there were Russian Federation attacking with ballistic rockets the ports. So they are using distance mining. They are mining intentionally the waterways. So definitely, it's a really bad situation. But Ukrainians are keeping the ports open thanks to enormous effort with from different agencies. So why Estonia has initiated this plan together with Ukrainian counterparts? We have strong knowledge about maritime. We have expertise, we have industrial potential, specific services to contribute to economic reconstruction. And we have identified only the most critical areas where we need to find the funding as soon as possible and invest into the maritime economy to keep it running. And the plan is for wartime and peacetime. We can start straight away. There are only a couple of areas where we have to wait for the peace to come, and it has been closely together. It has been prepared with everyone from who are somehow involved with maritime, for example, Navy, ministries, shipping administrations, seaport authority, different organizations. So the plan is there, and it has hundreds and hundreds of detailed rows, what is most critical to do. So I will open up a little bit about the plan, the main directions to keep it working well. So for example, there is high priority in shipbuilding and new builds. We have prepared only the most critical new builds, what Ukrainians need to keep the economy running, the ports running, the fairways open, also the search and rescue services, all the operations at sea, and it consists of a lot of different types of workboats. For example, landing craft search and rescue, there are special operations vessels, oil recovery, dredgers, everything what is just most critical to keep it running. And it's 68 units in the package. I don't have time to open it up. We cannot build all the new ships. It takes time. We also have to retrofit and modernize their existing fleet. And we have a proposal to retrofit and modernize 57 units of Ukrainian different agencies. These are from big vessels to smaller vessels, and it's all about dry-docking, fleet modernization, and for example, also part of those packages are Navy vessels, there are civilian vessels. The list is in detailed plan, and also repair solutions, mobile repair solutions to keep the various fleet operational. Also really critical part of this plan is port and port equipment. Very important are different mobile key solutions with essential infrastructure that you can use it across on the rivers, at the sea, where the port is damaged or you need to make operations. You can export or move the solution into the location where it's needed. Also, it's part of the plan is this is for peacetime to build new key sites for bigger major ports. Those operations can be only done in the peacetime, and also major power solutions and for the river and seaports. We cannot, if we are Estonia, we always speak about IT. Very critical direction is maritime solutions, and for Ukrainians, it's really important to have all the solutions ready, which has been tested already in the European Union, and we can integrate them into the European Union. So the value proposal is to create ship registration, inspection, and audit system, and separate maritime single window. Those are all the key databases what they need when becoming part of EU integration as well. It decreases transparency, reduces fraud, and can really boost effective management of this area. Demining, when meeting in location in Ukraine, the demining is one of the critical priorities. When you have all those mines circulating in the rivers, in the fairways, then without demined environment, it's very hard to keep your economy running. So our value proposal, it's very detailed in the detailed version, and it's during war we can start immediately. We can start training Ukrainians, we can start delivering new equipment for divers, for survey. Within 6 to 12 months, we can provide fully equipped vessels with 3 diving units, full sets. All the equipment needed is mapped, and when we find funding, we can already start to help them during the war. And within 12 to 14 months, equipped vessel, already bigger one, can be sent to start to demine the areas. So areas in our value proposal are the most critical ones, and with demining operations, which is also part of this package, to keep all the fairways and critical fairways free from the mines. We can start straight away, but offshore, further away from the shore, this one is after the time of peace. So all the technologies what we would like to provide are top part, the systems which can identify everything under the water, UXOs 5 to 10 times faster. We have to think about the environment. There are solutions where we can demine and we don't make big explosions. We can demine and we can, let's say, let the explosive out with much more better ways, which don't make so much impact to the environment. And of course, training. Public sector capabilities. Part of this maritime recovery plan is floating solutions, which companies are producing. They can support environmental awareness, which they need for operations and to keep economy running. Also, safety and security aims to understand what is happening above the water, under the water. So this is definitely one of the value offers for Ukrainians, what they really need. Anti-drone, the critical infrastructure of maritime, also the boats, they need situational awareness. So we are offering solutions in this plan which can jam the drones, can identify the drones, can save human lives and keep everything running. So public sector capabilities are really important part of the plan. Creation of working places. There has been many discussions today as well that we need to invest in Ukraine, and our plan is to modernize one existing shipyard and create stainless steel prefabrication and engine workshop, which starts to work for European Union maritime industry. So we can, with 80 million euro of investment, we can create heavy machinery, shipbuilding, metal processing, warehouses, and we can modernize existing solution and start to create working places. And the next step will be already to start with new builds and other projects. So generally, this is the plan. It's 588 million euro. And this is definitely the most critical plan what we have been creating together with Ukrainian agencies. And we can, the aim is to start as soon as possible. And we are at the moment looking for the donors who want to give their, who want to participate, who want to contribute. Our focus are governments, donor organizations, of course, European Union as well. We are looking for the people who want to have very specific plan. This plan is unique in the world, where you have a very certain area. There is, for each row, there is specific reference, specific product. It's most critical. There is timeline. Can we do it? How many months it takes to build it? And it's all there. And we are at the moment waiting for other counterparts across the world who want to participate to contact us and make the change happen. Because this is your chance to really support the heart of Ukrainian economy to keep working in the times of war and in the times of peace. So I hope you will share this message with everyone else, and we are ready with all kind of one-to-one bilateral, multilateral meetings to get this package and maritime recovery plan funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaupo. I'm now pleased to welcome the other two panelists on the stage. We have a slight change in the agenda due to the fact that Taras Kachka, who is supposed to be speaking online, was invited to an emergency meeting with the Prime Minister. Now, he should join us during the panel. If he will be, glad to have him, but if not, we have a fine substitute, the ambassador of Ukraine to Estonia, Mr. Maxim Kononenko, on the stage, and we also have the head of sales at Baltic Workboats, Rimo Timm. So a pleasure to greet this fine panel. Ambassador, perhaps we can start with you. Quite a strategy that the Estonian Ministry of Climate, or quite a plan that they've put together. I understand they didn't really fantasize on their own. They've actually been very closely cooperating with the Ukrainian counterparts. So perhaps you can reflect a bit about the top priorities for the reconstruction of Ukraine's maritime infrastructure and how this plan really reflects these priorities.
First of all, I would like to say that it is honor and pleasure for me to be at this stage together with these prominent speakers, and I highly appreciate efforts of Delfi and of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia and all other organizers and stakeholders to make this conference happen. It's amazing platform for exchange and presentation of the Ukrainian case. And concerning the plan, actually you are completely right. As Estonians are very pragmatic and concrete people, this plan is also very pragmatic and concrete. It has been elaborated in close cooperation with Ukrainian Ministry of Infrastructure, Ukrainian agencies, with Ukrainian Navy, so Minister of Climate and Kaupo Lannerand and his team did a great job to put together our needs, and all technical staff, all capabilities Estonia and partners can provide us with to fulfill these needs. So, and this strategy is, first of all, very concrete, very detailed. It is, last presentation I read, it was 66 pages, so it was very brief presentation of what has been done, and it is covering a lot of different fields, beginning with demining and finishing by shipbuilding and many other fields related to the Ukrainian maritime sector. And I will repeat this message which has been already sent by many previous speakers. To do something, to achieve a result tomorrow, we have to begin already today. And this preliminary giant, immense work did by the Estonian Ministry of Climate is fundamental for tomorrow's reconstruction and recovery of Ukrainian maritime sector.
Rimo, what opportunities do you see for Baltic workboats in the Ukrainian market?
As we all know, and as Kaupo already told in his presentation, that Ukrainian maritime infrastructure and also the vessels which are part of that infrastructure have suffered heavy losses and damages due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And from Baltic Workboats perspective, I see that we have plenty of platforms which are proven also in Black Sea conditions. We have exported them already today, some of them to Ukraine, to Romania, and they are operating there very successfully. And we see that from our side, we can contribute with the platforms and with the vessels, which are exactly according to their needs, which are proven and which can be delivered in quite short time frame, which is also very important at the moment. About this initiative, that we only offer, let's say, not readily made yet, but proven concepts, and there is no development phase in that sense. So they can be delivered in short time frame. Yeah.
Well, I actually read that 2 boats, which were previously part of the Estonian Navy, were and they were previously named Roland and Risto.
Yep.
They were actually transferred to Ukraine and very recently renamed Irpin and Reni and commissioned into the Ukrainian Navy. Did you make any modifications to these vessels before they were shipped to Ukraine, and what kind of tasks will they actually be undertaking there?
We didn't make any, let's say, big modifications there, but we assisted in the process of, let's say, packing the ships together and then helping the Ukrainian Navy to take them into service. We did some training programs for them to be accustomed to the vessel and its systems. And they are very valuable to actually keep running the seaway for the cargo vessels which operate from the ports of Ukraine and through the Black Sea. And in addition to those vessels, which were now donated by Estonian Navy, we actually delivered a multifunctional search and rescue vessel to Ukraine in the end of last year. And this vessel also is undertaking multifunctional tasks there and also is contributing to escorting the cargo vessels. And actually, furthermore, one more additional of this type of search and rescue vessel is currently under construction and shall be delivered by the end of this year.
Well, Kaupo, I think we can't escape the big question, where will the financing come for this ambitious plan that you have just introduced? Almost 600 million euros. That's quite a significant amount of money. Do you have ideas where to get it?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question. Behind every good funding has to be good and detailed plans. So I think thanks to this plan, we are happy to get a lot of donors on board. Estonia is country as Ukraine, big in the heart, but we don't have financial possibilities to make it our own. So the aims are in the directions to convince donor countries to come on board to support in very specific area with concrete plan, and also donor organization plus the EU directions. So we are really open in all directions and flexible, because these kind of big plans, it will be anyway multi-funding and multi-sources will be behind it. So this is the first time today when we opened it up more in the public way, but all the detailed plans are ready, and we are looking for counterparts to participate. And I didn't have the chance in my presentation to tell how important was Estonian Maritime Cluster behind it, because in the end, to make those specific plans happen, we had Estonian Maritime Cluster companies like Baltic Purpose also. There were so many companies behind it who were interacting because very often you need to have to understand what do they need, and to keep all this make this plan ready. It's a huge amount of man-hour spent by Ukrainian and Estonian counterparts to understand what is the best solution on the market, what is most critical, and I understand that during this process they also could prioritize their own critical parts, because when somebody asks you input, then also in Ukraine they started to discuss more and more, and I think it had very positive effects already that we are discussing in a very detailed way. Not that we need to rebuild the ports, but we have specific plan behind it.
It seems to me that the Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Mr. Kaja, has been released from his urgent meeting with the Prime Minister, because I see his smiling face on the screen here. Thank you, Minister, for really attending this event in such a busy and hectic time for you. Could you please provide a short overview of the current state of Ukrainian ports, greatest challenges in the maritime sector, which can be addressed through this plan that the Estonian Ministry of Climate has put together. And how do you see this plan actually reflects the challenges that you are facing?
Thank you. My apologies for being late for this panel, and my apologies for being online, because I think that my priority would be to be present in person in Tallinn with you. So thank you for this opportunity to talk. I think that we need to, so that the basic approach or the basic principle of our maritime policy is that sea is the key for Ukrainian exports. So before the massive aggression of Russian Federation, so we exported 3/4 of our export by sea, and that's why the blockade of seaports actually was a biggest problem for Ukrainian export. And now when we see that 3 Ukrainian seaports are operating with more or less normal freedom of navigation, so that the status of navigation that is very close to unlimited one, with certain caveats related to the security, we see that our volume of the products that we managed to transport to export physically from Ukraine reached our pre-war level. So that's the level of February of 2022 or January 2022. And we see as well, so that in terms of, but at the same time, what we see is that Russia increased its attacks on ports infrastructure and on railway infrastructure connecting Ukrainian mainland with seaports. And that's why for us the issue of anti-missile defense is priority number one for ensuring freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. As well, we see that really good fruits of our cooperation with Romania, with support of all our partners, including Estonia, on navigation in Danube Delta in connection with Constanța port. And I believe that this mutual cooperation between Ukraine and Romania and Bulgaria in our, let's say, segment of Black Sea will be a core element of security in the Black Sea and freedom of navigation in the Black Sea. Of course, we want to restore our capacity of export in not only in commodities, because for the moment we export commodities, 70% agriculture commodity, 30% non-agriculture commodity, basically, so majority iron ore and semi-finished steel products. For us, the current priority is to reinstall normal operation of container shipment, because container shipment is something that is important for more value-added trade between Ukraine and Estonia as well. We believe that sea trade will be a core. My apologies. So sea trade will be as well before the development of land infrastructure between Ukraine and all Baltic states, including Estonia. Sea trade will be important as a regional trade between Black Sea and Baltic Sea, and in both directions. So that's why I think that cooperation between Ukrainian and Estonian seaports will be important, and the, let's say, support in our maritime policy will be important for regional economic development, because we consider Baltic states as, let's say, hubs for regional trade of Ukrainian products, and as well for the purpose of reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine. Sea trade and the supply of products necessary for reconstruction will be extremely important. Just to conclude, I think that for us, so we really cherish the support of Estonia in terms of maritime affairs, because now we have a really good new understanding of necessity of freedom of navigation and the, let's say, care about sea resources, because maritime policy and should be based like on sustainable shoulders and take into account the all implications of developments in the sea, including security ones. So that's why your support is needed, but as well the lessons from the blockade of navigation in Black Sea by Russia should be learned as well in the Baltic Sea. And this is the area where we can definitely build stronger long-term partnership between Ukraine and Estonia. Thank you.
Minister, just to better understand the scope of the challenge in rebuilding Ukraine maritime economy, the plan that Estonia has put forward includes investments in roughly 600 million euros. But what is the actual amount of investments that you have calculated that you would need to really rebuild the maritime infrastructure that has been damaged or that you have lost during the ongoing war? How much opportunities are there actually for investments, and what is the scope?
So we need to approach to these calculations quite accurately, because the calculations of World Bank in the Rapid Development Needs Assessments, RDNA, second generation, third generation, that we see is on the level of several billions of US dollars. Yes, so that's why. But this is the calculation of all damages, and I think that as well this is the question of how to approach. So because I think it will take several years or even a decade to complete all these reconstruction projects. So that's why for us what is important is to have projects for reconstructions already here and now. So that's why the level of ambition indicated in the Estonian plan is absolutely proportional to the absorption capacity and the needs that can be covered here and now. But just in order to highlight the whole scale of losses, they are definitely bigger, but it requires not only finances but also time and consequential policy on reconstruction.
Well, Estonia is smart and small. At least we like to think of ourselves as providers of smart technology. Kaupo and Rimo, what are the specific technologies that Estonia has a competitive advantage that we can offer to Ukraine? I know Kaupo highlighted some technological innovations that are available in our market, but perhaps you can reflect on that a bit further. I mean, what is it that Estonia can uniquely offer to Ukraine, taking into account the challenges that the country is facing right now?
I leave the workboat's knowledge to Rimo, but we are really, Estonian companies are really good at retrofitting and modernizing ships across the world. Is it €1 billion cruise vessel or very complicated offshore ships? They are really good at the knowledge to retrofit and make them more efficient, make them also on the green fuels, green technologies. We are really good at this. Also the solutions to the ports and as well the IT solutions and because and as mentioned in public capabilities, everything related to the drone awareness, drone jamming, situation awareness, all those smart technologies solutions to increase the awareness, situational awareness. We are quite good at those areas, and that's why this package, there is a lot of in this package this Ukrainian and Estonian face in it, just because their critical needs and our best knowledge and strengths to make it work.
Is it a two-way process for Baltic boats? I mean, you can, of course, offer your technologies to Ukraine, and I'm curious to hear what are the specific innovations that you find the Ukrainians actually need right now. But have you also learned some new knowledge on the field that you want to put in your own development in your factories that actually have proved in this context of war in Ukraine to be very useful?
Yes, it for sure works in two ways. Our vessels, which we have delivered to Ukraine and which we are offering at the moment as well, they are like highly sophisticated with automated systems to operate and monitor the vessel, which makes it convenient for the crew. You can have lean manning. It's also very effective for the operator. They are fuel efficient. But from the other side, what we see, what we have heard from the Ukrainians, we have got very valuable information about all kind of drone protection systems and also the navigation system counter jamming devices as well. So we have got the valuable information from that side, and I think in the general shipbuilding industry as well, these things will be looked at very thoroughly for the Navy or police forces vessels also in the Baltic Sea and then the European countries, because that's the reality now, which we have unfortunately learned from the Ukrainian.
What is the time frame now to actually put this plan into practice? How can we be sure that it won't just be a great idea put on paper, or quite a significant amount of papers, 66 pages, I think was the last document, that won't be just left in a shelf. What are you now doing? What are the steps 3, 4 and 5 to actually make it happen, Kaupo?
Today it's the first time we are announcing it publicly, and actually already we are planning one-to-one meetings with countries and donor organizations. Now is the time to go into the detailed discussions and of course in conferences to increase the overall awareness, but the key is one-to-one meetings with countries who we see as potential, and we are doing it together with Ukrainian counterparts, and we have had discussions already with Mr. Ambassador that Ukrainians and their ministries are ready to help to find the donors, because our both aim is to get the funding behind it as soon as possible, because the needs are really there. We need them to send to Ukraine right now. Is it service? Is it technology? Is it unit? They need it now. So that's actually the faster the funding will be successful, the faster we can realize the plan.
Ambassador, your final thoughts on this plan, how to make it a reality?
Actually, it is a very concrete and pragmatic plan based on real needs of Ukrainian on Ukrainian side, all agencies involved. It is a comprehensive plan with clear time limits, available equipment to be delivered just now at the request. So now next stage, and we are working together on sharing duties, sharing tasks, is to approach potential donors via international conferences, via bilateral meetings, via joint démarches, and to involve as many of them as possible in the implementation of this plan. And this plan should become joint plan, common plan, not only of Ukraine and Estonia, but many other international partners and actors who are ready to invest, to donate, to involve, to be involved in the reconstruction and recovery process of Ukraine. So now we are working together on involving actors.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the panel. Thank you very much for presenting this plan.
Thank you.
Indeed, I will now hand over the floor to Marin Ratnik, who will host the next panel looking at the role of the Nordic-Baltic governments in facilitating private sector engagement in Ukraine during the war. So, Marin, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope my fellow panelists will join me. Good to see some of you still in the room. Has been a long day, so I'm glad to host this panel that consists of three gentlemen here. One of them supposed to be online. Hello, here you are, Danius. So I will quickly introduce the panelists. We have here from very left from me, Antti Vänskä, Special Envoy of Reconstruction of Ukraine, Ambassador from Finland, Marius Dirdal, Ambassador of Norway to Estonia, Espen Godsboll, Chairperson on board of the Danish tech startups, and Dainius Vilčinskas, Head of Invega from Lithuania. So the purpose idea of that panel is to bring together different representatives of Nordic-Baltic region to talk about what the governments one side, but also the tech companies and the investment organizations can do to attract more private companies to join the effort that Ukraine needs, and our strong belief is needs already now to build up or starting build up the economy. So, Antti, I start with you. I do a quick round first with this question. So how do we, partly as governments, partly as representatives of the private sector, can do to attract more the private sector to get engaged? Antti.
Well, thank you. And well, first of all, thank you for the invitations to the organizers of this topic, this event on this very important topic. I think what is important for the companies, they need, in short, they need information and they need tools to work in the market. And now when I'm talking about especially Finnish companies, I think by saying information, this is because Ukraine has not been that familiar market to Finnish companies before, so they need information about what the market is like, what the business culture is like, what the situation is like. Then they need tools, especially when we talk about financing, because we're talking about a market which is different from many others right now. There's a war in parts of the country, and the risk level is different. So that they are maybe the two main components, I should say, information and tools.
Thank you. Marius.
Well, thank you, and thank you again for inviting me as well. This conference goes to show that Estonia is in the lead when it comes to helping Ukraine, which is in such a difficult situation. And I totally agree with Antti when it comes to what is necessary, and what we are focusing on is the risk for companies. Now we heard the Deputy Minister of Finance, I think, earlier today from Ukraine say that we should not focus too much on the risks. But of course, for the companies, risk is a factor that needs to be taken into account. And we are looking into how we can help alleviate that risk through multilateral mechanisms and also nationally for our Norwegian companies.
Thank you. Espen, from the tech perspective, from Denmark.
Yeah, so we had an event with Kaja Kallas when she were in Copenhagen a year ago. And in this event, we had some roundtable discussions afterwards. And I happened to ask a question to some of the Estonians and people from other Nordic countries. I said, all the startups in the Nordics and Baltics wants to help Ukraine, but nobody is doing it. How can we connect and make this happen? And then some people said, you should go with Ragnar Sass here from Estonia. So I went with him in June. And then since that, we have been going from Denmark every second month and bringing Danish delegations there. So until New Year, it was all about connecting within education, because there's a lot of kids without, or a lot of schools without shelters. So, and in Denmark we have a lot of good online learning startups that are very successful globally. So we brought some of them there, but also within health. So one of the companies we brought was when you lose your leg, I forgot the prosthetics company that have put the legs on 400 soldiers now. So what we see is that there is actually a lot of SMEs that have innovative products that are needed in Ukraine, sometimes digital, sometimes physical products. The challenge is that so far from a Danish side, we're a country of a lot of big old companies that were founded by smart people 100 years ago. So politics in Denmark is too much around these companies. So there's a lot of funding for that, but so far there has been no funding for SMEs. So when I talk to the SMEs, I would say 9 out of 10 say that we can't donate everything, but 1 out of 10 can, and then they help a lot. So there's much more potential there also across the Nordics to help them with some of these solutions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that feedback, and for SMEs more support. I gathered that. But Dainius, to you, Lithuanian perspective. So how can we attract and engage more private sector to all of this?
So first of all, I'm representing national promotional agency in Vega. In Estonia, you have Credex and SmartCap as our peers. And Vega is predominantly responsible for presenting financial solutions to support local companies that operate in Lithuania. But with Ukraine and scope and with the ongoing military activities, this topic, how to support Ukraine, became extremely hot here. And Lithuania, as other Baltic countries, we are small, so our financial capacity is not that big, but nevertheless, our companies have been doing business in Ukraine, and they know this market, and they have an interest. But still, Ukraine is a big country with big projects, especially when it comes to restoring infrastructure. So for our companies, it's not that easy to enter the market. And like one of the gentlemen in the panel said, the companies who are considering to enter the Ukrainian market face two issues. First of all, extraordinary risks like military, political, maybe transparency risks on one hand. On the other hand, they need extra access for financing and capital. So from Invega's side, now we are looking how we could come up with some financial facilities to support companies in entering the Ukrainian market and to help them to mitigate the risks. But all the civil institutions like Invega, they are learning from each other, and there are supranationals like EIB, EBRD, IFC, who have substantial allocations in terms of funds for Ukraine. Smaller institutions like Invega, they don't have these substantial allocations. Therefore, we're trying to learn from the practices. And now we're considering to launch a portfolio guarantee type of solution in cooperation with one of Ukrainian banks. And this would act as a risk-sharing facility and would enable a Ukrainian bank to lend, to provide financing to companies operating in Ukraine or entering to Ukrainian market. So this is one of the quick fixes that we are considering. Of course, as a promotional agency, we have export credit guarantees. We have individual guarantees for the companies that want to expose towards Ukraine. And I guess speaking about risks, especially when it comes to war-related risks, there are already global solutions provided by MIGA, which is part of World Bank, and then American DFC. They're already providing insurance against damages caused by, let's say, bombing or military activities. So this is already something material that mitigates the risks that companies will face in Ukraine. There is, I guess, a separate topic when it comes to defense financing. Lithuania is quite close to Ukraine, and we see increasing number of Ukrainian companies that have developed military products and would like to transfer the production facilities to Lithuania, for example. But the challenge is as well to find the financing for these type of investments. And these companies would have a straight channel to Ukraine to sell their products to help Ukraine in the fight. So there are lots of options, but still, I would say we are quite in early stage of discussions, although there are some quick fixes available.
Thank you. Throughout today's discussion, I've heard that these are the challenges, the insurance, the protection of the businesses, the investments. There are several elements in place in different countries. So you mentioned, Dainius, some of them. Also defense investment, Estonian government just decided to set up a defense fund, which aim is something similar in order to invest in this. But Antti, come back to that, to bring in the Finnish elements that Finland is doing and proposing or are already in action, the mechanisms that the Finnish companies or larger scale on the Nordic-Baltic region can use. What is Finland doing currently?
Well, maybe as a background, I should say that Finland is feeling very strongly for Ukraine. The ordinary citizens are feeling very strongly for Ukraine, and so is the government. So there's a very comprehensive feeling of support, and as a reflection of that, we had a new government starting last summer, and the government wrote in their program that Finland will draw up a plan of how we will participate in the reconstruction process in Ukraine, and then there was an even more specific tasking of what that should contain, and I personally started in the fall in coordinating this plan. Now we are sort of halfway through in a way that we published in December last year the first part of the program, also translated into Ukrainian, also in English, and both our national languages, Finnish and Swedish, and that can be easily found in the internet. I would say maybe the most important category or tool in this plan is the financing instruments. We wanted to have several different ones because the needs of companies are different. There are those companies which have not ever operated in Ukraine before, but are interested in doing so. So you can receive some funding, grant funding for partner search, for feasibility studies, these sort of first step things. As we have heard today, the key thing to do is to take the first step. So this instrument is for those companies which are still taking the first step. Then we have another instrument given by the Finnish Special Financing Agency, which is for trade guarantees. Also, they are willing to, on an individual basis, to look at guaranteeing investments. And then we have one instrument administered by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, which is for public investments in Ukraine. Ukrainian investments which Finland could support, and there could be some Finnish involvement. So these type of instruments, and this is the most important category in my mind. Denmark, by the way, has often been named as sort of a beacon in these instruments, and rightly so. Denmark has done a wonderful job. I would say that the Finnish instruments are pretty similar to Danish ones, but I think your budget the limit is a little bit higher, but otherwise they are quite alike. Then another thing I should mention is the sort of information sharing we have in the program. We made sort of a manual of different organizations which are in Finland, which are active in terms of Ukraine support, so that the companies should know which organization to turn to, who are the people in different organizations who know something about this, and whom to call. So these are the immediate measures that we took last year.
Okay, thank you, Antti, because you made the reference to Denmark. Espen, I saw you wanting to comment on that.
Yeah, it's nice. So basically Denmark have the mindset that from the beginning we should rebuild now. We should not wait till later. So we have been doing a lot in Mykolaiv, which is our city there. I would say we are also fortunate right now that that the biggest company of Europe is a Danish one, so it's driving a lot of growth with Novo Nordisk. So we have, like every month there is a new news that now the economy is even better, and we have so many billions we didn't thought we have, and so there is a good situation for us in Denmark right now, which is fortunate because we want to help Ukraine a lot. So
I bring in Norway's perspective. What is your instruments? I would actually then you come in to comment on of these instruments that Lithuanian, Finnish and Norwegian colleagues have proposed are enough, and are those, for example, that you think that tech and SMEs would need. But let Darius come in with the Norwegian perspective.
Yeah, the Norwegian perspective is actually that we have, for the first time in Norway, we have put together a package over 5 years, which exceeds the kind of the electoral period of this government and the parliament. So it's a 5-year period from 23 to 27 of 75 billion Norwegian kroners, which corresponds to approximately 6.8, I think it is, billion euros. And half of that package is supposed to go to military assistance, and the other half to civilian. Now, that will be judged upon the need over these years, but basically a fairly substantial package, including these also civilian instruments. And also for us, the point is that we have to start rebuilding now. So it's important that we get that started right away, and it is started. And for us, it was quite natural to start by doing what we also based on the experience we have with development aid. So we are going through the large international organizations to a large degree with a lot of what we are doing. So that goes for the different instruments that we have in the humanitarian sector and also in other sectors. So we are not that hands-on like Estonia is, for instance, on the ground in Ukraine, but we are trying to pool resources with other countries through the multilateral instruments. So we think that is an efficient way of doing things. Personally, I think there is a duality here, is because it's also important to be on the ground and do whatever. I mean, to make it visible that we support Ukraine. It's important for Ukraine to see that, and it's important for Russia to see that we are there to support our friends and also for all our allies. But our choice at this point has been to prioritize the large international organizations and our traditional partners in development aid, who have their partners, again, on the ground in Ukraine, of course. And now we are working on one investment instrument, Nord Fund, which is a fund for investing basically in developing countries, and we are looking into how we can adjust that to also fit to the Ukrainian situation. So that is one of the important instruments that we are working on. And like I said, risk alleviation is also important. We are working on that through EBDR and European Bank of Reconstruction, etc., and also the World Bank and its specialists in that area, and we have our own export financing guarantee institute, which is also supporting the Norwegian companies. So those are the main instruments that we are working on at this point.
Yes, but is it all good enough for the perspective of SMEs and tech companies?
So no, absolutely not. But I want to add something else, because visiting Ukraine a lot of times, of course, I get very personal, like, oh, this is like, I remember when I was in Lviv for IT Arena in end of September, then when I talked to people, they talked about after the victory. But then when I was there in December, I was reading the news that maybe US is not going to come with this money for defense, and talking to people one-on-one, there was some people where I could feel, okay, they were afraid. How is this going to end? And I was like, okay, if US is out, then we have to go all in on defense innovation, because you win a war in two ways, on ammunition and all classical stuff, but also the innovation that is moving extremely fast in Ukraine. And then started to bringing delegations there in defense innovation from Denmark. And then what we've learned is that basically it's the same across the Nordics. We have a lot of good organizations and a lot of smart people. They don't have any idea how fast innovation is going on in a war. So the reality is that the defense ecosystem in Ukraine is moving extremely fast. The problem is that for each brain you have in Ukraine, you have 5 or 6 brains in Russia. So if the ecosystem for like defense innovation would work across allies, it would all be fine, but it's not working. We have so much potential to gear up how we do this. So we have actually started we've started this initiative we call Defense Innovation Highway, where we have 2 employees now in Kiev, and then we're doing 3 things. So we are bringing Danish, but in the next delegation, Nordic delegations of people working with defense innovation, but then also taking Ukrainian defense startups across the Nordics to meet with politicians, our defense minister and media and so on, to highlight how extremely fast this is going and how we don't have any idea how to work this fast. So I think there is many areas where we need to step up our support for Ukraine. So, yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out. That is exactly, I think, the idea is that we also should cooperate, because I think it's also the point that we think very similar, all of us. Dainius, coming to you with that is that, I mean, Estonia has also, as I think most of the governments, or all of them, decided where to focus on, because the stake is very big. So defense sector, definitely defense innovation has been also key focus for Estonian perspective. But Dainius, asking you, what is the focus or focus sectors that you focus on when attracting private sector to Ukraine? Have you set the focus sectors for Lithuania?
Well, for me, it's difficult to speak on behalf of the government, but from what I know, civil infrastructure is the focus area, like rebuilding schools and kindergartens. And then as well, Lithuania is committed to help to recover Ukrainian soldiers who got injured. So Lithuania is providing the support. In addition, we are trying to hear about Lithuanian companies' needs and areas of interest. So Lithuanian companies have quite strong engineering skills and doing the projection work. So some of them are active, and we are trying to see what we could do for them in order they would be more encouraged to get engaged. Speaking about defense innovations in Lithuania, we are having at least 3 VCs that manage Invega's funds, and they allocate the investments into various innovative startups working in dual use purpose. We have at least 1 accelerator that helps those innovative companies. And we are going to launch additional financing for startups in this field. And Invega currently, I would say, is the only lender to defense sector companies in Lithuania. So this is a challenge as well. This is quite a new economical sector which needs financing as well. And traditional commercial banks, private banks, they're not eager to open up for the sector. Yeah, so I guess state promotional agencies should be the first movers in the sector as well.
Okay, absolutely, I fully agree. I mean, I think as the Prime Minister in the beginning said that the fact that states are actually already fully engaged, and in some of them, like Estonia, for example, in recovery and reconstruction, being on the ground, doing the work already. We have Zhytomyr as a region, you mentioned Mykolaiv. It's already money well spent, meaning that also kind of showing the way that can be done and should be done now. Antti, as Finland focusing on concrete sectors? I mean, we talked about defense innovation now. Estonia has chosen other sectors also that would be health care, for example, but also digitalization, which our superpower as we see it. And we will organize certain events in that regard second half of the year in Ukraine. But does Finland focus on certain areas, or you go kind of across the board?
Well, first I want to sort of comment on the defense side. I think it's excellent that there is initiatives for defense innovation, very much needed. Out of the total Finnish support so far, I mean, after February 22, the Finnish support has been around 3 billion euros. Out of the 3 billion, approximately 2 billion has been defense. But that's sort of a more conventional type of military support, which we have been giving and which we are giving and which we will be giving. The remaining 1 billion is then mostly about development cooperation, humanitarian cooperation, that sort of things, also including our supports which we've been able to give to Ukrainians in Finland. But to your question about different sectors, our approach has been maybe sort of in the lines of the comment earlier today. Somebody said that you cannot guide private money. So we have not chosen certain areas where we'd focus, but we have chosen the way that we want to enable Finnish companies who are interested and who have something to offer, who have viable projects, good technology, good ideas, and that is why we chose to start with these financing instruments. Then, of course, the financiers, the financial agencies, they take a closer look of when they receive an application. They of course take a closer look whether these applications make sense, whether they are viable or not. But to start with, we do not limit that they should only fall into certain categories. But it's obvious that there are some sectors where we have probably more likely than others. There's a digitalization, good Finnish companies there, machine building for different type of industries, also consulting, planning, also education. There are many companies in the field of education being active. So there are many in different sectors, and I'm happy that the interest seems to be increasing.
Okay, perfect. So that's I very much agree with the point that you cannot guide private money, but we can, as a governments or agencies, we can facilitate sometimes the way to enter, for example, in that case, in Ukrainian market. We can do our part, either to show the way or organizing events like this one today, which brings the attention also to investment needs. Please, Antti, you want to come back?
Yeah, if I just want to add that, of course, then there are can be some sort of niche areas where each of our countries or different countries can have their special expertise, and one of these is shelters, for civilian shelters. We're happy to just host a couple of weeks ago a big delegation from Ukraine, taking a look of our system. You might know that Finland has been building civilian shelters from the 40s for a good reason. So now our civilian shelters are top class, and that's one sort of a niche area where we think we have something to offer and something to give.
Marius, you want to come in with additional comments on Norwegian? I understand the Norwegian approach to the cooperation or international cooperation is somewhat different than, for example, Estonian, because we are on the ground, we're doing hands-on the recovery and reconstruction, but also supporting the businesses on the ground. When you look from Norwegian perspective and a bit ahead, what is the need also from the region here? How can we contribute better?
Well, if I may, okay, just to maybe correct the impression I have made a little bit, because we do have some areas where we are very hands-on. We are not necessarily, and we are working through other organizations to a large extent, but our clear priority is the energy field, where that is probably our superpower as one of the big energy producers in Europe, and this is also an area where private sector and public sector go hand in hand in a sense, and our private sector has been signaling very strongly to us that they want to prioritize the energy sector when it comes to assisting in Ukraine, and that is also our priority, and it's also the priority of our Ukrainian counterparts to receive help in rebuilding energy infrastructure that is damaged, and it also ties up with the market situation for energy. So this is our priorities. But I think that we need to focus on what is efficient, where we can really make a difference, and sometimes it is in a specific area, and at other times it is to provide the framework for a competition that actually brings in the best companies to do the work.
Perfect, thank you. So as we are about to close up that panel, Espen, what would be your final words or the call to the audience? What should be the next steps?
We should all understand this is very, very important. We have a Trump in US in half a year, so we need to get speed, a lot of speed on this. And we have to understand it's good to rebuild and all of that. Most important is to be able to defend Ukraine. And we have so many smart people that are not active in how to innovate and fix solutions for helping Ukraine right now. So that's one thing. And then another thing I want to highlight is one thing we don't talk so much about, but the role of culture. Because the culture is the story of who we are, why we are here, what's the purpose. And I think culture is... I had a meeting with somebody from Denmark working in Ukraine, and she said, Ukraine have already won. They have won on the culture, because it's a very united country, and they all want to be democracies, speak English, be part of Europe. And so in some ways, they have already won. But on other levels, culture is music and stand-up and all of this. And this also something we need to connect, because in Denmark, we have a very small minority, but it's a big minority in America that is against supporting Ukraine in the long run. Those people, they should follow some influencers that end up visiting Ukraine, make a song about what it does to their heart to visit these Bucha and so on, so that there is something there that I think we should also be more curious how we can, in the long run, make sure we have a support for supporting Ukraine in the very long run, because we have to.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you. To be quicker and take culture along. Dainius, what would be your quick call to finalize this panel?
Final messages from my side. I think the business will move to Ukraine when the risks are predictable and understandable. Such companies like Invega, especially from small countries, need to cooperate a lot and joint efforts together with the guys like EIF, EIB, BRD, IFC, which we're doing. And EIB Group is launching various programs to support export credits to Ukraine. And for the moment, I would say predominantly grants work. So it's finding allocations and helping to develop or restore the infrastructure. In the future as well, business will start investing. So I think what's happening now that everybody is joining the efforts, and already everybody kind of acknowledged that this is a top priority from a security perspective as well, to help Ukraine and to restore and to fight Russia. So yeah, let's keep up doing what we started.
Absolutely, thank you. With this, let's keep up what we are doing and even doing more and quicker. Let's finish that panel with this hopeful call. So thank you for all the panelists to joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Marine and the panel. We are approaching not the end yet, but we are approaching a panel which is going to be very concrete, very much foot on the ground type of thing. And I'm very happy to ask to the stage now Priit Alamäe. He's a CEO of Nortal. And then Oleg Drin, the Hartwell investment representative in Ukraine. Oleg has been here on the stage already once, so please welcome again. This panel is actually about real stories from Nordic and Baltic businesses in Ukraine, and we have been really looking at the markets in Ukraine, the situation, from different angles. We have been talking very tangible, concrete examples, but it has been also the big picture. Now, this panel is about thinking of establishing oneself, your entity in Ukraine, and very concrete, small little things that you have to remember when going to a new market and understanding what are the specifics. So very nice to have you both here. I would actually start from you, Priit. You're CEO of Nortal. Nortal is a global digital transformation company. It's a multinational strategic change and technology company headquartered in Tallinn with operations in the US, in Europe, in Middle East, Africa, pretty much everywhere. And so you have like this Power Teams, which is a subsidiary of Nortal, a daughter company with a different business and focus. So Power Teams is specializing in staff augmentation and creating cross-border IT and engineering teams for customers globally. So basically, those guys who are working, about 350 people working in Ukraine, they are actually, their customers are abroad. They are not in Ukraine. But the really interesting thing is here that what Nortal did when you acquired the company at the time was, May 2022. While all the other companies were going out, you guys were going in, and this is remarkable. So, what on earth happened? Why did you do that?
Yeah, just to give a bit of the backstory. So we started looking at the Ukrainian market 2021 because we wanted to get access to the labor market. It's one of the biggest engineering labor markets in the whole of Europe.
Yes.
And we found the company. We started negotiations, due diligence, all of that, and we were supposed to close. I think end of December, beginning of January 2022. But then, let's say, the seller delayed the closing for a bit, and then February 24 happened. And so, of course, we got cold feet for a second. So we looked at what's happening there. But then in May, we decided, screw it. We believe in the long-term future, and we still went on and we closed the deal and bought the company.
Yeah.
So I think we are one of the, I don't know if we are in the long context of the history, we are one of the smart or one of the stupid people who actually went and bought the company in Ukraine after the start of the war.
Well, at least, maybe it's the history which will decide, but I think, it has been very encouraging for the Ukrainians that, there are people who are not sort of like panicking and leaving out. So you made an investment, and what kind of a strategic decision it was, like, from the board's perspective and CEO's perspective, like, what were you thinking of?
No, our logic was very simple, but we figured that do we believe that Russia will win or not? And we said no, they will not win, so it makes sense, and we went forward with the deal. Yeah, very simple decision-making process.
So you, by May, you could already seen that it would be.
I think it was less that we could see and more in what we believed in.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so believing is important. Well, how did you manage to sort of make the acquisition then? Buying a company, did you know people? Did you use consultancies? Did you how was it, like, practically speaking?
No, of course it was not easy. I mean, if you're buying a company, then you want to talk to a lot of different people, you need to run the due diligence, all of that. That of course it was difficult at that point in time, and we did it all virtually.
All virtually. So it was kind of a COVID, second COVID time.
We did an acquisition in Germany during COVID time, which was also done fully virtually. So it wasn't something very new for us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it was a leap of faith. But now we are very happy that we did it.
But if the leap of faith would have, for a reason or another, not succeeded, what kind of a risk assessment did you have? And I'm asking this because so many companies, even now, I mean, May 22, that's far away, but still are thinking that whether they would even think about going to the Ukrainian market. And you guys have been there already kind of quite a lot of time. So what kind of a risk assessment was there?
Well, to be frank, we didn't do a very sophisticated risk assessment. I mean, we looked at the available facts, obviously.
Yeah.
But in the end of the day, as I said, it was a leap of faith. But what do we believe in? And our belief was that long term, Ukraine will succeed and Russia will not. And also, let's say, as we had gone that far, then it felt kind of bad to not go through with it, because Russia is doing something. So
yes, yeah. So there was a reason. So and there was a meaningful process in that sense. Well, but at the same time, Ukraine has been very sophisticated and actually successful in offshoring. And actually, your staff augmentation business is part of the so-called offshoring thing. Did you look at the other companies that were still continuing offshoring, that they are having quite stable situation, or did you think about mobilization issues or so?
Of course we did, yeah. And just to give context, now 2021, I mean, that was the height, in a way, the height of the market.
Yes.
And also the Ukrainian labor market had significantly overheated at that point in time. But now we can see that, we can also see it from our customers, that the customers are being cautious in expanding in Ukraine.
Yeah.
There are some brave ones with whom we have been expanding, but a lot of the customers are being quite cautious, and they're also asking us to implement contingency plans. What if something would happen? And salaries have been coming down because demand is down, simply.
Yeah.
So, of course, you can see the effects of the war, even in our sector, although I believe that our sector is probably the most resilient sector in Ukraine right now. And also, as the IT sector salaries, I by far the highest in Ukraine. So you would have 5 to 10 times differences in salaries between our sector and, let's say, the Ukrainian average salary.
Okay.
So there is a lot of hard currency coming into Ukraine through our sector.
Okay.
So I believe it's quite very important for the whole Ukrainian economy and the state budget as well.
So, and that's one of the reasons you can sleep well during even the mobilization period.
Of course we know, but it can affect our people as well, and that's obviously something that will affect our business if mobilization starts at scale, also affecting our sector. But yeah, that's the cost of doing business.
I've been now asking a lot of questions to Priit.
No
I'm going to continue. But Oleg, you are actually you're also the honorary consul of Finland in Lviv and Western Ukraine, which is really nice. And so you're a businessman. You're kind of a part-time diplomat and so forth. You have seen it all. You're pre-war, pre-2014. You are currently living in Kiev. Your family is in Sweden. So you're pretty much all over. So it's really interesting to hear what you have to say about like small and medium-sized companies. What kind of a prospects they do have right now when entering into Ukraine? What should they, in a very concrete and tangible way, think about like going there? What would be your take on this?
Well, thank you first of all, and really thank you for your really big story and taking decision. Thanks a lot in these hard times to invest. I mean, this is very important. That when for us investors to see, because I work as foreign investors, to see that there are those who move, and that's about small and mid-size. First of all, I mean, yes, there is war on the street, not on the streets, but in the country. But still, the market functions, and the laws of the market they work. So yes, you have to adjust to certain things, but still you need to be very sure with your business concept when you come to them. I mean, you'll be working on the customer's market, you'll be working on the financing market and the human capital market. So first, you make a good due diligence. If you see the local market as your future market, what is happening there with in your concrete segment? What are the trends there? How this war is influencing the trends? Still, all the laws works, but there might be some issues.
So due diligence, understanding the market, and so forth. But are you using consultancies, or how you do it? Like when you're
usually we do our own due diligence on the market, and we do order market studies on various to see the trends, to see the consumption per capita. We are more into hospitality is one thing, but we invested since '96 in FMCG, beer, wine, increasing alcohol.
Then hotel business.
Yes, we have hotel, but still, we do use consultancy to understand the market. Well, if we do consultants like Big Four or others to do normal due deal, legal and financial due deals, that's not always. Don't expect, especially when you're mid-sized companies, don't expect that there are audited reports. So you need to spend time if you want to buy some company or do M&A, you need to check what are their reports, and in the reports it's extremely important what is exactly behind the figures that are there on the paper presented to you. If they are not audited by someone, at least not maybe Big Four, maybe too expensive, but there are good good companies, not maybe the most expensive, but I don't give the names, but if anyone would be interested, can give the names, that they can give you a very thorough DD. So that's doable. So with that, you have to check then you take decision.
I don't want to interrupt, but I have to ask, Priit, when you are listening to that, feasibility and due diligence stuff, did you have that when you entered?
Of course.
Yeah. So that was well done.
Yeah.
The risk assessment was more like believing.
No, there is the standard business risk assessment, which is a standard procedure.
Sure.
I mean, you run the financial, you run the legal, you run the tax.
Yeah.
That's kind of standard procedure. But I think right now investing into Ukraine is not about the standard risk management. Yeah. So that's kind of on the lower level of priorities.
Big what you have to do is a human capital due diligence. You call it, maybe don't call it due diligence, but actually the biggest challenge you will face, maybe not your core competences that you know how to transfer from your home market to Ukrainian market. It's not about financing, because you'll get financing better than locals and stuff, but it's actually be fighting with you need to know how is that the company that you're buying or doing M&A, as well from the corporate culture perspective, does it fit you?
Yeah.
Because you'll be there less times probably, and if that doesn't fit, I mean, culture brings strategy for breakfast. You might have eat strategy for breakfast. You might have a beautiful strategy, but that if you don't do that, perfect figures, perfect finances, but everything good. But if culture is not there, you have to have make this cultural idea. I mean, there is no written procedure how to do it. You have to do it yourself as an owner, as a CEO, talk to the management team, do interviews, meet with an owner. What we sometimes do, we meet with this team without the CEO, and we see first the company through the eyes of the CEO, then let's talk to the team. How do they see the company, and how do they see CEO and the owner of those, especially mid-sized companies? And you might find different stories. You have one story told by the owner and CEO, and another story is told by the team. But the team, that the one with whom you'll work, because you cannot fire everyone. That's not possible. I mean, it's not that your intention is to fire, but be careful that there are good local companies as well, who as well have good corporate cultures, who will compete with you. Changes throughout last 25 years is that end of 90s, 2000s, when you're a foreigner, everyone is dreaming to work for a foreign company. Now, there are good companies sitting in this room with good corporate cultures, and they would say, why should I work for this Finnish Estonian company? There is a good local company. Be aware of that and understand what is your human capital market.
But Oleg, you don't need even a war, to have the questions and issues with the cultural thing. When everyone doing acquisitions, it's pretty much the same when you have. But what is important in Ukraine? What do people need to remember when doing business with Ukrainians? Is there some specific things? One thing what I've heard is that Ukrainians like to know the person much better than maybe in the Nordic context. Is that true?
Listen, Ukraine is still it's a know-who society. So they again, I touched this on the previous panel about the trust. So you need to build the trust with locals. And especially when you do, again, I'm talking here about partnership, but as well with the teams. You as a foreign investor coming, and you buy the company, you invest in the company. You need to take time needs to be taken to build that trust. That's probably some. Even though we take fast decisions, some processes take longer. And be prepared to be more involved in those processes, to be closer to the team. Yes, Teams, Zooms work well. COVID works well, but when you start something, you need to be present there. You need to be ready to coach the team, to bring your expertise to this team, to spend more time. Team is actually crucial and important. Of course, you bring technology, you bring know-how, you bring financing, you bring the market and the customers, probably, maybe. But the team developing that, we spend a lot of time in a lot of one of the key cornerstones of the strategy is develop the team was since 1996, especially 96. As well, you might do the partnerships. That's as well as possible now. You might have partnerships with local management as well to have them skin in the game, especially in these hard times. When there's war and they need to decide now, don't wait for you to get approval today of that might be there, but that's a bit specific, so to say.
Power Teams has got about 800 people altogether, and you are also additionally from Ukraine. You are also in Bulgaria and in Romania, for instance. Does Ukraine does it differ from those other markets, or some other markets where Nortal is? Is it specifically different to some extent, or not talking about the war? But
no, we operate in so many different countries. But when you're asking, but how does Ukraine differ? Then you need to ask compared to which country. So
well, maybe to Estonia or.
No, in the end of the day, people are people. Maybe if to bring out one thing, but. Maybe the expectation for Ukrainians is to have a bit more hierarchy than Estonians.
Agree.
But other than that, people are resilient. People are self-starters. So people are people everywhere. Of course, there are subtle cultural differences, but just for teams working together, I don't see any radical differences.
if you, yeah, please.
You touched a very important thing about hierarchy. Yes, this is a bit we are culturally, and coming back again from the Soviet occupation, is up-down. It used to be quite up-down approach in many companies, and you see that in the companies. But actually, what we learned to be much more successful still in the end of 90s to 2000. I joined the company in 99 with the family in one of the investments, and it was how to break this hierarchy, how to build the flat organizations, how to get rid of all this mid-managements, or not get rid of them, but rethink their role, and actually how to give the authority and accountability to the people on the low, and that's something that actually it worked very well. Especially when the country is big and there are big territories, different markets in Kharkiv, in Chernivtsi, in Lviv, Kiev. You need to be kind of local even on a national level, and decision making has to be there. You cannot run the company with one hierarchy. Those who did it with hierarchy, maybe they had one product to sell and that maybe they were successful. But if you have a variety of customers' products, don't, and people, actually younger generation, they do accept that very well. They like this, but you need to be prepared that you need to train, you need to give them tools, give them as well train them, knowledge has to be there, but decision making as well, they are able to take that.
What's your take on this? Like, if you look at for instance, the Finnish companies, do you feel that there is enough energy and also like willingness and also some sort of interest, which is to go to Ukraine, or are people being too afraid of just like doing the first move, maybe?
I think that now, especially in the war times, especially in these tough times, it's very difficult for those newcomers to come. For those who have not been there, we see not just from Finnish businesses but as well. I was working a lot with EBA. We see those who are there, they are active. Those who were there before, even though they burn their fingers sometimes, but still they are active now. But those newcomers, yes, this is a bit more like not relaxed, but kind of let's see type of approach. Yes, we all dream that it would be more energetic and more, but as well understand personally, it's work and it's difficult to travel, and you probably you had some sleepless nights to decide on the May of 22, I can imagine. Yeah. But it's not everyone is like that. Again, if it's a board and a very big corporate structure, less likely to decide. Yeah. Those who are owners, they take the decision. So there has to be someone who takes this decision. We have the hotel in Lviv, and we run it, and we see a lot of these owners more and more coming on different occasions, helping Ukraine, especially all this. But they as well come on business, and they fact-finding trip, because they need to see that with their own eyes. And if the owner comes and then he can easier to prove to the board.
Is it easier to start from Western Ukraine, where you are actually originally from, but you have been also to Zaporizhzhia, you have been to Kharkiv, currently in Kiev. Is it, from the initial stage, does it matter like in which part in Ukraine you would make the first move?
Well, of course, it is easier in the Western Ukraine, just simply because of missiles flying. That's and takes longer time to Western Ukraine. They are shot on the way. It's very difficult in Kharkiv. It's very difficult in Zaporizhzhia. It's still difficult in Dnipro. Even in Poltava, I'm in the board of the company in Poltava, and we go there. I go there personally, and it's difficult. It's just psychologically difficult, to do investments as well. If you talk about investments, even a run company is difficult. Easier for locals, but difficult for foreigners. But Lviv and Chernivtsi, Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Uzhgorod, even Ternopil, these areas, Vinnytsia, Khmelnytsky, that's quite a, I would say, safe haven, but bit more like normal. Vasile Tofan today said, strange, sounds like we end the war, but when you travel around the country, you see the difference.
Because my feeling was, for instance, in January in Kiev, that people really, really wanted, and they actually could live as normal life as they could. Of course, there were like, during the night it was a curfew and so forth, but the restaurants and shops and everything, libraries were open and so forth, which was actually really nice to see that, there's always the everyday life which is popping up, in those conditions.
Yeah, as employer as well, you need to take into consideration now more and more the mental health of your people, of your team members. You know, yes, they try to be strong, they try to, but literally have sleepless nights. And myself, I mean, if you have, I sleep in the garage in my car, I mean, because we are underground garage. No, so when you sleep like 3 nights in a row in the car, I mean, you're a bit tired, you know, in the morning. Yeah. Another thing is that many families has already been exposed to the war in a way that the relatives, we have employees who have been killed there, and we have children who have huge issues, and the younger generation has huge issues. Yes. So children of your employees might have issues with that. So think of that mental support, maybe some extra not treatment, but some professional help that needs to be provided to your team members. That's heavily needed now.
Have you discussed about these human resource issues, which are of course much more severe in Ukraine than elsewhere where you do business? Have you had this kind of discussions in your company?
No, of course, yeah, of course. I mean, what you said. Although the people are strong, they're resilient. At one point in time, it gets to you.
Sure.
And so we've been, investing quite a lot. So we established something called the Nordic Fund, which is meant to support, let's say, general humanitarian evacuation purposes. But most of the effort has actually been going into the mental health topics, really helping people cope with the surrounding reality. Now, for us, it's kind of easy to talk about it, but because we've never been in this situation.
That's right.
But I cannot say that I understand what it actually means to live in a situation where there is a rocket landing next to you.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course. I mean, it takes a toll on people, and that's quite at the center of the focus in what we do to support people.
So basically, one might say that when establishing yourself in Ukraine, you need to take care of the mobilization, that there is enough workforce, but then also this human factor that is much more stressful, even dangerous and harder for the staff than anywhere else. And you have obviously some mechanisms as you told.
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah.
Please.
Maybe just another thing that we honestly we were doing that from the maybe not like we wanted, but kind of automate where possible and try to bring us, and especially now, try to bring as much automation or whatever to your process, digital way of building your process in the company. If you have logistics, try to understand that you will have to have robots in the future. You have to have, because it's not just the problem with labor force today, but in the future it will be even bigger one.
Sure.
So and as well be prepared for the future to accept all these people who come from the war. I mean, is it really? Do you have enough proper facilities for that? That they can go back to work, because you will need to bring that to your companies, and society needs to accept them. Those who are fighting and injured and stuff like that. That's important.
Is there a risk for SMEs to stumble into corruption? Is there some elements that could be avoided, or is it emphasized maybe too much, or?
To be honest, we haven't seen anything. So, but also we don't operate on the Ukrainian market. So we only have, let's say, people working in Ukraine. We don't have any customers in Ukraine. So at least we have never been asked for a bribe. But also it might be that our sector is different, because I've still heard kind of quite a lot of tales of corruption, but we as a company, we have not experienced it. Yeah, but I don't know about the rest there.
What would you say, Oleg?
Don't quote me, but we are called a bit crazy Finns. From day one we said we don't even understand what that means. I mean, we do everything by the book. So what is there to ask us for?
Yeah.
And having this strict message, kind of that, and yes, it's possible to be very efficient and very cost efficient, doing everything by the book in Ukraine and paying taxes, and it's no problem whatsoever. We try not to even think of that. I mean, why to waste time on this? We work in Ukraine as if we were working in another country. And really, I wouldn't say that has been, many years ago, we had some issues that we had to postpone the opening of the launch of the production facility, because they wanted us something. We said, what are you talking about? We waited few months, they waited few months, and then they gave us the paper as if it was, but okay. But once you give once, there will be a queue for life. So you don't even think of that. And it's possible to work.
Yeah, that's a very important thing. Now let's think that if Pete, you would be just sitting among your friends and they would ask you, should they go to Ukraine or not? What would be your advice? In good and bad, in positive and negative, what would be your advice for them? When they are just trying to balance, whether to go or not.
I think the definition of go to Ukraine is a bit too wide. So you cannot. No, what does it?
Well, enter as a.
No, I think that, let's say somebody who is thinking of a similar investment acquisition like we did. Let's say, should I establish, for example, a team of talented engineers in Ukraine? Sure. Absolutely,
yeah.
But you have to consider that, as said, some customers are reluctant to, let's say, work long-term with Ukrainian teams because they don't know what can happen. Mm-hmm. So, but it's humanly understandable. Some customers are less risk-averse, but the world is a big place. So in our sector, at least from what it looks right now, I would say go, but I cannot charge about the other sectors. And let's say, for the local Ukrainian market, so we don't understand it, so the dynamics.
Yeah, but I mean, you would be in a positive way. How about Oleg? What would you say? Because people are asking that all the time from you.
Listen, of course, you might sound crazy saying invest now and the bomb is flying, but what I say, if you understand that the market, that we did one investment in agriculture some 5 years ago, we started, and we have one investor. He said, look, if I want to be in agriculture, if I'm not in Ukraine, I'm not in business. So if you see that you have really strong understanding of what competitiveness Ukraine brings to your business, you have to be here sooner or later. Time now, it actually gives you a chance to start doing something. But I would recommend to do, let's say, MVP type of way, step-by-step approaching the market and testing, and as well probably by creating partnerships. That as well takes time, longer, so you'll get better acquainted with the market, with the customer, with the partner, and with the business. So take a step-by-step approach, make a scenario analysis, and make a step plan, and start approaching slowly. For example, every business is different. There is no one magic crystal ball saying do like that. So it's very unique, very unique and customized. In one business, we say, okay, find a local partner and say, okay, you guys do and prepare this company to be ready to be sold to us after we have the understanding that the war is over, and provided it's done like that, we will enter in partnership on that conditions. And you help this company with your knowledge, without risking your capital. Well, if things don't happen, things don't happen. That's actually a approach we are taking in one of the businesses.
So basically, you can avoid too many risks and make it as a kind of a staircase, maybe?
Yes, yeah.
Would you say so?
Yeah.
And you need good contacts as well?
Well, you have to good. I'm probably not meeting every day, but every week there are calls, and we kind of sharing experience with. There is a Finnish business group in Ukraine. There is a group of 77 Finnish companies who are already present in Ukraine, and I'm a co-chair of that. We are not like EBA or like AmCham. We don't do lobbying. But we still, our mission is to help those newcomers through sharing experience, through giving contacts, through maybe a bit advising them from our expertise and experience how we solve this issue in other industries, what they might have. So talk to these players whom you trust on the market, and then there are consultants, others like that can help you with.
It has been really, really interesting. Thank you for sharing these personal views and experiences. Let's give a hand to Oleg and Priit Alamäe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for.
Okay. So we are approaching the end. There will be one very interesting thing. We have the head of lending at the Nordic Investment Bank, Jeanette Vitasp. And she will talk about towards sustainable recovery, the role in supporting investments in Ukraine. So I'm very happy to introduce Mrs. Vitasp to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having stayed along until this late hour. The last presentation of today, I understand, and also the second to last before the networking session. You met with the CEO of Nordic Investment Bank, or NIB as we call ourselves, earlier today in a panel. This session is more for me to tell you a bit about what NIB is doing and what we can do to try to support the sustainable recovery of Ukraine. I will start by giving you a little bit of a brief introduction to NIB. So we're an international financial institution, and we are owned by the 5 Nordic and 3 Baltic member countries. We were established back in 1975, with the Nordic countries and Baltics joining in 2005. It's the finance ministers mainly that are our main owners in these countries. We work towards a prosperous and sustainable Nordic-Baltic region. This has been basically our mission since we were established. And we finance projects that improve productivity and benefit the environment. This is what we call our mandate. So we have a dual mandate, and all projects are screened from these criteria before we make decisions to invest. So we have a lending portfolio today of around 23 billion euros, a total asset base of 40 billion euros. Those numbers are pretty large. At least if you consider the relatively small size of the organization. We are 244 employees, all based in Helsinki. We have a AAA rating from both S&P and Standard & Poor's. So this enables us to fund ourselves via the international bond markets. We mobilize funding from all parts of the world to put to use in our Nordic-Baltic region. We cover a broad range of sectors, basically anywhere where we can find projects that meet our mission, with you could say the exclusion of maybe some parts like fossil fuels or so. And we are organized in sector teams in order to also both maintain and build the competence that we need in order to screen the projects, but also to advise our borrowers the best we can. This is the portfolio, how we have distributed today based on the needs. And as you can see, I mean, all projects are aimed at benefiting, as I mentioned, the Nordic-Baltic region. We have also, during the last few years, decided to focus also the direct lending into this region, mostly because of the large financing needs there are, specifically after the green transition investments became increased drastically. As you can see, only 2% are currently non-member countries. So where does Ukraine fit into this? Well, the Nordic-Baltic countries show a very solid commitment to Ukraine, and you can say that support Ukraine means also supporting the prosperity and also the sustainability of the Nordic-Baltic region. So it kind of fits within that purpose. We have also reviewed in terms of what we can do in order to support Ukraine more, to assist our member countries as well, not only Ukraine, but ourselves as well. And this is something we have, I heard a lot about this during the day today in terms of the different players, stakeholders in the markets. This is the Nordic-Baltic actors that are there trying to mobilizing funding and risk sharing to Ukraine. So we have the sources of support, that's basically the Nordic-Baltic governments that wants to maximize the value they bring of the support to Ukraine. And then you have the international financial institutions like ourselves, the development financial institutions, export credit agencies, and others that cross-collaborate in order to find the best possible solution in terms of both risk sharing and expertise. And also, of course, there are various different products here. We represent lending, but there is the whole range of products that we can participate in the packages, creating like blended financing packages that we also heard more about today. And of course, the purpose is not only to use the kind of like public sourced funds, but also mobilizing private funding into these structures. So it's not kind of like, you could say, the straightforward lending with the risk sharing that is mostly the case when we ourselves lend in our region. But this is not something that is unusual. This is a kind of a well-known structure. We are well aligned. So the good story is that there is strong engagement in finding solutions. And I think we are still, as we go, finding better ways to cooperate. And you can also argue that there is a need, because what I also hear today in terms of, I think one of the challenges is that we see a lot of support coming from countries on a national level. But there is also need to coordinate cross-border, and this is where I think that NIB can support as well, trying to mobilize the cross-country collaboration. We have actually already, until today, invested in projects in Ukraine, or are still also, as of now, dispersing funds to some projects. Like we have renovating university buildings, the Seawash Wind Farm project, Grynchuk, bioenergy solar project, where we actually partner up with NEFCO, with FinFund, and the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, as an example. But we haven't done much lately because of the war, but this is now, again, where we're trying to find better ways of supporting. And where do we support? I mean, we have heard different numbers today, $500 billion US dollars, all up to 600 billion, I think, some places. 440 billion is the number that we have from official number from December 2023. This is, of course, irrelevant where it is, because it's large numbers, we know that. But we also, of course, need to focus on the sectors where we feel the needs are the most. And this includes housing, it includes transport, agriculture, and industry, just to name a few. So, what can we do? What can we bring to the table? Well, we have, as I mentioned, the funding, competitive funding that we can contribute with. We have the strong support from our Nordic-Baltic member countries, and we have a broad sectoral expertise. But that's only part of the solution. We need to partner up to find also, as mentioned, partners in terms of risk sharing, the suppliers of goods and services and technologies that we also heard about today. And we also need the local expertise, because that is actually something that NIB does not have. So the way we address this is that we find two different pathways where NIB can assist. Either we do the on-lending, like we have done before, I showed you a few examples, to DeFis and IFIs. We can also do direct lending to companies that are based in the Nordic and Baltic countries. We've heard a few names mentioned here, both in Estonia. We've also heard earlier today in terms of Vestas, for example. We have relationships with most Nordic Baltic companies, and there are many out there that actually are looking to contribute, either because they are operating in Ukraine or because they want to export to Ukraine. And then, of course, there is a need for the risk sharing, and there are the export credit agencies. And I would say that when it comes to at least the Baltic Nordic area, what we see is that there is change happening, where also these agencies are becoming more pragmatic. Some of them also being able to offer 100% guarantees, sometimes to as low as even like 30% export content. So this is an area there where we can work more in order to find the solutions and also promote the export and investments from corporates. I have now mentioned NEFCO a few times, and I would like to do so, just give you a little bit brief introduction about them as well, because NEFCO happens to be our sister company. They are owned by the 5 Nordic countries and by the Ministries of Climate and Environment, also with close link to the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in the Nordic countries. And NEFCO, also calling themselves the Nordic Green Bank, they're actually based in our headquarters or offices in Helsinki. And we collaborate quite a lot. We complement each other in many ways. The areas that they focus on are slightly different from ours. They work with SMEs, so smaller projects than we finance. They are also active in Eastern Europe, and they also engage in certain special funds, some of them also very interesting to us. And Ukraine is part of the Eastern European focus area, and today constitutes with around 97 to 98% of that portfolio. And NEFCO has been on site in Ukraine since 20 years. They have 8 people on the ground. They also have 4 Ukrainians in the Helsinki office. And they have a long track record, both from more than 240 public sector projects and also more than 80 private sector investments in the area of renewable energy, energy efficiency, district heating and wastewater treatment. And they actually have around 70 projects ongoing as we speak. They have their own program that they manage, which is a program for green recovery, for a NEFCO green recovery program for Ukraine, where they have raised 310 million euros in grant funding since July 2022. And this is far above their own expectations. Most of it is from the EU, but also a big part from Nordics. And this program is servicing both repair of critical municipal infrastructure, but also renovative facilities for internally displaced persons. NEFCO also manages 3 EU programs, 100 million euros for housing for internally displaced persons, and also 2 critical infrastructure programs of a total amount of 75 million euros. So this altogether gives you a little bit of view of what NEFCO is doing. But I suggest if you have any more interest in following their projects, I would recommend you to go to their website. And I would just say that by partnering up with NEFCO, we of course provide them with competitive or affordable financings. And they provide us with the expertise that we need, the local expertise and the long track record that we need in order to ensure that our investments come to the best possible use in Ukraine as well. This is much shorter than I had planned to present. I know it's late in the day, so I hope nobody really minds. But just open to take questions either now or afterwards as well during the networking. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it does seem that a long and a very intensive conference day has reached its end, which only means that the 3 moderators who have been hosting this event throughout the day have the opportunity to step on the stage and see this fantastic audience one last time today. Now, we've looked through a broad range of topics crucial for Ukraine, focusing on digital transformation, of course, a very important topic for everyone in Estonia, energy sector innovation, maritime economy, etc. So perhaps your personal takeaways, Kaius and Ruslan. Kaius, what really will you take with you to Helsinki? As I understand, your ferry is leaving soon from today's conference.
Well, to be honest, Johannes, I have to say that it has been a pleasure to be with the Estonian and especially with the Ukrainian here on the stage, and to have like a different kind of perspective. So I think that has been really great. Very nice colleagues. And so and the other thing is that as a Milttoni, so when we established ourselves in Kiev a year ago. we have been able to learn so much, and at the HQ about Ukraine and Ukrainians. So it has definitely been like an enriching and complementary thing to everyone working for Miltton. And this event here is part of that ethos, that we are not like only doing business, but we are caring. And caring about Ukraine is not about doing philanthropy. It's basically like activating ourselves in order to be with and stand with Ukraine. And I think, for me, this has been an encouraging moment and the day when listening to all these panels and so incredibly talented and smart people that I want to actually, in the final statement, just to quote Mr. Shurma, who said the most important thing, I think, that there is no eternal war in the existence of human history. And when we remember that, we are really strong off, and together we can be even stronger. So that's my takeaway from this. I feel very empowered by every one of you. So thank you very much for my part.
That's excellent takeaway. Ruslan, what will you take with you?
First of all, I would like to start from the thank you. And thank you for not only being a Ukrainian who is privileged to speak today for this so respected audience, but also as a member, as a representative of the country who is still in the war, in the center of the war. And I would like to thank everybody and everyone who is organizing this conference, who was here today. And as for the takeaways, I will say you several things in order just to remember them. That actually Ukraine, the whole Ukraine, have chosen the way not only to survive, but to make the difference. And the whole day today, you have been listening how this difference can happen. You can see that basic fundamentals are in place. We have strong institutions, we have strategy, we have understanding and North Star, how to reach this North Star. Yes, there is a long way ahead. And the most common thing I hear everybody in any case is that let's do it after the war. But not. We should start now, in war, and continue after the war. Definitely, the war is not linear. And those foreigners who have been in Ukraine for the last year, they see it in the different regions. Yes, one day in Kharkiv, several bombs are placing in 1 minute. But in parallel, in other regions, the business is developing. And developing also due to your support, the support of IFIs, DFIs, different EU funds, etc., etc. And still, plenty of industries and sectors can bring a lot of return to the investors. And such as agri, logistic, production, a lot of things, IT, Miltech, and you everything heard this today. And actually, all of them has a great potential, but not because of the business, but because of people, heart and soul inside of these businesses, because all of them are built by people. And your support of Ukrainian people is utmost. And I strongly believe, and as I mentioned once today, that we don't need charity. We need FDI. Please be as strong with us as possible, as demandable as possible. We will meet this demand. We will generate enough of pace to realize all these demands, but to gain the investment, to gain the chance to build everything better. And believe we will manage. Thank you.
Wow. What a great ending to a great day. Hard to add anything meaningful to this other than just I really admire the commitment and passion of all Ukrainians, among them Ruslan here on stage with me, that the examples that we've heard throughout the day are super inspiring. So if I had a lot of money, I would know where to invest it now. But I will have to do what I can as a journalist to keep Ukraine very much on the agenda of Estonia and Estonians. So thank you very much for all of you here in Tallinn who have been with us throughout this long and intensive day. And thank you, of course, to everyone who have been following this live stream. I'm quite sure there are hundreds and hundreds of you out there. But those of you who are here physically have now the privilege to continue the discussion with a glass of wine and some very delicious snacks ranging from Portugal to France. I believe the menu was very inspiring to me. So an applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our great speakers and to yourselves for sharing this, I think, bit of history with us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.